Like I have to have it on this side for whatever.
All right. Good morning, everyone. I'm Joaquin Esquivel, Chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Thursday, December 12th. It is 9:03 a.m., and I'd like to call this workshop to order. We're in the Byron Share Auditorium here located at the Cali PA headquarters building in Sacramento. We're not in our usual board meeting room here today because that board meeting room is actually being upgraded. So when we come back to it in January, we'll have some new equipment in there, which will be nice. So this is the time and place for the public workshop to receive comments on the draft Sacramento Delta updates to the Water Quality Control Plan for the San Francisco Bay, Sacramento, San Joaquin Delta watershed, or Bay Delta Plan. On October 25th, 2024, staff released the draft updates to the Bay Delta Plan, which are focused on the Sacramento River, watershed, Delta Eastside tributaries, and Delta for the reasonable protection of fish and wildlife beneficial uses. That release initiated a public comment period, and we're here today to listen to your input. With me today, virtually, is Vice Chair Doreen D'Adamo, and here in the room with me are board members Sean McGuire, Laurel Firestone, and Nicole Morgan. Other state water board staff are also here to give a presentation and provide assistance. Before we get started, I'll go through our emergency evacuation procedures. Please look and identify the exits. If we happen to have an emergency, we'll calmly file out to Cesar Chavez Plaza and await further direction. Also, if you intend on commenting on today's workshop, you should have signed up. If you have any issues, though, please do speak to the clerk of the board here. Also, please silence any phones just so that we have an uninterrupted discussion. We are here with both this physical meeting room and a virtual participation. So if you're joining us virtually, you are either watching us through the Cali PA website or the YouTube Live website. But if you intend on commenting on today's workshop, you need to be on the Zoom platform. There were instructions on how to get onto the platform in the notice. But if you're having any challenges, please do just email the clerk of the board at board.clerk@waterboards.ca.gov, and she can help get you onto the platform. Once you are on the platform, your camera will be off. You will be on mute until it's your turn to speak during today's workshop. With that, a little background. I will now provide some background information on how the workshop will be conducted. This workshop is being held in accordance with the Notice of Opportunity for Public Comment and Workshop as revised on November 1st and November 6th. Today is the fourth day of a 5-day workshop to receive public comments on the draft Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan. The final workshop day will take place on January 23rd, 2025, beginning at 9 a.m. Today, the workshop will cover the draft voluntary agreement flow accounting provisions identified in the draft Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan. We also hear general comments later this afternoon. Written comments on the draft Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan are currently due December 19th. However, written comments specific to the workshop topics scheduled for January 23rd may be accepted until January 30th. If you intend to submit written comments on the draft plan updates, please read and follow the instructions provided in the notice. Written comments and associated specific recommendations are particularly helpful to the board when considering specific changes to the draft updates to the Bay Delta Plan. The state board will not take any action today or during the remaining workshop days. Rather, board action will occur at a later notice board meeting following consideration of public comments on the draft Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan. Based on comments on this draft, staff will develop a revised draft of proposed updates to the plan for additional public comment and board consideration. Today's workshop will begin with any opening remarks my fellow board members would like to make. Then we will hear a staff presentation providing an overview of the draft agreement flow accounting provisions included in the draft plan updates. Following the staff presentation, we will hear from elected officials and tribal leaders that are not part of our panel presentations and may be present. Then we will move to those groups who requested to make panel presentations, followed by individual comments. We plan to take a short break in the morning. We'll also take about a 45-minute lunch break and an afternoon break. We have 5 panels scheduled to present today. After comments from elected officials, we'll hear 3 consecutive panels from a combination of staff from the Department of Water Resources, U.S. Bureau of Reclamation, and other representatives from the agreement parties. Following the lunch break, we'll hear our fourth panel from Nevada Irrigation District, South Sutter Water District, Yolo County Flood Control and Water Conservation District, and Sutter Bypass Butte Slough Water Users Association. Our 5th and final panel will be from representatives of several environmental and fishing groups, including South Yuba River Citizens League and Yuba River Waterkeeper, Golden Gate Salmon Association, California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance, and Friends of the River. We will then end the day with comments from individual speakers. I'll just note, given the number of panels we have, and I'm sure the discussion that will take place between board members, it may be a bit later in the mid to late afternoon that we start to get to individual speakers. We have about 80 commenters currently signed up. So just for planning purposes, know that we may be going a little later into the evening and may not be able to get through all commenters. To ensure we're able to hear from all commenters without going late into the evening, we're requesting the commenters that are able to do so instead make comments at the workshop day on January 23rd. If you're able to make comments on January 23rd instead of today, but have already submitted a virtual speaker card, there's no need to re-register to provide comments on January 23rd. Staff will carry over the list of speakers who registered for today, but don't end up commenting. And we will then refer to those on January 23rd. Today, panels will be limited to the time limits that were previously arranged. Individual comments will be limited to 3 minutes per speaker and are not anticipated to begin again until after about 3 o'clock. Due to the large number of speakers, we encourage you to keep your oral comments as concise and as possible and submit more extensive written comments in writing. There are a few points I want to make about this workshop that I'd like to emphasize. First, please keep your comments limited to the draft Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan. Second, while I or my fellow board members may ask staff for clarification, staff will not be responding to each individual oral comment during the workshop today. Finally, I want to take a moment to recognize that the Bay Delta watershed is a complex system that serves as a critical resource for the state, provides drinking water for millions of Californians, provides much of the water supply for farmland throughout the state, and is vital to California Native American tribes whose cultures are deeply intertwined in the watershed and the ecosystem. Providing balanced protection for all beneficial uses of water is incredibly important to myself and this board and takes careful consideration. Your input here will help provide potential revisions to the draft updates to the Bay Delta Plan, and we're intently listening for feedback. With that, look to my fellow board colleagues if there's anything they'd like to remark this morning. And if not, we can move on to the staff presentation. Ms. Riddle, everyone, good to see you this morning.
Good to see you too. Good morning. My name is Diane Riddle. I'm one of the Assistant Deputy Directors in the Division of Water Rights, overseeing the board's Bay Delta planning and implementation efforts. With me today from the division are Matt Holland, an Environmental Program Manager, and Scott Laguerre, a Senior Water Resources Control Engineer. We also have Samantha Olson and Penn Scoble with the Office of Chief Counsel and additional members of our team attending virtually and in the room today. Next slide, please. I'll start by providing a summary of the topics we plan to discuss today. First, I'll begin with an overview of the purpose and format of this workshop. Then Matt will describe the VA flow accounting provisions included in the draft Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan. Lastly, we'll end the staff presentation with next steps and future opportunities to participate in this process. For efficiency purposes, today's staff presentation will not include an overview of the Bay Delta Plan and the current processes to update the plan. However, the background information can be found in the beginning of the staff presentations from November 20th and 22nd. The recordings of those workshop days are available on our website. Next slide, please. Today is the fourth day of a multi-day public workshop to discuss the draft Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan that were released on October 25th. As described in the notice, each day of the workshop will cover topics related to the Bay Delta Plan update. Staff will be providing presentations at each workshop day to provide an overview of the topic for the day. Each day will also include topic-specific panel presentations and topic-specific individual comments. Next slide, please. This slide identifies the specific topics for each workshop today. Today we'll cover VA flow accounting with the opportunity for any general individual comments at the end of the day. Given a very large number of commenters who have registered to provide general comments, which I think is past 80 now, we will also be providing the opportunity for general comments at our last workshop day on January 23rd, 2025. We encourage general commenters that are able to do so to make their general comments on January 23rd. The workshop on November 20th covered the draft Sacramento Delta regulatory and general provisions of the Bay Delta Plan. On November 22nd, we covered the draft provisions for voluntary agreements proposed by state and federal agencies and water users. The voluntary agreements are abbreviated here as VAs and are also referred to as the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal. The December 3rd workshop day covered VA habitat accounting and tribal focused topics. Our last workshop day on January 23rd of next year will cover two possible provisions identified in the draft plan updates, one intended to protect base delta outflows during droughts and one to protect VA flows and the base to which they're added from new water supply projects. Again, we will also provide the opportunity for general comments on January 23rd. Next slide, please. This slide identifies today's agenda. Following the staff presentation, we'll hear from Solano County elected officials and any other elected officials or tribal members that are present, followed by these 5 panels on the slide. During the first 3 panels, representatives from the voluntary agreements parties will provide an overview of their proposed flow accounting protocols. After the staff presentation and panel presentations, board members may provide input and ask questions. We'll end the day with individual comments. As mentioned by the board chair, we do not anticipate hearing individual comments until after 3 p.m. Now I'll turn it over to Matt to discuss the specific VA flow accounting provisions in the draft Bay Delta Plan.
Thank you, Diane. Next slide, please. So the purpose of today's workshop is to provide an overview of the VA accounting provisions of the draft Bay Delta Plan, a summary of board staff's perspectives on outstanding issues to be resolved, and to receive public input on both the draft Bay Delta Plan provisions and the accounting protocols developed by VA parties to date. Specifically, the notice for this workshop posed two framing questions for today's discussion. First, are the draft conditions that VA flow accounting must meet that are included in the program of implementation appropriate, or should changes be made? Second, what changes, if any, should be made to the specific VA flow accounting protocols developed by VA parties in order to meet the above conditions for incorporation in Appendix B, Voluntary Agreements Accounting Protocols? Next slide, please. Before we proceed with the remainder of the staff presentation, I'd like to make a couple of notes on terminology. First, many different terms have been used to refer to the flow conditions that VA flow actions are intended to be added to across various documents and conversations. For the purposes of the flow accounting topics addressed in today's workshops, the terms VA flow base, baseline conditions, reference flow, and reference operation should be taken to be equivalent. However, it is also important to note that none of these terms should be confused with the baseline that serves as a basis for the California Environmental Quality Act evaluation of environmental impacts in the draft staff report released in September 2023. The VA base for accounting purposes is different from the staff report baseline, with the biggest difference in more stringent export limits during the April through May timeframe applying in the staff report baseline. Additionally, for convenience, we use the terms project or projects to refer to the State Water Project and Central Valley Project collectively, and non-project to refer to water users, tributaries, or infrastructure not associated with projects. Next slide, please. In the event that the board adopts Bay Delta Plan amendments, including a voluntary agreement pathway, the purpose of flow accounting would be threefold. First, to ensure that flows are provided consistent with the VA memorandum of understanding and consistent with the analyses of environmental effects in the supporting staff report and scientific basis report supplement. Second, to ensure that VA flows are available to be provided in stream and can be protected from diversion by other diverters consistent with water right priorities. And finally, to provide transparent documentation to the public, including other water right holders and decision makers, that these standards have been met. Next slide, please. This table is a summary of the flow commitments contained in the draft draft plan amendments. It differs very slightly from the table in the voluntary agreement MOU Appendix 1A in that the Yuba, sorry, not from the, I apologize, not from the MOU, from the strategic plan flow table, in that this table follows what was in the MOU and includes 60,000 acre feet on the Yuba. That was subsequently modified to 50,000 acre feet in the dry, below normal, and above normal years in the October 2024 draft strategic plan, consistent with the commitments of Yuba Water Agency. Next slide, please. Next, I'm going to go over the key references to flow accounting in the VA documents that have been submitted to the board. First, Appendix 4 to the VA Memorandum of Understanding, or MOU, states that quantitative metrics will be developed to ascertain whether VA commitments are met. And in particular, the MOU states that implementation criteria will be established to ensure actions sorry, lost my place. To ensure actions are taken to provide flow volumes by water year type above baseline as specified in Appendix 1. Further, Appendix 4 identifies that DWR and Reclamation will develop the accounting procedures in coordination with the State Water Board and VA parties, and that these procedures will be subject to approval by the State Water Board. Next slide, please. The VA MOU Section 4 further identifies that the VA flows will be additive to delta outflows required by revised Water Rights Decision 1641 and resulting from the 2019 biological opinions, while acknowledging that those biological opinions may be modified. Next slide, please. Finally, VA Strategic Plan Section 2.1.4 and Table 7 contain the narrative description of flow accounting by tributary or water source, and Appendix E contains the more specific descriptions of accounting procedures. Next slide, please. Next, we're going to move on to the flow accounting criteria that were included in the draft Bay Delta Plan updates released in October. The first set of criteria pertain to water rights and are found in sections 4.4.10 and 4.4.10.1. First, in advance of adoption, the water rights covered by voluntary agreements will need to be identified. This is needed to establish which water rights would not be subject to the requirements of the regulatory pathway. That said, it is important to note that under the draft plan updates, VA water rights would be subject to curtailment when water is not available at the priority of a given right consistent with water right priorities. This provision, in combination with water accounting that ensures that the water that is being provided for in-stream flow purposes as part of the VAs is being protected consistent with the water right priorities and other in-stream flow protection provisions, will ensure that the VAs do not impact other legal users of water and meet other applicable legal requirements. Specifically, on the timescale of implementation of flow actions, the specific water rights that are being used to make water available must be identified to ensure that the water is available under those rights at the time that the water is being dedicated in stream. Other provisions are then needed to ensure that the water that is made available as additive in-stream flow that can be protected from diversion, including accounting provisions that we will discuss today, and confirmation that the rights used to make water available are not duplicative of other rights that are continuing to be used. The dedication must also not otherwise injure legal users of water or unreasonably impact fish and wildlife. Although the draft plan updates contemplate that Water Code 1707 petitions would not be required to protect these flows from diversion, the State Water Board would need to be able to make the same findings that would be necessary to approve a 1707 or similar petition. Namely, that the water provided in stream is from valid water rights, and the water being made available under that right for in-stream flow purposes is available and can be protected from use by other diverters consistent with water right priorities. It is also important to note that the same criteria identified here apply to water rights supporting the various water purchase programs. Finally, the draft plan updates propose two alternative approaches to protect the VA flow base from future development of surface water divisions within the watershed pursuant to new approvals of water right applications or change petitions. The two approaches included in the draft plan amendments include alternative 6A as described in the draft staff report, as well as subjecting new or expanded diversions to the regulatory pathway described elsewhere in the draft plan updates. These options, as well as any further suggestions submitted by other agencies or the public, will be the subject of further discussion at the board workshop to be held on January 23rd of next year. Next slide, please. The next set of flow accounting criteria are found in section 4.4.10.3 of the draft plan updates, and we'll spend the next several slides going over these criteria. Please note that some criteria have been summarized for the purposes of presentation. Several general criteria are identified in the draft updates, all of which should be independently verifiable as feasible. These include: first, transparent reporting of base conditions and additive VA flows should be provided on at least a weekly basis with monthly running summaries and annual reports. Second, the assumptions and rationale used to define base operations as compared to operations with the VAs should be documented. Third, documentation should be provided to demonstrate that VAs do not and have not affected base operations, including on a seasonal basis and year to year. Fourth, the VA accounting should demonstrate that water use has not expanded to reduce base flows in a manner inconsistent with the provisions to protect VA base flow described in section 4.4.10.1 of the draft plan updates. Next slide, please. Continuing with the general flow accounting requirements, the fifth is that verification should be provided that implementation of VAs has not resulted in another VA party or water user reducing flow bypass or release due to the provision of VA flow commitments. Sixth, in order for the regulatory and VA pathways to work together, it will be necessary to demonstrate that flows provided by non-VA parties subject to regulatory provisions of the Bay Delta Plan are additive to VA flows. Seventh, it will be necessary to document specific methods used to determine export limits to bypass other VA flows provided by export reductions, other regulatory flows to meet Bay Delta Plan requirements, and any other in-stream flow dedications. And finally, documentation of all other methods needed to account for the addition of VA flows to to approved base conditions on a near-time basis and annually. Next slide, please. Next, for flows made available through groundwater substitution, the draft plan updates identify 5 specific additional criteria. First, measurement and reporting of the amount of increased groundwater pumping conducted to provide VA flows. Second, identification of the locations and characteristics of the groundwater wells used. Third, historical groundwater pumping records for the wells used. Fourth, development of a monitoring plan to assess the effects of groundwater pumping. And fifth, verification methods to ensure that any water made available through groundwater substitution is producing additive flows without redirected impacts to stream flows and is consistent with implementation of the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, or SGMA. Next slide, please. For flows made available through land fallowing, the draft plan updates identify 4 specific additional criteria. First, identification of the specific fallowed parcels by March 1st of each year. Second, verification of baseline cropland planting conditions absent VA actions. Third, documented calculations of the volume of water provided by fallowing over base conditions using assumptions approved by the executive director. And fourth, crop maps and monitoring methods used to conduct field monitoring activities to confirm fallowing. Next slide, please. For flows made available through reservoir reoperations, the draft plan updates identify 2 additional criteria. First, verification that net additive flows are provided during January through June above approved base conditions. Second, reservoir refill provisions are included that avoid reductions in flows during the January through June time period in all years except wet water year types. Next slide, please. Over the next several slides, I'm going to go over a summary of outstanding issues in the flow accounting procedures identified by Water Board staff in our review. Before I get to the specific issues, I want to identify that the summary reflects the status of the documents that were made available at the time of release of the draft plan updates and the new VA documents received at that time. Subsequent to the receipt of the most recent documents posted on the board's website and referenced in the notice for these workshops, board staff have participated in a number of meetings with DWR and Reclamation that have yielded some progress on some accounting issues that we expect to see reflected in VA panel presentations during today's workshop. Next slide, please. The outstanding issues identified by staff fall into several categories that generally coincide with the criteria that I just went over. So there will be some inevitable duplication, but I'll try to keep that to a minimum. The first 3 slides will cover issues pertaining to the VA flow accounting base, including project operations and biological opinions, non-project based conditions, and transparency and reproducibility. Following that, there will be 1 slide each on groundwater substitution, land fallowing, and reservoir reoperation and refill provisions, water purchases, delta regulatory offsets, and provisions for updating assumptions or methods. Next slide, please. First set of issues pertain to the expression of the VA flow accounting base for project operations. Among the various accounting procedures for project tributaries, delta exports, and delta outflow, staff found differing descriptions of the reference operation or VA flow accounting base. All include references to Decision 1641 and varied descriptions of the biological opinions, including 2019 BIOPS, 2024 BIOPS, and BIOPS and incidental take permits. Staff appreciate that the state and federal ESA consultations on the long-term operations of the projects have been ongoing while the accounting procedures were developed, and that in a little over a week, the recently released biological opinions are expected to go into effect. That said, in order to solidify the accounting procedures, all procedures involving project operations should be consistent and unambiguous as to the biological opinions and ITPs and provisions thereof that comprise part of the VA flow accounting base. Additionally, it should be clear whether the VA accounting base is subject to change during the VA term, and if so, what process would be involved in updating it. Finally, assuming that the VA parties propose to update the VA flow accounting base to reflect the 24 BIOPS and ITP, an analysis of the resulting changes to tributary inflow, delta outflow, delta exports associated with that change should be provided to inform finalization of the scientific basis report, supplement, and staff report. Next slide, please. With respect to non-project tributaries, Decision 1641, the biological opinions and incidental take permits are generally not relevant to defining the flow accounting base, with the small exception of the Mokeulmne River Joint Settlement Agreement flow requirements, which are incorporated into D 1641. As mentioned earlier in the presentation, Strategic Plan Table 7 describes the other requirements that comprise non-project tributary flow accounting bases narratively, and more specifics are included in Appendix E to the strategic plan. Staff are working to ensure that we understand these conditions fully in order to inform development of the Appendix B accounting measures and ensure a consistent and transparent approach across non-project tributaries. Staff requests identification of any changes to any given VA flow accounting base through ongoing or near-term actions in other venues that may occur during the term of the VA. Examples of potential changes include FERC relicensing, channel capacity improvements as part of the Mokeulmne River Restoration program, or changes to flood control operations. Next slide, please. The next set of issues pertain to the transparency and reproducibility of the determinations of the VA flow accounting base. First, the draft plan amendments call for transparent documentation of real-time assumptions and data used to define VA base flows. This would include sharing and documentation of tools used by operators to determine VA base flows or other similar information. Second, methods for determining base flow conditions should be as consistent as possible across the watershed. Given the close coordination and shared responsibilities of the State Water Project and Central Valley Project, their respective methods should be consistent. Non-project components should be as consistent as feasible as well, and the controlling operations for all VA components should be communicated clearly. Finally, transparent and implementable provisions should be included to prevent redirected effects to other tributaries, including the Trinity and Stanislaus rivers specifically. Next slide, please. For flow actions supported by groundwater substitutions, procedures that meet the criteria identified in section 4.4.10.3 of the draft plan updates should be developed, including identification of methods to define baseline groundwater pumping conditions, specific stream flow depletion factors associated with groundwater pumping, and provisions to ensure that entities making use of substitute groundwater are adequately coordinated with the reservoir operators providing surface water flows. Next slide, please. For flow actions supported by land fallowing, procedures that meet the criteria specified in the earlier portion of the presentation should be provided. Specifically, crop fallowing acreages and the associated crop duties should be identified, including verification that crop fallowing is net additive and not the result of regular crop rotation. Further, any conveyance losses that would be applied, as well as any other specific assumptions that would be drawn from the transfer white paper or other sources should be specified. Finally, since land fallowing for the purpose of providing flows during January through June differs in timing from more customary water transfer fallowing activities, provisions for coordination of winter spring reservoir operations and subsequent reduction of deliveries should be identified. Next slide, please. For flows provided through reservoir reoperation, the criteria defined on slide 18 should suffice to ensure that the expected net additive flows are provided, including appropriate refill conditions. For reservoir reoperation transfers that are facilitated by the project, refill conditions are generally imposed that confine refill to times when the delta is in excess condition and project reservoirs are in flood control. A general description of this approach can be found in Strategic Plan Appendix E at page 19. These conditions are designed to prevent redirected impacts to project supplies and operations, but are generally not sufficient to prevent reduction of delta inflow and outflow during excess conditions during the VA flow target period of January through June. So expanded measures are needed in order to accomplish that. We expect to hear some input on this issue in later presentations, but note that it may be challenging to resolve. Next slide, please. Of all of the flow accounting procedures, those for water purchases are the least fully developed. Accounting methods should be developed for all potential water purchases consistent with the principles identified for general accounting criteria, as well as those specific to the source of water that is being purchased. As a general matter, Fixed price and permanent water purchases should have accounting methods defined in advance before adoption of the plan and execution of the purchase agreement. For market price purchases, methods should also be defined in advance to minimize delay or negotiation related to accounting terms. The terms of all accounting methods for purchases should be consistent with other VA flow accounting procedures, including the water right criteria identified toward the beginning of the presentation. Next slide, please. Delta regulatory offsets are the method proposed by the projects to demonstrate that VA inflows from project and non-project sources are protected through the Delta and provided as Delta outflow and not exported or otherwise diverted. Specific methods should be identified to quantify regulatory offsets for any water quality objective or other constraint that may control operations. The Delta accounting procedure in the October draft of the Strategic Plan Appendix E identifies methods for flow-based controlling factors, for example, percent of inflow diverted and export constraints based on the Old and Middle River reverse flow index that appear to be adequate, provided that the VA base operation is defined with sufficient transparency, as described earlier. Offsets for water quality objectives that depend on salinity or electrical conductivity are more challenging to formulate and verify, and staff anticipate that initial assumptions may require evaluation and modification. Project operators have made progress in identifying specifically how they intend to address this issue and will present on this approach in today's workshop. Clear procedures should also be identified for both excess and balanced conditions, excess and balanced delta conditions, with clear documentation of the rationale for determinations of delta conditions during times of transition or transiently dynamic hydrological conditions. Finally, the delta accounting procedures contemplate corrections to the accrual of excess days meeting the X2 standard or the triggering of Roe Island, also known as the Port Chicago standard, as a result of VA flows. Since these methods would affect the determination of compliance with existing standards implemented by Decision 1641, these criteria should be formulated specifically. Next slide, please. Finally, there is a need for the flow accounting procedures incorporated into Bay Delta Plan Appendix B to include provisions for updating assumptions or methods in light of improved information. This is necessary because in order to have a well-defined defensible accounting procedure, specific assumptions must be written down while knowing that they are imperfect approximations. Given that, it is important to include procedures for assessing the performance of these methods and assumptions and updating them as necessary and appropriate. As such, staff contemplate that the State Water Board will retain authority to approve updates to methods and assumptions through a public process to ensure that any new assumptions are based on appropriate technical information and are consistent with the intent of adopted accounting procedures. Next slide, please. That concludes our overview of the VA flow accounting provisions and related outstanding issues. The board is currently accepting public comments on the draft updates to the Bay Delta Plan in writing and orally at these workshops. The written comment period was originally scheduled to end December 19th. However, that comment period is now being extended to January 10th, 2025. An updated notice will be posted on the board's website today and an email sent to the board's distribution lists for this comment period extension. Comments related to the workshop topics scheduled for January 23rd continue to be due by January 30th, 2025. Following the public comment period, staff will develop a revised draft of proposed updates to the Bay Delta Plan based on the public comments received. Staff will also continue to review comments on the draft staff report that were received earlier this year and develop responses to comments and any needed refinements to the staff report. After these processes are complete, the State Water Board will consider approval of the Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan and the final staff report, anticipated as early as the second quarter of 2025. But the timing will depend on the extent of the public comment process. Next slide, please. This slide shows our resources and contact information. We have web pages for the Sacramento Delta update to the Bay Delta Plan and for the proposed VAs and for the Bay Delta watershed generally. Comments on the draft plan updates and questions related to the Sacramento Delta update to the Bay Delta Plan should be sent to staff at sacdeltacomments@waterboards.ca.gov. To stay informed of Bay Delta watershed activities, subscribe to our Bay Delta Notices email subscription list. To subscribe, visit the Bay Delta watershed page, scroll to the bottom where you'll find the box shown on this slide and enter your email address. This concludes the staff presentation. We're available for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate the presentation. Certainly, the accounting work is some of the more complex, but some of the more critical work in all of this proposal and what we're doing in helping to ensure we're understanding what's additive to the system and managing the system here all collectively more in real time as well. It's spurring us to do that. I want to thank as well just that the Bureau of Reclamation and DWR and our folks for starting in on some of those conversations, given the complexity of accounting, to start to wend through what are differences of sort of intent or wording and what are things that we need to make sure we're narrowing in on. So I appreciate that narrowing. It's already started to happen. And I know what we've talked about here in previous workshops is the need to have some work groups and some work streams and workflow here that help us narrow across, as we've discussed these days of the workshop, a number of complex issues. So I don't know if Mr. Oppenheimer, if you wanted to make comment on where we are on kind of thinking through what that structure might look like and being able to come back to folks.
So we're planning to set up a series of staff-led working meetings in January and February of next year, where we'll really seek to bring people together to make sure that there's a common understanding of the current basin planning language that we've got out for circulation right now, to determine if there's areas where that language, where sort of the intent may be interpreted differently by different people and it needs to be clarified, as well as looking at areas where there are substantive differences between what's there and what people think should be there. And so where there are substantive differences, we'll use these working meetings to help narrow or ideally bridge some of those differences and hopefully develop some revised language that can be incorporated into the next version of the staff report. Now, I'm not under the illusion that these meetings are going to be, we're going to completely be able to bridge everything. Like I said, hopefully where we can't bridge, we can narrow, but at least we can use them to develop a better understanding of, again, differences of intent and clarifying things and understanding differences of perspective to help us get closer and help us come back to you, the board, with a better appreciation of what those differences are and ideas to sort of solve for them. As I said, we're anticipating doing these in January. We think they will continue into February. I think there'll be a substantial investment of time, both for the staff and for the people who participate. The way we're going to set them up is to invite people who have been individuals and organizations that have been, heavily engaged in the process, people that we think can, offer constructive participation and help clarify the language and, again, narrow and bridge gaps. Having said that, we're also going to publicize these meetings in the interest of transparency and allow anyone who wishes to participate to participate. So they will be open. We're going to seek out specific individuals and organizations. Like I said, we're going to look for a broad range of participation from the water community, the public water agencies, the non-governmental organizations, and as well as tribes to participate. But our intent is not to exclude anybody. To make these work and to make these, be the most productive and successful, it's really going to require people to approach these meetings with a problem-solving mindset, with an open mindset, and in areas where there are substantive differences of opinion, with a mindset of compromise. And so I'm optimistic these will help get us further in the process and get us closer together. Again, it will require substantial time from everybody involved, but in the long run, I'm really hopeful that it will save us time. So More to come on that. Keep an eye out either on our website or through our email list. We'll keep people informed of what's going on there.
Really appreciate that and agree that it can really be a boon to the momentum that we all collectively have in moving forward here in the watershed and in a way that we can try to find as much consensus as possible. But, you know, there will be differences of opinion to your point, and that's okay. That's what this process is about. Thank you for that. I appreciate that update. And again, appreciate the overview of items. Look forward to the panels here and further unpacking what was in the staff presentation around some of these still outstanding issues around accounting. Again, some of the most important work that we can be doing here in the system, better understanding it here all collectively with each other. Looking to fellow board colleagues if after the staff presentation, they had any comments or questions they wanted to particularly make. And hearing none, and let me quickly glance at the platform as well. Let's go ahead and bring up, I know we have a contingent of elected officials from Solano County that would like to make some remarks. So I invite up elected officials to be able to make remark before we transition to the panel. Mayor, Supervisor, good to see you. Right there, there's a microphone there, I believe. Yeah, that you can. I don't know if it needs to be turned on or not, but you should be able to. Okay, thank you there.
Thank you for helping somebody who's technologically challenged.
Morning, thank you for joining us.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Chair Esquivel, board members, staff, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Solano County Supervisor Mitch Mashburn. I'm representing the rich agricultural community of Solano County. I'm the chair of the Board of Supervisors there. Of the many boards I sit on, the two most relevant for the discussion today include the Solano County Water Agency and the Delta Conservancy, of which I'm the past chair. We understand you've been working on the Bay Delta Plan update for some time now, and we applaud your effort to protect all beneficial users of this important resource. We would like to point out or point to the model the Department of Water Resources uses for SGMA, utilizing local control to get the GSAs and groundwater sustainability plans set in place. And with over a 95% success rate, it's a pretty good model to follow. In Solano County, we have a good model to follow as well. We've been essentially doing the Healthy Rivers and Landscape program for 24 years now. Pewter Creek Watershed is a model for voluntary agreements that are done right. There's been proven success in bringing salmon back into the system. They're there literally today. There's salmon in that creek. It required money, science, habitat, and flow. Implementation of the unimpaired flows or the regulatory approach is infeasible on this watershed. It interferes with the existing restoration work on the system. Following unimpaired flows will unseat the system and will demonstrated success in favor of a theoretical success. Even if unimpaired flows could practically be implemented, the cost to Solano County is too high. Unimpaired flows jeopardizes the water supply reliability for 400,000 people in my county. Solano County residents and tens of thousands of acres of productive agricultural land without meaningfully improving the fisheries. It's not going to make it any better than it is now for the salmon. And literally it will set agriculture back over 100 years in our region. Unimpaired flows does not account for or capitalize on the tremendous work that's already done on this system for our fisheries, but instead would reinvent the wheel in an approach that is blind to the features and needs of the watershed itself. The regulatory approach ignores the practical realities of the Pewter Creek system. Lake Berryessa is a federally owned and locally managed reservoir that discharges through the Monticello Dam into Pewter Creek. This structure has limited physical capacity that is not accounted for in the staff analysis. Downstream of Monticello Dam, flows proceed through the Pewter Creek to the Yolo Bypass tow drain in a highly managed flood and drainage system. Neither Pewter Creek or Cache Creek are well connected to the watershed, by the watershed to the Delta. There's not a really good pass through into the Delta itself. Monticello Dam was never designed to release unimpaired flows. That would require months of release, providing little to no benefit to the Delta. If it were designed for unimpaired flows, the flood releases would devastate the communities of Winters, the campus of UC Davis, and unincorporated regions of Yolo and Solano counties. During the above normal wet years, CDFW's Yolo Bypass Wildlife Area would be inundated for months along Pewter Creek, conflicting with the operational needs of that wildlife area and all of its habitats. Regulatory pathway ignores or is inconsistent with existing legal obligations, including the adjudication of the Upper Pewter Creek and Pewter Creek Accord. Pewter Creek has existing governance structures and water rights priorities that are better met or better meet the needs of the water quality plan. Upper Pewter Creek is an adjudicated stream. The program of implementation does not account for this structure. It is not clear how unimpaired flows will be implemented on this watershed. Approximately 90% of the total annual flow of the Pewter Creek, measured at the confluence of the Pewter Creek and the Yolo Bypass, originates from the upper watershed. The Pewter Accord covers lower Pewter Creek operations. This court-approved settlement consists of a governance structure. The lower Pewter Creek Coordinating Committee, funding commitments, flow commitments, science and habitat measures, all of those things. The Solano County Water Agency often spends 4 to 5 times the court-mandated costs for annual monitoring and work on the creek, and has spent $30 million in restoration projects through grant funding, water agency funding, and labor. And recent genetic studies by UC Davis point towards a new run of salmon originating from Pewter Creek. Where else can you find that in the state? We're talking about wild salmon that are originating in Pewter Creek. Amazing for the work that we've done. It's unclear how these provisions will interact with the existing governance on Pewter Creek, including the court-appointed water master and the lower Pewter Creek Coordinating Committee. Regulatory provisions reserve too much authority and discretion to the state board staff to make critical determinations that will adversely affect water rights. It will displace the work already done and structures vested in the system of governance in favor of an executive director without regional knowledge and no real checks and balances. If unimpaired flows is to be implemented, it needs to demonstrate that a methodology that at a minimum would account for these existing legal requirements and appropriately respect the rights in a transparent process for all of the users who have water rights on that system. In the Pewter watershed, unimpaired flows would unseat a program with proven results in favor of an uncertain and theoretical one. The lower Pewter Creek Coordinating Committee, with funding from CalFed Watershed Program, has developed a watershed management action plan in 3 parts. Number 1, watershed assessments, that's 2005. A scientific assessment of current conditions. Number 2, stewardship meetings to determine community priorities, that was 2007. And number 3, priority projects, a synthesis of science and community priorities. The overarching goal of the plan is to restore the lower Pewter Creek to self-sustaining ecological condition with particular attention to a natural channel morphology as a foundation of ecological health and recognition that communities manage watersheds. The diverse beneficial uses on Pewter Creek have been able to thrive precisely because of the tributary specific multi-factor approach taken here. This approach has empowered Pewter stakeholders to move nimbly and adaptively and enhance collaboration along the way. Threatening a 55% unimpaired flow requirement is unproven and is required to meet all beneficial uses, let alone as a feasible or attainable means to meet water quality objectives. This is particularly true in consecutive dry, critical years when reservoir storage is strained. With all this in mind, we are committed to healthy rivers and landscapes because that is precisely what we've been doing for the last 20 plus years. And we have proven success that it works. We don't need years of trial and error with another program. We're implementing it the right way right now. And just as a caveat, there are 2 things that I'd like to point out. I'm a 4th generation, my daughter's a 5th generation in Solano County. And I can tell you that there are times when, if we were to go back in time to unimpaired flows before that dam existed, when that creek ran dry. So what we're talking about now, if we were to implement unimpaired flows, would be the destruction of the habitat that has allowed those salmon to thrive there. And the possibility that that creek could run dry again. And all of those species and all of those things living there, all of the potential benefits to the delta of water coming down could go away for a period of time, especially in our dry years. And Lord knows in California, we have those. I appreciate your time and your indulgence. Thank you very much.
Thank you as well, Supervisor. Mayor.
Thank you. Good morning. It's good to see you all again, Chair Esquivel, Board. Once again, my name is Alma Hernandez. I want to say good morning to everybody, all staff and members of the public as well. I serve as the mayor of the city of Suisun City. I also sit on the board of the Solano County Water Agency and the Suisun Solano Water Authority and the Suisun City Housing Authority. This morning, I want to talk to you a little bit about how the unimpaired flows impairs public water systems' abilities to perform responsible water management planning. The cities of Vallejo, Benicia, Fairfield, Vacaville, and Suisun City all rely on the Solano project to provide municipal water supplies. The approach advocated by staff would result in drastic reductions in that supply, both in quantity and in reliability. The regulatory provisions reserve too much authority and discretion to state board staff to make critical determinations that could adversely affect water rights and eliminates oversight mechanisms that would allow users to participate in the process. For example, staff may modify deadlines for unimpaired flow objectives implementation, modify compliance points for unimpaired flow requirements, approve or modify seasonal or annual adaptive compliance plans, approve or modify on a rolling basis long-term temperature management plans, approve or modify annual temperature management plans in addition to long-term plans, approve or modify reservoirs, carryover storage requirements, modify on a rolling basis curtailment methodology, and develop biological goals for state board consideration. And I'm happy to reference page numbers to all of these items as well. Any and all of these actions impact water supply for the municipalities without notice or appropriate due process. These reduced deliveries will impair Solano County agencies to meet urban water management plan water supply requirements for dry and drought years. Now I want to take a little bit of a time to look at how Puda Creek in particular would be affected by unimpaired flows that does not meet basic water code objectives under section 13241. In considering the water quality objectives, Water Code 13241 directs that board is to consider past, present, and probable future beneficial uses of water. The regulatory approach does not account for adjudicated rights on the upper Puda Creek, nor does it appropriately acknowledge the existing structures currently in place as a result of the Puda Creek Accord. Extensive work has already been done, as Supervisor Mashburn mentioned, on this particular system to identify and catalog these users. The proposed regulatory approach does not consider or take advantage of this knowledge. This is a rain-fed system that feeds into shallow waterways, not the snow-fed system flowing from Shasta. The cold water pool requirements of staff's proposed approach are at best inappropriate and at worst harmful to existing fisheries. This cannot be a one-size-fits-all approach. Every watershed is different. The board must consider water quality conditions that could reasonably be achieved through the coordinated control of all factors which affect water quality in the area. Puda Creek represents a very small proportion of total delta outflows, only 1%, and yes, yet it is forecasted to provide a much higher proportion of flow under the proposed approach. There is no evidence that can contribute the contribution of the unimpaired flow flows will achieve the water quality targets that the board seeks, and more reasonable approaches are readily available through existing management mechanisms. As has been detailed in other comments, such as from the board Supervisor Mashburn, the reduction in water deliveries associated with unimpaired flow would be economically devastating for Solano County and disadvantaged communities like Suisun City. Cuts of this magnitude jeopardize water supply for Solano County residents, including many disadvantaged communities overall. As a mayor who is in as many mayors in Solano County, we are tasked to do a lot of long-range view planning, specifically now with the pressure of state with our housing elements that will be audited this upcoming year. We are at a point in time that we have to be very strategic about how we plan the development of our communities, the reliance of water for both economic development plans, where my city is currently working on a master economic development plan now, as well as the housing requirements that we need. We all are looking at how do we strategically and with the best use of our current knowledge are able to deliver on these plans. So the water question is why you're hearing a lot from Solano County, because we have a water resource we've been relying on for over the past 20 years, and to have that jeopardized, as you can tell, caused a lot of anxiety and stress in my region and my community. I want to echo the comments of my colleague, Supervisor Mashburn. We are committed to the Healthy Rivers and Landscape Program. We have been doing Healthy Rivers and Landscapes, as was mentioned, over 20 years. And we have proven success. We believe it works, and we believe it's a really good model. And we look forward to continued collaboration with staff. We continued opportunities to connect with the board and opportunities to continue to share our story as well. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you both as well. Appreciate your participation and comments here this morning. I just do want to make a couple of notes. When it comes to the regulatory backstop, note that the agreements contemplates the board adopting a regulatory backstop. So appreciate the concerns about what the board has constructed, but ultimately we will be adopting something. So I want to make sure we're focused on how to make that implementable. Additionally, I know sometimes folks, when they hear unimpaired flow, they think we're trying to turn the system back to a previous moment. We can't. We can't undo the system that we have here. And truly, when we talk about an impaired flow, it's really about a measuring stick, how much to keep within the system. And a percentage of impaired flow is simply a measuring device amongst that. So, but really appreciate the comments, understand the concern, and look forward to that engagement so we continue to better understand these projects and their consequences potentially. So thank you. With that, I'd like to call up our first panel. And I believe we have the Department of Water Resources, Bureau of Reclamation, and other agreement parties. Apologize for the bit of the awkward setup as we're all kind of looking up our nose here. So. Good morning. Good to see you.
Great. Good morning. Thank you for having us again. Really appreciate being here. Appreciate that. It looks like a new room here. It's fancy. So,
you know how carb rolls. So
yeah. Good morning, Chair and board members. Eric Lobashevsky with Department of Water Resources. Here with fellow colleagues. Here to give you some more opening details and further details on the ground we've traveled around flow accounting. I'll turn it over to second to all the colleagues here, but I just wanted to provide kind of an opening framing comment, that we have been, and continue to work to narrow issues and questions and resolve questions around flow accounting topics related to the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program. And so we really hope these upcoming presentations kind of acknowledge and showcase the narrowing of that field. We're interested in not only feedback from board staff, board members, members of the public, but also really interested in the next steps beyond these workshops that will continue to get us to narrow this field. And I really appreciate kind of the acknowledgement earlier there by Mr. Oppenheimer about these working groups. I think that feels like a great way that gets us down that road of starting to continuing to narrow that field. And I think with that, I'd like to turn it over, I believe, to my colleague, Molly White here.
All right, good morning, Chair Esquivel, board members. I'm glad to be here again today. My name is Molly White, and I'm with the Department of Water Resources, and I'm representing the State Water Project. I'm also here with the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation, as well as water agency representatives from the HRL participating tributaries. Before we get started, I do want to note that the HRL parties have spent a substantial amount of time prior to April 23 to draft implementing agreements, which contained important implementation and operational details for the contributing water sources. These documents included initial flow accounting approaches and were provided to the board and have been available on the CNRA website. Additional work was completed from April to October of this year between the HRL parties, DWR, and the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation and Water Board staff, focusing in on flow accounting documents and refining elements of the HRL strategic plan, science plan, and governance plan. While we recognize that there is still work to be done, there's been a tremendous amount of effort put forth by the parties to date. Information provided today touches on that work. There are 3 distinct panels that will provide information for the board to consider today. We appreciate your feedback. The first panel will provide an overview of operations, delta accounting, and specific tributary HRL considerations. The second will focus on HRL flow measurement accounting, and the last panel will address tool development and implementation. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, we have been in coordination with state board staff well before 2023 on early accounting principles. Regular flow accounting meetings with HRL parties and state board staff began in May of 23 and continued through and into this past summer. In addition to the broader meetings, there have been individual tributary meetings with board staff and the California Department of Fish and Wildlife to focus on the specifics of each tributary. Since the State Water Project and Central Valley Project have a major role in managing flow in the Delta, we have been working diligently on developing an accounting framework to ensure that the water made available by the HRL parties contribute to additional outflow. And they also include a defensible methodology that will verify that the additional HRL flows are not exported by the projects. Section 4.410.3 of the Program of Implementation sets forth the accounting provisions, and what you will hear today are a subset of examples of accounting methodologies that will be incorporated into the future development of a flow accounting protocol document to be included in Appendix B of the Program of Implementation. We look forward to and do commit to further collaborate with board staff and the board to inform this document. With that, I will pass it on to my colleague here, Levi Johnson with the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation.
Thank you, Molly. Levi Johnson, Central Valley Operations Office. Happy to be here. I'll note that building upon previous workshops, we are looking to continue that deep dive into the flow accounting concepts. As a starting point, be really prudent to recognize the State Water Project and Central Valley Project or projects as the major player in Delta operations and the backstop for meeting Delta requirements, including those under D1641, both flow and water quality requirements that we meet jointly as projects. We also, as projects, coordinate on Old and Middle River flow management as prescribed under ESA and CISA through the incidental take permit. With that backdrop, we can then layer on the HRL flow components in the Delta. And then to do that, we do need to recognize development of a methodology to verify that those HRL flow assets or volumes are there, and specifically to ensure that those assets are made available as additional outflow above what is needed to meet these slew of current requirements. Next slide, please. Reiterating, our projects coordinate jointly to meet these numerous Delta standards and requirements, be it through water right orders, D1641, Endangered Species Act, or CISA. And these coordinated operations occur in a system driven by numerous variables, including meteorology and hydrology, tidal cycles that heavily influence Delta conditions, accretions, depletions, depicted here with these blue arrows. And these factors are highly variable and very challenging to forecast and very challenging to operate around. To meet these requirements, we have several options. State Water Project, Central Valley Project operate and utilize storage in our facilities, and we utilize releases. These releases are not just for these Delta requirements. They also go to requirements and goals on the tributaries. We also have the ability to manage pumping, export adjustments through the federal and state pumping facilities or export facilities, for example, to manage OMR, Old and Middle River. And then finally, I'll note the Delta Cross Channel. There are other facilities and operations in the Delta that need to be considered. The Delta Cross Channel Gate is an excellent example where we can manage the flow from the Sacramento River into the interior Delta. These highly complex and challenging operations are underpinned by the Coordinated Operations Agreement between Reclamation and DWR. This allows us to manage and share the responsibilities to meet these joint requirements and also the benefits of the project. Next slide, please. Diving a bit deeper into some of the D1641 joint requirements that are listed here. This figure I really like. It helps illustrate several of these compliance points and facilities within the Delta. I'll just note that these compliant points are static. These facilities are static. The hydrodynamics of the Delta, of course, are anything but static. And to meet these, under dry conditions, the projects do rely on stored water in our facilities to help meet these requirements. Finally, I'll just note here on this slide the illustration of the Old and Middle River concept with that large dark arrow in the south of the Delta that we manage project exports to meet. Next slide, please. So I think consistent with what we've heard and what's been presented over the years under the HRL program, the expectation is that these HRL flows are being made available as outflow above and beyond what would be necessary to meet these Delta requirements. And that includes ensuring that these HRL flows are not being exported and are actually contributing to outflow. Because of this extremely dynamic nature of the system, and because of the numerous requirements we've illustrated here and that the projects are jointly responsible for, we are highly coordinated and currently utilize robust accounting and tracking of daily system conditions, both in the Delta and on our project tributaries. Next slide, please. So coordination of project operations cannot happen effectively without strong partnerships. And over the years, the projects, CVP and SWRCB, have really embraced a robust posture of coordination, transparency, and accountability. I'll point to the numerous species-specific and tributary-specific technical teams that exist currently and that meet regularly. These have participation from the federal and state fishery agencies, board staff, other partners to help update and inform on project operations. The projects issue weekly project operations outlooks and assessments. These provide estimated ranges of operations and really help tie together all of these requirements that we discussed and the status of critical fish species. This all in the effort to help inform our operations and transparency around those operations. Finally, there's a WAMP, Water Operations Management Team, that meets weekly to work through any elevation items that emerge out of these technical teams. And this commitment to transparency in these technical teams are codified in ESA. These operational outlooks, all the team meetings from the technical teams in WAMP are 508 compliant and publicly available. It's a large amount of information. And so when we pitch here a possible coordination team for the HRL flows, we can look to WAMP as a possible governance structure to model this team after. And really, I'd pitch that we want to build upon this culture of transparency that we've embraced to envision some flow operations team or equivalent to help support the HRL program. We'll get into a little bit more detail in panel 3 on this. It could be modeled after WAMP, and really the intent would be to help review these reference conditions, ensure appropriate tracking and reporting, and that would include, and I think state staff or board staff mentioned this concept of delta offsets as part of the delta accounting framework. And I'll pitch it to Molly to get into some more detail on those offset concepts.
Thank you, Levi. Next slide, please. The regulatory offsets to protect HRL flows. Levi addressed the joint delta regulatory requirements that the projects are required to meet. DWR and reclamation, we've dedicated a lot of thought and discussions, coordination, not only between the two agencies to develop a framework, but also discussing, coordinating with board staff as well on the development of these regulatory offsets. They are a critical component of the delta flow accounting methodology, as they will truly be needed and required and used to demonstrate that additional HRL flows are contributing to increased outflow and are not being diverted by the State Water Project or Central Valley Project. A regulatory offset is essentially an adjustment to regulatory requirements, such as delta water quality or flow standards. The adjustment will reflect the presence of new water introduced to the HRL program. These offsets would modify existing standards to account for the flow provided by the HRL program. And these adjusted standards are what the Central Valley Project and State Water Project would operate to during the HRL deployment. An adjustment to outflow is pretty straightforward. The required outflow would be adjusted by the HRL flow asset. For water quality, DWR and reclamation would use the G model to calculate the respective salinity improvement attributed to the increased outflow and adjust the required water quality standard accordingly. The G model is an empirical equation that relates flow to water quality for specific compliance locations in the Delta. The next couple of slides I'll go over will have some examples. So if we can go to the next slide, please. For example, say it is April and the projects are operating to meet Spring X2 at Collinsville. This is a monthly requirement and there are 3 ways to meet it. Either meeting a 3-day average outflow of 7,100 CFS, a daily salinity of 2.64 micromoles per centimeter, or through a 14-day average salinity of 2.64 micromoles per centimeter. With an additional 1,500 CFS of HRL flows, the outflow requirement would be increased by that value, the 1,500 CFS, and the new adjusted regulatory requirement would be 8,600 CFS for outflow. Using the G model, as I described in the previous slide, the increase in outflow would improve the salinity, or EC, by about 0.8 micromoles per centimeter. Therefore, the water quality standard would be reduced and adjusted to 1.84 micromoles per centimeter, which is a fresher standard. And it is this outflow and water quality that the projects would operate under this construct of 1,500 CFS of additional flows being added to the system. Next slide, please. Here is a visual example when the delta is in balanced conditions. We have the reference flow operations schematic on the left and the reference flow plus HRL flow schematic on the right. As Mr. Holland recognized and discussed this morning in his overview, we'll be using the term reference flows to really demonstrate that is a flow within the system absent any HRL flow. Okay. So the schematic with the reference flows absent the HRL flows to the left includes the delta outflow requirement D1641 of 7,100 CFS in red. The yellow arrows represent the project tributaries that and those are the reference flows, not only to meet the in-stream local requirements, but also those that may be needed to meet our delta standards as well. The schematic on the right shows the increased flows attributed to the HRL program in green, and the delta outflow, as shown in red, has been adjusted by the addition of 450 CFS of deployed total HRL flows. As shown between the two schematics, the exports remain the same, and there is not an XBAR. And because it is a critically dry year, there is not an asset developed by the projects in this example. The State Water Project and project reference flows and exports will be in accordance with meeting D1641, the expected 2024 BIOP, as well as a 2024 ITP for the State Water Project. Next slide, please. Here's the same schematics, but addressing excess conditions with restricted exports. Although the actual delta outflow is greater than what is required absent the HRL flows, even in excess conditions, it will be very important to calculate the regulatory offset for D1641 flow and water quality standards, as it is very important to quantify and verify that the HRL flow volumes were deployed in wetter conditions. As compared to the critically dry year, there are more HRL flow assets being deployed in this wetter year. This is truly this is truly an illustrative example. And there are HRL flows being deployed from the Sacramento, Feather, Yuba, American, Eastside, and somewhere from the San Joaquin River, as well as an export reduction of about a little over 1,000 CFS there at the Delta export facilities. Between the tributary and export reductions, there is about 4,600 CFS of increased outflow attributed to the HRL deployments. While these two slides depict an operational snapshot, in panel 3 will focus on the web portal that will be available to the public and also provide the ability to track, verify, account, and report the HRL assets. So again, as shown in here in the reference plus HRL flows, it's the added green flows that are going into the system, and then recognizing those flows and accounting for those as delta outflow. Next slide, please. A key objective of the accounting process is to demonstrate and verify that HRL flows in the system are added to delta outflow and that they are not being exported by the projects. The verification will involve a combination of real-time operational adjustments and retrospective accounting to ensure that additional flows contributed to delta outflow as intended. Modeling tools such as DSM-2 will be used to demonstrate that the State Water Project and Central Valley Project would have met the requirements absent any HRL flows. It is expected that the proposed flow operations team, as Levi walked through, would provide an appropriate forum to coordinate the flow verification. And not only would it be the appropriate forum for flow verification, but also a forum where the tributaries and operators can meet regularly to understand what those reference flow conditions are prior to any deployment of the HRL flow. Next slide, please. So tributary and reference flows. Each tributary providing flows for the benefit of an increased flow will have a reference flow. Whether the tributary is a State Water Project, Central Valley Project managed tributary, a non-project tributary participating in the HRL program, or a tributary that is not participating in the HRL program and has a different regulatory requirement, such as unimpaired flow, would all participate and provide their respective operations, say, in a flow operations team. Each tributary's, say, reference flow will differ. Each has specific local requirements such as flood control, minimum in-stream flow requirements or obligations, or temperature management. Beyond these local obligations, the State Water Project and Central Valley Project reference flows will also include those flows needed for downstream needs such as delta flow, water quality, and for export. Next slide, please. Here's an example of the Feather River reference flows from March through June of 2016. The graphic essentially, and these are solely just our reference flows. March started off with excess conditions, and releases from the Feather River were meeting the minimum in-stream flow requirement pursuant to our CDFW agreement. Releases were increased in late March as required by our U.S. Army Corps of Engineers flood control requirements. And in April, they were subsequently reduced back down to minimum requirements. The blue shading is when the delta went into balanced conditions and the reference flows were increased, not only to meet in-stream or minimum in-stream flow requirements, but also to meet downstream flow and water quality requirements and delta exports. Next slide. This slide shows the same reference flow graphic for the Feather River, but with the Feather River HRL flow deployment layered on top. DWR has entered into an agreement with the Feather River HRL parties to release the HRL water from Oroville during the spring period as prescribed by the flexibility brackets in the October 24 updated HRL strategic plan. The water will be repaid back by the HRL parties during the subsequent summer months. During the deployment period, regulatory offsets would be developed to demonstrate and verify the additional delta outflow. And with that, I will pass it on to Alex Rabideau to discuss the Puda Creek HRL program. Thank you.
All right, great. Thanks so much. Yeah, if we could maybe have the next slide, please. So one of the examples was really to provide, again, really, I think for state board staff is what a reference flow. So here on Poudre Creek, as you certainly heard from some of our electeds, we're pretty excited. We've been under our Poudre Creek Accord for the last 24 years and really have reference flows that are part of our water rights right now that really are geared towards native fish species, not just salmon, but collectively all native fish species on Lower Poudre Creek. And these are really geared at 3 locations throughout the Lower Poudre Creek watershed, at a diversion dam down at Interstate 80 and down at the check dam right before the tow drain. And so these are, again, compliance points. We have monthly requirements to meet that. We also had, through our litigation with the Yellow Solana parties, there was identification of a need for both spring pulse flows and fall pulse flows for both adult salmon coming into the system in fall and juveniles making it out into the delta. And so we found that this has been really effective. And this is, again, these are our reference flows. We're already bound within our current water rights. We've implemented these for the last 24 years, and this would continue to be our reference flows. And again, we found that this works really well. If we can just maybe hit the button, the animation, maybe one more, if it works here. Yeah. So one of the things as part of the HRL, the Healthy Rivers and Landscape for Poudre Creek, for us, it would be an additional 6,000 to 7,000 acre feet of water, depending on the year type. And this would be something we'd coordinate really closely with DWR, California Fish and Wildlife, stakeholders within our watershed. But the vision could be something like, well, the Healthy Rivers flow could supplement additional fall post flows to attract salmon into the system once they're found in the tow drain, or additionally in spring as well, spring post flows to really encourage, particularly during drought years, juvenile salmon to really begin leave and exiting the system as we get into the warm water conditions. So these are, again, are just some ideas, but that would really be the deployment where our reference flows would be our accord flows. It's again, very well set in stone, something we've already been complying with for 24 years. And then additive, and very specifically additive, would be our Healthy Rivers flows added on top. Next slide, please. So kind of finishing off, and I apologize, the engineer me always certainly love to have lots of graphics. Certainly I'll try to make this as simple as possible. This really is, again, since Lake Berryessa was filled going back in the late 50s here to currently here through 2024, this is the end of water year storage in Lake Berryessa. So Lake Berryessa, about 1.6 million acre feet is our maximum storage. So this is the end of year right before October 1st. And in blue are wet years. So these are going sometimes wet years are single or multiple years depending on the year. And so what you can see really for our deployment is, in general, what we find is for our deployment comes out of storage. So in drought years, below normal years, that 6,000 to 7,000 acre feet would come out of storage and would be cumulatively coming out of storage. And then when you get these wet years, after oftentimes what we saw in 2017, you'll have again a wet year after you just went through many drought periods, and that refills our reservoir and causes it to spill. And so that's generally how our system works. It's fairly simple in that. There are exceptions, though, I would say, being transparent, is in a year like this one in 2024, now into water year 2025, Lake Berryessa is at 90% full. We're really lucky. Our reservoir is very full. We're going into the water year with really positive water supplies. So in this case, even if we deployed our Healthy River flows here in fall, so right now we'd be deploying it for adult salmon in the system, it would only take a normal year, maybe even slightly below normal, because our reservoir is so full, where our lake would spill regardless. And we don't have it's not operated for flood control. Once the lake is full, every drop leaves the system. So that would be the exception. That's usually more the rarity, but there are cases when we already have a full reservoir, we can't control it. Water is going to leave the system regardless. So in a nutshell, that's how it would work on Poudre Creek. Thank you.
Okay, I think I'm up next. If we could get the next slide, please. Good morning. Nice to see you all again. Alice Tui, East Bay Mud. I'm just going to talk really quickly about the Mokeulmne. I think I only have a couple of minutes, so I'll try to be fast. There's a lot of similarities, I think, between how East Bay Mud built our proposal and Poudre Creek. As I think you all know, we have our joint settlement agreement. That was a FERC settlement agreement between East Bay Mud, CDFW, U.S. Fish and Wildlife that went into place in 1999, and those requirements were incorporated into D1641. So that sets minimum release requirements based on fish life cycle and year type. That also has some temperature management requirements. All of that we're planning to carry forward. And we've really designed our VA program to build on that success. People are probably sick of me saying this, but We are not sick of saying it at East Bay Mud. This is the second year in a row of record-setting salmon returns for us. Last year, we had a record at 28,000 fish. The report I got yesterday is that we're up to 35,000 now. So we're very excited about that. And again, we really want to continue to build on that success. So you can see in this chart, way over on the left, our 1961 requirement, that was an agreement with CDFW, had relatively low required minimum releases. Then in the middle, you can see that D1641 JSA, that's when that requirement kicked in. And you can see by year type how much water we're required to release. And then over on the far right, that's our planned HRL proposal. And I should say that's not just East Bay Mud. We do have cooperation on those releases from several other diverters on the Mokeulmne River that we've been working with. And I'm next going to talk a little bit about just the Comanche releases. I do want to say in terms of process, as was alluded to earlier, we've been working on this for quite a few years. We developed a detailed implementation agreement. There were those flow accounting work groups that included CDFW, DWR, state board staff that were meeting every other week. That group kind of developed a template that we then used to sort of develop our detailed flow accounting procedure. And we, submitted that, got comments back from DWR, CDFW, state board staff. We had a couple meetings with state board staff that helped us to kind of understand their comments and revise our document and flesh it out a little bit. So hopefully it's a little bit clearer how we're going to be operating. If I could get the next slide, please. So there's a few parts of our proposal. Since we're kind of focusing on reference conditions here, I'm going to focus on our Comanche releases. And again, we're very excited about this in terms of, the potential that we see to further help our fish. Again, this table shows the releases we've committed to in dry, below normal, and normal and above JSA year types. So that is one thing that's unique about us. We do have our own year type that's a little bit different from Sacramento River Index. So that we recognize creates a little bit of accounting challenges sometimes, but I think we've been able to mostly kind of resolve that issue. We are a little bit unique in that while we are reserving most of the water for the spring block, we do have a water set aside each year for fall. Similar to what Puda was saying, we do those attraction pulses in October. We found that to be really useful. And again, since we're building on our JSA proposal, which already has substantial spring releases, we thought that was a good use of some additional water there. Our baseline is just our current minimum required releases. So that's the JSA D1641. That includes some complexity though. We have required releases at Comanche. We are required to maintain flows below Woodbridge. There's gain share water if we buy supplemental supplies. We also have some permit conditions. So a lot of the work in our flow accounting is making sure that the VA flows are on top of all of that. So we're really committed to making sure that we are not double counting, if that makes sense. We really want to make sure that the VA is truly additive to all those other requirements. And that's why we have kind of a lengthy spreadsheet where we spell out all those different requirements. The way this would work in practice is that we would be using our existing JSA governance structure. That group would meet probably starting in January, February. They'd look at the year type. They'd see how much water they have available and make one or more recommendations for how to deploy that water. I say one or more because if the year type changes or if there's some kind of shift, they might make a modification later. And again, this is all to benefit fish. So for example, they might look and say, wow, it's a dry year. We've got 10,000 acre feet. We want to use most of that in April and save a little bit for those fall pulses. So that block of water would then be spread. We have our current daily release requirements. So basically that block of water would be added to those daily release requirements. And we would be able to then report on that and show that we are meeting those release requirements at Comanche. Even though we're not a project tributary, we plan to be part of this flow operations team, obviously for coordination. If there's requests about how we deploy our flows to benefit the Delta, we are also interested in Delta operations because our fish go through the Delta and we care about our fish. So yeah, we're looking forward to being part of that process. And I think with that, I think I'm turning it over to Willie next. Willie Whittlesby. Yeah.
Next slide, please. Chair Esquivel, board members, good morning. I'm Willie Whittlesey, General Manager of Yuba Water Agency. I'd like to first describe how reference conditions are set on the lower Yuba River. Yuba Water Agency's HRL flow contribution is operated on a well-defined reference condition, the foundation of which is the Yuba Accord's required flow schedule. Yuba Accord flows were designed to provide stable rearing flows in the winter when conditions are dry increased Yuba River outflow in the spring for salmon migration, substantial summertime flows to maintain protective water temperatures, and then optimal flows for spring and fall run spawning in the fall and early winter. These Yuba Accord flows define the reference flow conditions for Yuba River outflow in the drier years, for spring outflow, which is when Yuba water would be releasing its HRL flows. In wetter years with more runoff, Yuba Water currently operates its reservoir to target 650,000 acre feet at the end of September. This end of September carryover storage target defines the amount of stored water to be released through the spring and summer. These two sets of Yuba Accord measures, the ability to operate in both wetter and drier conditions, covers the full range of hydrology where Yuba Water will be adding its HRL flow contribution. Yuba Water has daily accounting of without accord, baseline conditions, and actual accord operations continuously for the past 18 years. DWR has verified this accounting in each year, creating a continuous record that demonstrates Yuba Water's ability to accurately account for Yuba River outflow conditions. Turning to how our water is generated and additive to increase delta inflow under the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program. As I mentioned, since 2007, Yuba Water has been targeting an end of September storage of 650,000 acre feet through our operations under the Accord. Very simply, for our HRL flow contribution, Yuba Water will target storage 50,000 acre feet lower at 600,000 acre feet and release that additional 50,000 acre feet in the springtime. What we have been doing for 18 years, we will continue, but with greater springtime releases to contribute to delta inflow. And as we discussed 2 weeks ago, reservoir operations require a careful consideration of hydrologic conditions across time to meet needs, whether it's delta inflow, temperature management, in-stream flows, irrigation deliveries. We have to consider all of it. As analyzed and modeled in the draft staff report, there is a shift in the timing of refill under our HRL operations, where the delta is getting a lot, additional April through June inflow, when it's most needed as a percentage of unimpaired inflow, for a little, a smaller proportional decrease in January through March inflow when inflows are high. This is a fundamental characteristic of a responsible reservoir reoperation proposal, and it's been reflected in the modeling, including the 2023 draft staff report. So the figure on this slide is an example of how HRL flows could be deployed in an example dry water year. This is 2013, a Schedule 2 year under the Yuba Accord, and you can see the foundation provided by the Accord flows, the remaining inflow from the lower Yuba uncontrolled areas, and how Yuba Water's HRL flow commitment builds on those elements. In the past, I've heard us talk about a block of water. In the development of Yuba's reservoir reop, that's what we were looking for, as a springtime block of water, and this is an example of that block of water. As I said, the accounting is established, and it's on a daily schedule, and it's replicable. I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you today. Thank you. Next slide, please.
That essentially concludes this first panel's presentation. A lot of information was provided as we look forward, and definitely hearing about work groups and so forth. Additional work needs to be done, just really for the leveraging the existing information that's been developed and incorporating those into flow accounting protocols. There's items here. This is not everything that would be included in a protocol document, but certainly these are some initial key items that would be included, and we'll wrap it up there.
Great, really appreciate the presentation and information. And really, obviously narrowing in here on the fact that it really is Appendix B that I think that we need to be focused on, develop, co-develop, and I think that additional detail will help us all, make sure we're seeing the same project here and narrowing what concerns we have. But just appreciate again the information and here the opportunity for us to really focus in on Appendix B as a work product that really needs to be further developed. Looking to fellow board colleagues if they had any question or comment off the bat. Board Member Firestone.
See if I can use, is that on? Yeah. The new equipment. Thank you so much. And thanks for also just all the work, because I know there's been so much work, and the ability to break this down for us. At a really high level, one of my questions for this panel, I know we're going to go in, we have 2 more panels to go into more details, but is really around, maybe we could go to slide 19. That's sort of the easiest for me. That was for the Yuba. When we are structuring, my understanding of the VAs is that we are adding water, habitat, coordination, science, and that the idea is we will have more water for fish and better shaping of that water. And in our staff report, in CEQA and all in our scientific basis report, we kind of had to do that. And I think initially from the MOU, we have to do that from a baseline. From I think our executive director has said, from the perspective of the fish, one of the questions is there going to be more water? And is it going to have better shaping than currently because the ecosystems are crashing? And so is there a way in which, and some of this will come, I think leads into issues that we'll talk about in the January workshop. So without going into those issues with this panel, is there a way in which the reference condition will be protected or like more stable over these 8 years so that we can see that there's that fish will actually see more water as a result of this, rather than, because if we're basing this now, and I understand why it makes a lot of sense to base it on a reference condition because things change, and from a accounting standpoint, I understand why you don't want to have these sort of zombie baselines, but from a protection and like the fish actually seeing more water, how can we see, and we're looking at a new administration, we are just getting a new biological opinion, these things are constantly changing. Is there a way that we're protecting that reference condition or having some stability to see that it's additional water for fish in a very real sense from current conditions, rather than if that drops significantly, then that additional water is actually less water than current conditions? Can you just speak to how you're looking at that?
Yeah, I'll break down what I presented, and that is we have the lower Yuba River Accord as our minimum in-stream flows, and they're designed for all the different biological needs in the lower Yuba River. That baseline condition won't be impacted by this contribution. Will show this contribution, the highlighted block of water there, is the additional water Yuba Water Agency will provide, and it's evidenced by, very simply, it exists in the reservoir in April. We know what it is. We know what our forecast is. And instead of drawing our reservoir down to 650, we'll draw it down to 600. So it's real water provided in this April through June timeframe. And that's flexible in that timeframe there. My irrigators will kick me for this, but I will let you know the impact that's suffered is the following year. If it's dry, we still have to put out the Yuba Accord flows. Who's going to be impacted is those irrigators, and we may have to short those irrigators in subsequent years. So generally, that's how this will work for the Yuba River. And again, this is not something that we're going to try. This is something that that we've been doing for 18 years. And this is real. It's simply a responsible reservoir reop. We know the water's in the reservoir in April. We release it in April through June. It's real water in the system. And baseline conditions are protected because they are the Yuba River cord flows. We don't want to harm the fish in July, August, September, and other months. So we'll maintain the Yuba River cord flows.
Yeah.
I would to just add, I mean, it's very similar on the Mokeulmne, you know, our JSA D1641, we have flow requirements all through the year based on fish life cycle. So the way we've kind of been thinking about this with East Bay Mud and our partners is we've got our existing minimum release requirement. We're increasing that, right? And so the idea is that, yeah, I mean, when we do long-term water supply modeling, we consider those JSA requirements. So it's not like we're going to, you know, meet the HRL requirement in the spring, and that means we're not going to meet those JSA flows in the fall or something like that. Like that's just going to be that for us, that baseline is baked in.
Yeah, and I think you know, this top of mind for me is those where there's the protection, you know, where maybe you don't have a more stable accord. And I don't know the timing of things for each tributary. And, but, you know, I know in the Delta, there's a lot of, you know, we'd have a new biological opinion, for example. And so just, you know, if we're changing what that reference condition is, how are we going to have some assurance that there's overall more water and better shaping for the, but particularly that more water for the fish in current times. And, you know, this could be something you follow up on, but I think at a core level, it's that baseline probably issue or question I have.
I'll start here and I'll look to Levi to also chime in just from a project perspective. Is speaking firstly from an upstream perspective, our reference flows are going to be the same essentially with or without HRL program, because we still have our requirements. Our fundamental requirements aren't changing as it relates to our in-stream minimum flow requirements, our flood control requirements, releases needed to meet downstream Delta standards. And so that fundamental reference flow is going to be preserved in a sense as it relates as with changing water year types and so forth. The block of water that we will be providing to the Feather River will be made, it's new water that will be developed, say, with the majority of land being fallowed. So there'll be reduced demands in a sense, and that water will be saved from surface supply that we'll be able to then layer on top on as far as it relates to our feather operations. For the Delta, agree, we have new requirements coming on board with the new 2024 BIOP by the end of the month. Certainly those requirements are not less with respect to, say, the 29 requirements, or I should say less restrictive, or more restrictive, if that makes sense. Essentially, I mean, that baseline there or reference flow will be using that 2024 BIOP and D1641 requirements. And that 2024 BIOP is certainly more prescriptive with operations. I mean, there's more clarity and details on how the projects will operate for the protection of fish species in the Delta. So we will be using those to account for our Delta export VA obligation, HRL obligation.
I'll just add, I think the question is very important and interesting, and we don't have to go back to it, but you know, Alice's slide that looked at the progression of requirements on the MOC are very interesting and kind of get at the heart of what that reference condition is. I think I would point everyone to the commitments in the MOU and agree with Molly's assessment specifically to the BIOPs But, there are possibilities. You look at flood control diagrams that could change, as we're implementing this, that would, theoretically potentially change our flood operations on a tributary. And I think having that operations group to describe and understand what's driving operations kind of real time, that's the perfect venue to kind of explain or describe, well, we've actually had to change our rule curve because of a core condition on one of our reservoirs. And that's why we're operating as we are. So just to kind of make a plug for, this is a very dynamic system, and the history has shown changes in the Delta in terms of requirements and on the tribs. And I think that's just a part of the landscape we operate in.
I just add that, I think we've alluded to it earlier and the staff presentation did as well, that it's one of the core reasons why these upcoming work groups and then development of this Appendix B needs to codify all those details around the references, because some of the subsequent or previous workshops have touched on it as well, as the system does get some dynamic changes. And we need to identify and leave space, in my opinion, for those changes to occur. And where we can't with 1,000% certainty say on one day the reference condition is this, provide space for what gives us the confidence that a process or rule curves or what have you define what that base is, but have a process defined if we get a new rule curve to change. That's still supposed to be additive, all these flows. It's not like, using Levi's example, it's not a rule curve change all of a sudden then, gets to count, these HRL flows. That's not the intent here. But, if we get a requirement from the Corps to change the rule curve, we have to, for other regulatory reasons, adjust, but we still need to add these flows on top of that. And so that's when we talk about, kind of this evolution of reference flows and any process pieces there, that's what we look at. And I think codifying that in these, Appendix B is where we really need to focus energies.
Excuse me, maybe I just add to Lobo a little bit on this and also maybe flexibility. In example, I think on Puda in 2021, we had a complete fish kill that was really out of our control. Devastated the fisheries, the salmon in Lower Puda Creek, caused by natural conditions. And so we were really struggling working with the Department of Water Resources, Fish and Wildlife. What can we do? How can we reoperate? And there's a lot of constraints in the system that outside of our ability on Puda, the other systems were pretty rigid. You don't have that flexibility. Thinking forward, I would think now, something like Healthy Rivers provides flexibility where, okay, we've got a crisis that comes about. Now there's more, again, would like the flexibility to be able to respond in a way that's positive, a way that would actually help. And we may not be able to guarantee it, but we know, putting our heads in the sand and doing nothing is probably not the right option. And so that's something I think would add is just kind of an example, again, something that we've encountered, weren't able to respond. We did everything we could as a local agency, but it was bigger than us. And so just wanted to share, again, I think Healthy Rivers brings some flexibility that could be very promised, I think, collectively across all of our tributaries. Yeah, thank you.
Can I just ask, when it comes to that flexibility and, referencing that fish kill, what could have been done different, do you feel?
Yeah, and this is again, and certainly I think, I don't know if Josh Martinez from DWR is in the back. I know we were working closely with him. I think in a perfect world, if we had gotten more Sacramento River water into the tow drain, flush the tow drain out, because that was really the issue. The tow drain experienced very low dissolved oxygen from an atmospheric river that I think dumped in our watershed, I think 8 inches in October, incredibly unusual. And obviously was doing that across the valley. So I think if we were able to work with Department of Water Resources, other tributaries on the Sac River, put more water somehow, I'm not quite sure how to do that, maybe through Knight's Landing, put it into the tow drain, flush the tow drain to get good water quality conditions, we would have averted, I think, a complete fish kill on Puda Creek. So again, just thinking outside the box a little bit, that's what we were trying. But again, a lot of those processes were above Solano, really out of our ability. So anyways, just think outside the box. That's our thought.
Yeah, greater watershed wide coordination generally. Appreciate that. Board Member Firestone? You're done. Okay. Thank you. And I will say, and I do appreciate your good questions, board member, and the back and forth here. You know, what does come to mind in this, you know, how do we ensure that there is actually more in the system, you know, understanding that it is a complex system, and for the purposes of accounting and these reference flows, they're serving the purpose of ensuring that as, you know, the complexity of those underlying, you know, requirements kind of unfold, that there is, you know, there is that additive amount, and that there isn't sort of an eating away, if you will, of that. But I think that what helps, you know, for at least in my mind, give some comfort in, you know, thinking of how we'll be implementing is that there'll be a regulatory backstop. So when it comes to sort of a percentage of unimpaired flow, again, just using it as a metric to understand, all right, is there, what is the system actually seeing, you know, aside from all of that complexity, it can help kind of inform and give another data point basically as to, you know, what is the system seeing vis-a-vis a percentage of unimpaired flow, and being able to use that as a more consistent sort of measure throughout the projects and these discussions. Knowing again that the accounting here that we're talking about and is in regards specifically to the assets and the VAs. But again, when you think about the system as a whole, how much is remaining within it? I think again, just the measure of a percentage of unimpaired flow can help kind of flesh out that picture better in some of that discussion. Board Member McGuire.
Thank you so much for your presentation on what I think we can all probably agree on is one of the most complicated endeavors that we've ever tried to accomplish in water in California. I don't think I'm understating that either. And you know, certainly we don't have time to do justice to the number of potential questions and topics we could discuss. I mean, each tributary is uniquely situated, as a unique history, unique water rights, and on its own is worthy of probably its own workshop, frankly. So I'm going to try and be mindful of that, but at the same time, and which is why I do have some optimism about the work groups that we're envisioning setting up here in the next few months. I think there's some big topics that will need to be discussed. But what I really hope is it helps inform some of this detailed accounting work. And what I heard was a commitment to continue to work with our staff to hone in on the fundamentals of Appendix B and that accounting. And for me, what I'm trying to get my arms wrapped around is what level of specificity and precision, frankly, needs to be included and should be included in that. I think we heard a lot of good comments about the need for rigor, transparency, reproducibility. All of those things are important. This is a public process. This is a public program. This is for public trust benefits, right? So we really need to realize all of that. So I think to the other board members' comments, what we really want to know at the end of the day is this water appearing, is this water real water that we're going to see, well, not we, but the ecosystem is going to see. And sitting here, I've got, it's hard for me to tell. It's just hard to tell because there's so many moving parts. And so anything that we can do going forward, I think, to help resolve that, I think you've done a lot of great work. It is actually better. I think you've come a long way even since April. I think we're heading in the right direction, but keep the momentum going in terms of trying to bring this in a way that I think everyone can understand as best as possible. So I want to ask a couple questions just as an example, right? And caveating that I have many more that I could ask, but I'm going to not do that. One is a clarifying question on slide 18. If you could pull that up, it's on the Mokeulmne Comanche Reservoir releases. And it may just be that I just didn't hear it, but I saw it in the table. And I'll just, while they're doing that, I'll just mention. So at the top of the table row, there's amounts there. Normal and above year, for example, 45,000 acre feet. That seems, maybe I'm just not understanding what that number is. So could you tell me what those numbers, the 45,000, 20,000 and 10,000 acre feet numbers, what are those?
Yeah, and I apologize if it's not clear. I'm kind of, living in this, so maybe not seeing the forest for the trees. Yeah, so basically, we have our existing JSA release requirements, right? The minimum requirements, and that includes meeting downstream senior water rights, ecological releases. So the idea is that in addition to that JSA release, in a normal and above year, we would make an additional release of 45,000 acre feet from Comanche. Most of that would be in the spring, but we would save some for the fall.
Okay.
So yeah.
So great. I mean, that sounds good. But that seems like it's a lot larger number than what is in the table. The table. So that's where I saw that, and it really threw me off.
Yeah, and I apologize. We had limited time, but yeah. So we have a couple different parts of our flow proposal. The issue for us on the Mokeulmne is, we make these releases at Comanche. We don't have really a lot of control of what happens downstream, and I don't just mean in terms of other, water rights diverters. You get, as the Mokeulmne gets to the delta, you get tidal influences, other hydrodynamic factors that really affect the water. So the way we structured our deal was, we said, look, we're going to make these additional releases from Comanche. That is going to benefit our fish. We do have that negotiated 557. So that is 5,000 acre feet and here we get into the different year type. So that is 5,000 acre feet in Sacramento River index below normal dry years, 5,000 in below normal years, and then 7,000 in above normal years. And so what we've said is, because we can't guarantee, we have no control over whether that 557 materializes. We did long-term modeling. We worked with DWR on that. And the long-term modeling shows that in general, when we make these additional releases from Comanche, we are seeing increases into the delta in critically dry years, below normal years. And so what we've committed to in order to try to maximize flows into the delta and meet that 557 is, number one, we're going to be coordinating with the projects to try to time our operations during times when the delta is in excess condition. But then we do also have a financial backstop that's based on that long-term modeling. Really what we see that the challenge for us is that in above normal years, our system is oftentimes at capacity, right? Like we're making so much flood control releases that there's nowhere to put additional water. So when you look at the modeling and you look at, condition without the VA and condition with the VA in above normal years, you don't necessarily see a difference. And that's because the system's at capacity. There's just nowhere to put additional water. So that's where that financial backstop would come in, where we'd be giving additional funding to the water purchase program.
I see.
I know.
That's a lot, but thank you. That does help explain. I just think I noticed that and just wanted to make sure everyone who's seen the slides was understanding what those numbers meant.
Totally. And to be clear, we did make some changes to the strategic plan and to our flow accounting to try to make that two-part structure a little bit more clear to folks. I think we are very focused on the Comanche releases because, again, that's where we think we're going to see benefits for our fish, which is maybe a little selfish, but that is what we can control.
Okay, thank you. And I think that to the point of where it gets extremely complicated here, I think when it comes to land fallowing and those kinds of efforts, I can understand that. I can understand fallowing a crop and then and seeing that there's a tangible real water supply to the system benefit to that. And I'm not saying we can't do that with reservoir reoperation strategies, but if we've got Solano, we've got East Bay Mud, and we have Yuba, and you're all kind of reservoir reoperation proposals. Really, is essentially what the crux of the proposals are. And I'm glad you're here to share how that would work, because I think that is a really difficult one to understand. Under what conditions, Yuba is included in that, right? If you're bringing the reservoir down more. How do we know that condition, and how often will that condition present itself under before, like kind of the baseline and the future scenarios? So it's just difficult to understand. Not that it can't be done. So I don't want to say that anything's possible, it's hard to know exactly what might occur without and with. And to Board Member Firestone's point, if something changes, there's various factors that Yuba's got FERC licenses and other things that can change with time. And so understanding those implications, I think, will be important. The last question I had was on the Delta slides, slide 10. And so, again, this is just for my clarification. Ms. White, you gave, I think, a really helpful example in talking about the Delta offsets. So I'm understanding that a little bit better. Our staff had flagged some questions, though, about how to ensure, how to confirm that those are, in fact, new water, and that water would be protected from exports. And you give the example of the water quality provision, the EC, and meeting Spring X2 in April at Collinsville, and that, which I, as a numbers guy, like I can appreciate using the model to try and figure that out. But my question is, though, when you're in excess conditions and the water is just there, there's plenty of water in the system, so you're already going to be meeting, I assume, the EC requirement at Collinsville in April. And you can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but how would we know then that there's additional water being protected from export if that's the controlling requirement? And if I'm not tracking this correctly, please clarify, but I'm trying to understand how this would work.
I hear you. So for this example, from an export perspective, we have restricted exports due to old and middle river flow requirements. And if we start with the reference flow slide or schematic, I think it's just important to look at the system absent the HRL flows. And it's going to be very important to understand what those reference flows are, and then what the proposed or planned deployments of the flows coming off the tributaries in an excess type condition. And so while we're going to be, say, for this example, our exports aren't governed by what the outflow is. We're more governed by the biological opinions and old and middle river flow. And so we have currently daily accounting, weekly accounting, and it's through that process. I mean, I do step back and envision, again, the need for, say, a proposed flow operations team, that the project operators understand what's happening in the system. We meet on a daily basis to coordinate our operations, just for the reference flow type schematic. And so it will be important to layer in a new forum of flow operations to bring in what's happening with the other tributaries and what those flow deployments are, because we can really only protect, not divert, verify that additional water is going out to the Delta if we know what it is. And so that's where the coordination and communication will be vital between all those tributaries that are participating in this program, or maybe operating to a regulatory type framework. And so it's just through the nature of the accounting and tracking knowing what's happening in the system, and then what's planned to be happening in the system.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. I know it's a lot, but I just wanted to flag, these are, I appreciate the bringing up of the BIOP and the ITP and the roles those play too, as potentially controlling operations at that time. So, and this, a lot of this I'm kind of seeing and experiencing here and hearing your presentation. So I'm trying to understand how it would, how it'll work. I agree, there's a coordination effort that's involved, but also, the accounting's got to show like that's having an impact, like those flows are materializing as well. So thank you, though.
I guess one added thing is that we will discuss in, the panel 3, just the tool development and tools that we're looking to develop or in the process of doing that. That's going to give us a good snapshot just in a regular real-time basis of what's happening in the system. I mean, that's the vision, not only for the public, but for all the operators to track as well.
Yeah, truly moving the system into a more real-time understanding and administration, and ultimately understanding the color of water as it comes down the system. And so, yeah, I look forward to it. Is an exciting component of this, the development of these new tools, really shifting the watershed here to a more real-time and collaborative opportunity to manage across it in a way that we just haven't ever before. So thank you, board member. Appreciate that. Board member Morgan.
And thank you. I just want to, thank you for coming here today and walking us through this. Listening to staff's presentation earlier and just, looking at the baseline and, the conversation we're having now, and then just in your acknowledgement that perhaps some of the language, it wasn't as clear as it could have been, and really going back and revisiting and providing that clarity, and then walking through the presentation today to really help us to understand what the baseline and those regulatory controls that are in place to ensure that it stays and then what the additive portion is, and to continue to help us understand when that water will be real. That for me, that's a helpful discussion to help me to understand, what the proposal is. And just, as was just saying, sometimes when you're working on something, you can't see the forest through the trees. You really, you're digging in and you're going in. It's difficult. And so just really wanted to just say thank you for taking that step back and really helping get me up to date and to help me understand what is being proposed, clarifying the language where it perhaps is not as clear, and then the commitment to continue to work on that effort of just making sure that we have something where we're all understanding each other and what's there being proposed and what we're moving, what we're continuing to work on with the groups and coming to a clear understanding of what is written down. Because just, I know even just myself, sometimes I write down something, I think it's just really clear. Someone else reads it and it means something completely different. So just thank you for, your commitment to have those conversations and being open to hearing what others are interpreting the words to mean, and working through what is meant to be on the paper and what perhaps is being interpreted to be on the paper, so that it can continue to be clarified and that we can then clearly understand and communicate as we continue to move forward. I'm definitely interested in hearing from the other panels so that I can continue to educate myself of what the proposal is clearly meant to be, so that I can myself be knowledgeable. And as I am communicating, I actually know what is included, what's on the paper. And again, just thank you for the presentation and the graphics, because that's really helpful. Just another way of communicating besides the words, just the graphics there on the paper to help with those conversations. So thank you.
Thank you, board member. Anything further from the panel that want to comment on? And if not, we can go ahead and give ourselves a break before we transition to the next panel. Let's go ahead and give ourselves a 10-minute break. We'll come back here at 11:28 and we'll continue on to then our second panel, which will focus on flow accounting protocols for tributary water sources and other issues. All right, See you all in 10 minutes. All right, everyone, we're at 11:28. If you can all bring ourselves back, we can move ourselves to our second panel here of the day. Thanks, everyone. All right, I'll let folks kick us off here.
Here comes Levi right now too, and he'll kick off panel number 2 here.
Thank you, thank you.
Apologies for that.
Oh, no worry in the least. Good to see you.
Thank you very much. So moving on to panel 2, here we'd like to focus more on the how water is being made available and look really at specific considerations in the POI. And to do that, we have several tributary partners that are going to be taking on the bulk of this presentation. Can we move on to the next slide? Just to set the stage, and we won't go into extreme detail, I think the April workshop really did justice to identifying these methods that are being proposed to make increases to delta outflow. I'll just remind everyone that these methods are described and were presented at April 2024 workshop. They are incorporated in the HRL accounting documents that have been developed by each HRL tributary. Those were done in coordination with board staff, thanks to board staff, and expect to be further refined in the Appendix B. And with that, let's go to the next slide, and I'll like to hand it to Thad Bettner to discuss further some of the key HRL flow considerations and project tributary considerations, please.
Thanks, Levi. Yeah, so I thought maybe you'd cover a little bit, maybe some foundational issues we looked at when we first looked at our proposal, and not to put ourselves in your position of trying to find a balance, but I think that was one of our key issues, is how we walked into putting together ultimately our proposal. And kind of we just put some key issues and points that we really looked at as foundational to the different proposals that were put together. And I think you covered the first one pretty well today about this idea has to be new water. And we firmly believe that. And I think the other thing maybe to point to is that as part of this whole program, the VA parties are actually purchasing a lot of this water. And so I think from our own standpoint, as we kind of self-regulate and be self-accountable, we want to see this water be new water because we're paying for it. And we don't want to see water purchased that's not going to provide the purposes that you've already talked about. Another priority is when we were talking about proposals with CDFW, who's your trustee fisher agency for the state, as well as the federal agencies. We looked at this idea of trying to release the water in the spring, that we see need for pulse flows and other purposes in the spring, and also to try and match the natural hydrology that releasing the water in the spring was really important. Providing in-stream and delta outflow benefit. The fourth bullet's really critical for us, at least on the Sacramento River, and I think a few other tributaries, is this idea that we need to maintain reservoir temperature management as we look at our action. We can't do anything that ultimately will affect temperature, so trying to provide a balance there. And then lastly is looking at this need to understand where does the water really come from and understanding what the impacts are. There's no free ride anymore. There's no low-hanging fruit. Every drop of water has to come from somewhere and it will have an associated impact. So really making sure we understand that well. Next slide, please. So how it works. So maybe just focusing on our tributary for a second on the Sacramento. What's I think really important to understand as we put our proposals together is that we're making water available through fallowing and groundwater pumping. And that schedule doesn't align with releasing water in the spring, obviously. So one of our parts of our proposal really looks at a well and coordinated proposal with the Bureau of Reclamation that in this instance, water would be released ahead of time before we actually take an action to reduce our demand. In other words, water would get released in April-May period as a pulse flow potentially, and then essentially we're backfilling that hole with a reduced diversion amount that's caused by or a result of our fallowing or groundwater pumping program. So we're putting water back into a hole, if you will, that's created in the reservoir. And again, that hole you have to really look at and make sure, is that causing temperature problems, making sure it doesn't, and making sure the action is consistent with some of the spring needs as well as the other winter run species that need temperature protection all summer long. And that kind of speaks to the second. So the second bullet talking about us as water users, we'd essentially replenish that flow asset to the same volume to the extent that the release was made. And then the other thing that's critical, as I mentioned earlier, is just the idea of accountability. And so one of the things that we put together is an agreement that would cover how our proposal would interact with the operations that the Bureau of Reclamation needs to undertake for Shasta Reservoir. We have a draft agreement of that. I think that agreement's been provided as part of our MOU package and VA package to your staff. And so again, we want to make sure through transparency and other actions, it's well accounted for and documented about how our proposal would interact with this release from Shasta Reservoir. And then the kind of this fourth bullet of we're all in this together. Again, it's critical that we work to ensure that these flow assets are developed and that water's put to beneficial use and the projects are made whole. Reclamation doesn't want to take an action ahead of time, release water and not know that we're not going to take a coincident action that ultimately replaces that water behind the action that they took. So making sure we're protecting the system, and Reclamation wants to make sure its project's protected. Next slide, please. So just I'm going to cover just two ways that we're doing this. And I mentioned earlier, one of them is groundwater substitution. And this is where we would not take water from the river or divert that water, instead use groundwater to irrigate a crop. And it's what we have up here on the slide is the same bullet points that Matt Holland walked through as part of the POI, which we are in complete agreement with. And the check marks indicate that really at this point in time, we've gone through the process previously through water transfer white paper processes, actually processes through when we applied to your board to actually do water transfers as well, where we have a process where we've checked all these boxes. And we believe that we want to use those same actions and activities to be accountable to making sure that the water is available. One item that was documented was this idea of stream flow depletion. We understand that's also an issue. And it's actually, if you look at one of our proposals, why we capped groundwater pumping at only 20%. And so I think there's a concern that if you pump too much groundwater, there could be some other impact. So having that cap in there was a way to make sure that as an action, we didn't have too much groundwater pumping and potentially secondary effects from that purpose. And then also the idea would be working with SGMA. All of our surface water agencies are actively engaged in their GSPs and GSAs. And so making sure that our efforts are well coordinated with SGMA is another priority. Next slide, please. And then same thing with fallowing. Again, we have a long history of doing water transfers through land fallowing or land idling, where essentially you take a crop out of production. The net water use that's saved from that crop being idled would be the water that would be available for transfers. And we have a process where we've documented that. We go through a process where we identify the fields. We look at making sure that that field was farmed and fallowed the previous year, not near the transfer happens to know that it's real water. We've gone through numerous long-term water transfer environmental document processes for this. So those have been both the federal and state led requirements or having to meet the state and federal requirements for ESA and CSA. And we'd expect for our proposal, we'd actually go through that same environmental review process. So one of the things that we're looking from you is once we agree on the action of moving the POI forward and your action forward, we actually develop an associate action that said, here's how we'd make the water available. We do a full-blown environmental analysis on that so you understand where the water is coming from, how it's being provided. And we'd also be doing an effects analysis of what are the impacts that are caused by that. And actually, we just completed a similar process with the Bureau of Reclamation under the new biological opinion. we agreed to take a additional reduction under our contract in a critical year. And we did an environmental document and review process. The Bureau did that process from a federal side. We did it from a state side where we analyzed the effects. And interesting, we had a lot of environmental groups that expressed a lot of concern that there's going to be impacts on the ground from us taking this action to keep water in Shasta. So we expect a similar process and concern expressed from our Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposals. But again, it's something we need to do in terms of complying with CEQA and NEPA. And with that, I'll stop there. Thank you.
Good morning. Can I get to the next slide, please? Thank you. Good morning, Chair, members of the board. So my job here today is to talk about the reservoir reoperation and the program of implementation. I think you heard from the prior panel and had some questions for reservoir operators there. My agency is also a reservoir operator. We helped develop this proposal. So what you see here is 2 points from the POI that we think deserve a little bit of attention. Sub 1 here, verification that net additive flows are provided during January through June above approved base conditions is fairly straightforward. We have all of us that operate reservoirs either on project streams or non-project streams have a well understood accounting procedure. We reoperate our reservoirs for a variety of reasons, environmental reasons, transfer reasons all the time. This is a coordination with the state and federal projects to make sure that they're not impacted and that other water users on the stream are not impacted. So check mark on sub 1 here. Sub 2 is new and different. This is a short sentence that has a lot to it. The idea that that refill provisions during the January through June time period in all except wet water year types is something that hasn't been analyzed by any state board staff document to date. Nor is it part of our HRL proposal, and fundamentally may affect, without some further refinement and work, the balance that we've sought to achieve in our proposal. We, again, with sub 1, understand how to not impact others. This sub 2 being new requires further work, and we stand ready to work on that with staff as part of accounting going forward. But it is a very broad statement and could have serious implications to reservoir operators up and down the state. Thank you. That's my part for number 7. Perhaps next slide.
Thanks, Andy. I can take export reductions. Concerning project export reductions, I'll note the 2022 MOU where we described the 2019 biological opinions or as amended as that reference condition. Board Member Firestone alluded to the new biological opinions forthcoming. Reclamation is anticipating signing a record of decision shortly on that. And the export HRL flow volume accounting and tracking would utilize that 2024 biological opinion with regards to the reference flow. I'll note that the species protection in the 2024 biological opinions are similar to those in the 2019 biological opinions, and it continues to utilize OMR management to really minimize entrainment of listed fish species. I'll note the combined export reduction for both projects to 1,500 CFS. That's our minimum export standard is captured there. And then again, the commitment to transparent determination of this reference flow for implementation of the HLO program is a consistent theme you've seen here, including with regards to ESA and CISA operational limitations or requirements. Thad, can you touch on new water or new flow purchases briefly? Next slide, please.
Yeah, so sorry. So as part of our program, when we again worked on the program with CDFW, we looked at what were the right amount of flows that we needed and what were the sort of the gap that we had between what was secured from the water users. And so we developed kind of slide item that were water purchases. And again, this is funding that would be used from all the Healthy River Landscape parties. Right now, I think our budget is about $100 to $150 million a year, depending on year type, to actually go out and buy all the water, both from water users and from this water purchase program. And so really, as we look at this, we want to make sure, again, from an accounting side, being accountable and having real water, that we'd have similar rules that would apply to this purchase of water or this block of water that would come into the program. So if it were, for example, a fallowing program, we'd expect that the water would adhere to the white paper criteria that we've been using for a long time. Again, that MAT reference that's in the POI. Same thing with groundwater pumping. And then likely, if a lot of this water would also want to be reoperationalized for spring pulse, it would require that likely the projects participate in order to release that water ahead of a schedule like a fallowing or a groundwater schedule. So very similar to our proposal on the Sacramento, that you could see this purchase program having similar requirements and similar operational criteria that would have to be applied to it. And again, the projects, both the CVP and SWP, would want to be in a position that the project wasn't negatively impacted by essentially advancing that water under a purchase program. So developing the criteria is really important, where we agree with the board and your staff and POI that as we move forward, when we look at the water purchase program, it would have similar criteria that we, the water users, are already subjecting ourselves to, and want to make sure that this new water would also have those same requirements.
Next slide, please.
All right, I'm up. Good morning, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. I'm Jason Phillips with Bryant Water Authority, and I'm going to be addressing the Bryant proposal on the HRL. And I have with me a couple of phone a friends in case we need it. Ian Buck McLeod is on the line, Water Resources Manager, and Don Ports to my right here is with the Bureau of Reclamation Program Manager with the San Joaquin River Settlement. And before I touch on this slide here, just a little bit of background that'll help put it in the context, most of which you know, but just to put it in the context of these flows. So Bryant Dam, which was constructed in the 40s on the main stem of the San Joaquin River, had the intent of the state and federal government at the time to essentially completely block all flows of the main stem of the San Joaquin River. And it did so and was operated as such from 1951 to about 2009. And most of the water that was developed during that time period was delivered to the Bryant Division. It also largely dried up about 150 miles of the main stem of the river and extirpated a spring run Chinook salmon fishery that historically had been there. However, that changed dramatically in 2006 after a settlement was signed between the United States and Bryant and the NRDC, which was after 18 years of litigation on that. And there was also court direction to restore flows and fishery to the river. And so that brings me back to this chart, which comes out of that settlement. These are the prescribed flows that were agreed to that have largely not yet been implemented. And so when we talk about the Bryant flow proposal, these flows here are the sort of the block of flows that we'll be talking about. And what it represents is about 250,000 acre feet of average annual releases from Bryant above and beyond historical. This program was authorized by the federal government in 2009 by Congress. And also I'd point out that in 2013, the State Water Resource Control Board issued a 1707 permit that protects the in-stream flows of these for the restoration program purposes, including allowing the recapture for the Bryant Division. So next slide. You're going to find that I'm not going to actually talk about much of what I put up here. It's more to represent things you've probably already been briefed on, but it's no secret that this program would be and has been very challenging. over what we now know to be over $1 billion of projects that we really need to implement to make the full river restoration and fish passage work. There have been significant delays in the program to resolve landowner issues and other issues. And this is really delayed. On that last slide that we had the block of flows, it's delayed the ability for reclamation to release those flows and to complete the channel projects. And then also with drought impacts and the unprecedented and unexpected releases for water rights has added additional challenges to the program. However, on a positive note, in 2017, we had the first return of a spring run, several spring run Chinook salmon that originated from the upper San Joaquin and came back, which really provided, I mean, it was over 70 years, had not happened. It provided us hope that it was possible that the goals established by the program could in fact happen. And I think that was a needed energy boost for the program and shows that it can work. Also positive is that the construction projects that I won't go in detail here, but that's what this slide reflects. And the most critical ones are about to be initiated. The request for proposals have already been sent out by Reclamation to start construction at Sac Dam next year. So between 2025 and 2027, we expect those projects to be initiated and completed. So within those 3 years. Next slide. So with that background, how does this all relate to the HRL program, you might be asking? So it's important to also note that all previous Bay Delta plans, all previous biological opinions for the CVP and the State Water Project, the Central Valley Project Improvement Act, and any other significant Bay Delta plan in the past, they all pointed to this settlement agreement as the plan for flows and fish for the upper San Joaquin River. And so consistent with that, your phase 1 of your planning effort and your phase 2 of your planning effort does not include the upper San Joaquin as part of the scope. And it was also noted that in the lead up in 2016 through 2018, when we were talking about the VAs, that all of those flows, those 250,000 acre feet, were not factored into any of the analysis for a couple of reasons. One, they had not ever been released and reached the Delta, so it wouldn't make sense from a historical context, and it was uncertain in the future as to when those flows would really start to hit the Delta. So I think we know more about that now, and so Friant putting forward this proposal really was to take advantage of including that block of water that is coming, that is significant, into account. And, but not just to say, hey, let's factor in these flows, but Friant had added some specific commitments as it relates to the water management goal and our ability to recapture and recirculate that water downstream before it hits the Delta and in the Delta, that we would reduce that in order to meet a specific goal for increased Delta outflow from those Friant releases. So there has been over the last couple of years a lot of discussion, and rightly so, over how much of these future flows would result in Delta outflow without the HRL program. And that's a valid question to point out. But I would also highlight that initially we were just wanting to make sure that they got included because it will be a benefit. So long as the program is successful, that would be a benefit, and we want to make sure that's factored in. So Friant's proposal really is meant to add certainty to what could be expected, because our goal in the settlement, water management goal, if we just had our wildest dreams come true, would be all of the flows would be recaptured and nothing would hit the Delta, and that's not realistic. But there isn't really a boundary condition there on how much we should be trying to capture. So what we talked about in 2018 was, well, why don't we put a goal out there, and we will agree as part of the VAs, now HRL, that we will limit how much we would even try and recapture so that the Delta would be able to see a certain amount. And some other really important points on the Friant proposal to understand is there are absolutely no changes proposed to the San Joaquin River settlement itself. And that's important, very, very important. In fact, I might have it in my notes to say that again. And so again, to reiterate, the benefits that we are trying to capture is that there happens to be this overlap in time where these flows are going to start being released in a very meaningful way, and the HRL timeline. And I say that in full transparency, that we're not trying to say, hey, without the HRL, then we're not releasing any of the flows. It's not that, it's that there's an overlap and it's time to start taking that into account. And then, like I mentioned, the Friant proposal to reduce recapture that we're authorized to take will help add certainty to what the Delta can see in the future without changing any aspect of the settlement itself. It has its own governance, including how the flows will be shaped and how the restoration projects are moving forward, and that's not going to change. So in our accounting, when you see the numbers as to what's on the table, all flows from Friant that make it to Vernalis is what the numbers represent. And that's not being recaptured at the export pump. So if it's a release from Friant, remember, historically, a release from Friant was only for just for water rights right downstream. The whole river was captured. So really any flows that are released from Friant that hit Vernalis, for the most part, are all part of the San Joaquin River settlement. Are there other flows? Occasionally, yes. Flood flows that could hit Vernalis, and for reasons we can get into if necessary, those are also counted toward the 50,000 acre feet that's shown on the table. There are formulas that are included in the implementing agreement that have not changed for a lot of years, and it's important that that defines how Friant has committed to move forward with reducing its recapture. Now, not to be overly critical or at all critical, the water quality control plan draft did not capture those correctly, but not to worry, Friant is going to prepare its comments, thank you, by January 10th. That will highlight how it can read more accurately. So that will be good. And I can't emphasize more the critical importance to Friant that the San Joaquin River settlement is successful. I mean, it is, that is our regulatory framework. We are committed to make that work. We believe that the HRL proposal will help get there. And if we go to the next slide, it's going to become really clear how we're going to make that happen. And we're going to go over each of these nodes. I'm just kidding. But I wanted to highlight something that in terms of tracking, Reclamation's flow measuring and tracking and accounting program is very robust. And I feel very confident in the team, and the state board staff, I think, will concur. They're part of reviewing and they're part of that process. And we're very confident with the ability to track flow contributions and how it all sorts out for the accounting. So if we need to come back to this later, happy to do so and let Don explain it all. Next slide. So the last point I'd make is to address the timing of the proposed flows, because there is a complicating factor. The good news about the construction projects in the next 3 years is that we're getting those completed. They're critically important. However, during the time, because it's in-river construction, we will have to reduce flows. And I know that Don and the Restoration Administrator and the Environmental Coalition and Friant have worked on how we can maximize flows in the river, but it will reduce the flows from 2025 to 2027. And what I just want to highlight here is that we have put a lot of thought into what can we expect as it relates to the HRL program and the Delta realistically during different time periods. And obviously we don't know what year type is in the future. We hope it's all wet years and then it wouldn't matter. But if we have any of those year types, we're going to see a little bit of reduced. Now, once those projects are done, we're going to see a significant increase in flow at that point, and probably on the order of threefold. And we're going to be really in business at that point. And I think we'll see a huge benefit from the program then. So that's all I want to cover. And if you go to the next slide, we'll pass it back over to Levi.
Thanks, Jason. This is our summary slide for the panel. Thanks to everyone that presented up here. Just a couple takeaways in terms of flow accounting. I think one of the themes that comes out of this, all of these panels, is really this idea of leveraging the existing resources, agreements, information that have been developed to date to really support implementation of the HRL program, ultimately culminating in this Appendix B, where we would envision these specific protocols, some of them identified here, to really be housed. I'll also just note finally that theme of needed and continued coordination and partnership with the state board and board staff, specifically on those protocols and that appendix. And with that, I will end our presentation.
Thank you. Appreciate you all. And just want to give nod. I do appreciate the San Joaquin restoration contributions. I think it is, to your point, Mr. Phillips, a real just opportunity to really look at that work, restoration work and flows, and think of how it can contribute to this broader effort that we have across the watershed, and see those two efforts marry a bit. So I do appreciate those contributions. And I know, we're largely talking about accounting here, but when it comes to the market water purchases, maybe just wanted to rest on that for a moment. Just understand how you're all feeling and around just the ability. It's up to 10% here of the amount of flow that's looking to be materialized, and just wondering if there's any thoughts around some of the challenges that may arrive being able to accomplish those market purchases. Certainly, I'm sure you're all very much considering cost, and wondering as well if those market purchases, market water purchases, are for the entire system, or would they be kind of where within the system, I guess, would those most be sort of materializing?
I'll maybe start on that one. Yeah, it's a great question. So, I mean, we're feeling highly confident we can affect those purchases to happen. I mean, one of the reasons they're spelled out as market purchases is, with the dynamics of this large watershed in any given year, parts of the watershed may have more ability to, provide water than others. And so that's, a reason why we're, looking at that market approach. I think Thad touched on the variety of sources it could come from, additional land fallowing, further export reductions in our project facilities, reservoir reoperations. And I just look at that whole landscape, that we have a lot of sources to draw from. And, I think the other piece then layered in there is with the large amount of water providers and districts represented under this program, that it's a very valuable resource from which to draw from to make those purchases happen. I think I'm drawing a contrast between, a fairly large inclusive number of folks versus maybe if it was just a singular watershed, it could look more challenging to achieve. But with the larger variety of participants in this, and with, I think Thad touched on as well, the shared commitment to making this program work overall, it's not in the program's interest, in anyone's interest that participates in this program, to not help make those purchases happen. So there's a little bit of a self-fueling motivation there for that entire program, and that specifically that market program to work.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I guess wondering if there's a particular water year type that we think that those market purchases may play larger roles in than others.
Well, we have, Chair, we have a requirement in all the blocks in those 3 different year types, middle year types. So we definitely want to fill, we expect that if you enter into a deal with a participant, you're saying, hey, make sure you fill those years out for sure. Can we get some critical year water? I think that we'd want to try and do that. We also know there's some other parties that we still need to talk to. I think you're from another panel this afternoon. We know there's some other parties that still want to join our program. So I think to the extent that some of what they may bring to the table could fill in some of that purchase block, I think we'd want to look at that as well. So that's a big priority for us as we move forward.
Thank you.
I just layer on that, also thinking about the value of water and various water year types, especially for that environmental benefit, and, really hitting things like if we have purchases during those dry years, critical years, making sure, 100% we're prior, making those occur with 100% certainty around getting those in the system and purchase, because that is, we do see that increased value and benefit to species that are already going to be fairly stressed during those times. And, don't take that to mean that we deprioritize the other years by any means. It's just, I think we do see in those drier years that water is more valuable to everyone, including the species in those drier year types.
Yeah, I think, and then just lastly, I think there has to be recognition that the water transfer market will likely disappear. I mean, by the time we do all this work for healthy rivers, we're getting more water into the program. There's not a lot of other water, if you will, that's going to be left out there for water transfers. And so I think as folks who, urbans, other folks who've looked at dry years, critical years to get some water transfers to help meet their portfolio, it's going to be tough. It's gonna be real tough. And so I think just a recognition of where we end up with this program and then what kind of those cumulative effects are. I think we have to be honest with the public, with our water users, our neighbors, saying you put all these programs together and there's not a lot left and there could be some associated impact. So really being transparent and honest about that and saying, there's not much left to give, so I think that recognition needs to be part of this as well.
Thank you for that. And, I know that we have a lot of requirements, and work that is around the other assets. And, I imagine we're applying those same, understanding the underlying right, all the sort of due diligence that we're doing on the other assets, I imagine would be applied to market ones as well, but just a lot more condensed timeline. And to your point, especially when we're in dry years or critically dry years, we're going to be competing basically on that market for these assets. Because although I'm sure it'll certainly limit the amount for the water market and trading in some of those drier years. I don't know if it'll completely eliminate. I think, it'll definitely compete, I think, amongst the priorities. And it's going to be hard when, especially as we've seen these successive droughts, when you have communities that are going dry basically, right? So just appreciate that discussion around some of the market water purchases, because I think there will be some of the more difficult for sure. Thank you. Looking to other fellow board colleagues with questions, Board Member McGuire.
Yes, thank you. Actually, I just want to kind of add another question to the water purchase question, because this is one of the areas I haven't heard as much about, frankly, over the many years that the VAs have been in development. So I'm mindful of the timeline, right? I think we're looking to finalize the water quality control plan updates here in the next 6 months or so, looking at the middle of 2025, hopefully. And so are you, actively working on this aspect of the accounting? And, if so, when, how do you see that going forward over the next few months to put some meat on the bones of this aspect of the program?
Yeah, I'll take that, and folks can chime in here too. But one of the things I see is maybe one of the reasons why we look at that aspect of the program as not as developed, if you will, air quotes purposely on my end, but is we look at accounting procedures and the manifestation of those purchases to be identical to other water sources that are described in fairly extensive detail. Again, I'll use like fallowing, for example. I mean, we're not looking at establishing a different accounting approach for water purchase through fallowing. One, frankly, doesn't make sense, and two, it would add some extra complexities that I don't think any of us want to wrestle through. So, I think where I see there being the quicker pathway in front of us is just to, harken back to the last panel, codify those accounting approaches, be very clear that purchased water, it's not maybe it follows, those other procedures that would be established. And I think where we have just need to keep some space there is without 1,000% certainty where, market price purchase is going to come from. We just need to keep an opportunity to say if it's, reservoir re-op, it follows protocol A, if it's following it, protocol B, so forth and so on. It's not intended to establish its own separate accounting approaches. And I think that way I was also responsive to getting through that timely, for your timeline for the plan update.
Yeah. Well, I thank you for that. And I think that aspect makes sense, in terms of the way you'd acquire the water would be through similar approaches that you'd use in other commitments. I think it's just maybe the way that you'll acquire the water becomes more of the question, how will this work functionally? And to Mr. Bentner's point that there's a lot of needs in the state for water resources. And so there will, looking at Sigma, we deal with that. There's a lot of hope for the ability to be able to continue to transfer water with other water users. And so I'm trying to understand, how, again, going back to the original comments in the last panel, which was, how do we ensure that this water is real and this water is new and we're going to see it? That's where, ultimately, I want this to be successful if this goes forward. But at the same time, it seems like there's still some work to do to kind of flesh out functionally how that might be deployed in the next few months. So that's what I'm seeking, and I'll be looking maybe in the work groups or through other discussions to better understand how that might play out.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. And then input we can have in those work groups, might help us target better how we can increase, certainty around this aspect of the program.
Thank you, board member. I do see the vice chair's hand up, but if you had a quick follow on.
Yeah, maybe a follow up on. Okay. Sorry, it's just a follow up on that. This is super helpful, and that discussion was really helpful for me. A lot of progress has been made, and there's, I think, really good thought around things like for groundwater substitution and following the types of kind of measurements and monitoring that are needed. So if you're going to, so for the water purchases, you would also need, I think what I'm hearing you say is you would also need that for the folks that you're purchasing it from. So they would need to take on those requirements as well. And so, I mean, that's the water rights, but also just like, are you monitoring, do you have a groundwater model and monitoring whether that's, and so it seems, I guess I'm just wondering, that may not be a big problem if you're buying it from the same people that are already doing this, for as part of the program. But if you're going to parties that may not have those models or may not have those commitments and systems set up, is that going to be a big barrier to being able to do that?
Yeah. Anyone else? Sorry, I'll take it, and then the folks can chime in. I think that's where if we did find a circumstance like that, I mean, I think I don't want to underscore an if there, but, we may be seeing some of the more usual players in the water transfer market be where we're turning to here. But if we did see, a new player, if you will, or a new source that we'd be purchasing that from that needed some assistance with, that underlying monitoring that kept, compliance with all of our prescribed accounting approaches. I mean, I just look at that as that's something the program would absolutely have to take on and do. I mean, otherwise, I think we would run the high risk of that not either, falling against some of the, I forget what you called them, one of your earlier slides, just the principles of maybe it could then not become new water, or we're not following, the agreed upon and approved accounting procedures. And that's not what this program would we would not want to find ourselves in that circumstance here.
Yeah, and just to add, I think it probably speaks to Chair's question too about, to us, this would be more of an investment, so it's not like a one-off transfer where you buying water here in 1 year and something in a different year, where it's this complicated purchase. We'd want somebody to say, we want to buy water from you for the whole period of the program. And that way it's an action, like Lobo said, you can make some of those investments, maybe to make the deal better over long term. You better know what the effects are. This whole idea of we're going to go in and buy water year-round basis, it doesn't work. So I think for us, we really want to see this more as an investment.
Yeah, really appreciate that. Vice Chair.
Thank you. So this has been really helpful to just get a better idea about how the program would work, from a practical perspective. So thank you for your comments. I have just a couple of comments and then a question on refill. So starting off with the comments, just want to thank Mr. Phillips for putting this into context with the program that, we all want to see successful. It's taken longer than what any of us would like, but understandable, just having worked on it in the past myself. And so just really appreciate the focused commitment here on, when that water becomes available, locking it in now, because this is an opportunity for that. And then just want to plus up the good discussion we just had on transfers. And as we seek to find just the right balance here, I'm really mindful of, and I know, we're all thinking about this, but the transfer market drying up, Mr. Bettner, the comments that you made, and really looking at this as a large watershed, and then, the impacts, the cumulative impacts that it has at a time where we're grappling, the species are grappling with climate change, but so are the water users. And then as Sigma is implemented and as this program is implemented. So just really wanting us, as we continue our review, to be looking at those cumulative impacts as we also at the same time try to strike, just the right balance. And then on my question, I think it was Mr. Becko, but I'm not quite sure, on refill. Were you the one speaking about refill earlier? Okay, so just want to, and I appreciate the commitment to working with our staff on this refill issue, but as I understand it, there are some refill provisions already contained within the Healthy Rivers and Landscape program. And so just want to give you an opportunity to talk a bit about those and how you all have sorted through, because in my mind, I don't think that it should be, a blanket requirement in all instances, because it really depends on whether or not that refill is occurring and the need for it and the analysis of the need for it. So if any of you are able to comment on that, I would appreciate it.
Certainly. Thanks for the question, Vice Chair DeMono. Yes, we have contemplated as part of the HRL program refill provisions to ensure that we're not injuring other parties and that other parties are not backstopping the new water that we're providing. And as I mentioned, this is well understood. We reoperate our reservoirs all the time in many different watersheds, and we demonstrate the real water sort of nature of those by lowering our reservoirs, as Mr. Whittlesey said in the prior panel, by a like amount of the water that we're making available. And then, of course, you have to be able to, in order to keep your reservoir functional and make it functional for subsequent years, at some point you have to refill that reservoir at a time when water is available in the system. And so the nuanced nature of the refill arrangements that we've reached with other water users as part of this program is really around when is water available, and water is available at different times in different watersheds. So if you think about, for instance, West Slope Sierra Nevada streams, it might start raining as it is today, but usually that's coming in the form of snow, and that water doesn't run off until the spring. And we try to capture that in our reservoirs because that does double duty for the rest of the year for the entirety of the system, including for fish in places like the lower American River or the lower Yuba. And so we want to recapture as much water as we possibly can during that time period, but recognizing that we want to make that commitment that we've made to real water, we have to look out for those other water right users as well. And so we've committed to not harming other folks. We also want to make sure that the projects don't backstop us, but at the same time, we have to have a paradigm where water refills at a time when we have water rights that enable us to refill it. Generally, for water right holders on the west slope of the Sierra Nevada, that's somewhere in the November through July period. And that's when about 90% of the water comes to us. And especially that January through June period is super critical because the snow's melting and it's running off, and we're trying to capture it because we have all these other commitments that we've made in our watershed over the last 100 years that we have to meet as well. And so that's the nuance, Vice Chair, that we've been working on with the projects to make sure that we don't injure other users of water and that the projects are not backstopping us. Appreciate the question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And appreciate this panel and this discussion has been very productive and helpful. We now have a third panel that we are running about 20 minutes behind on our calendar, just for what it's worth. But we have a third panel now that we'll hear from before we'll break for our lunch. I also want to acknowledge, I believe, Supervisor Wanda Williams is here. And so we'll take your comment before we go to lunch. So we just have a 15-minute panel here. And again, thank you to panelists. And then go to comment, and then we'll be breaking for our lunch. I really am looking forward to this tools discussion. It's some of the most exciting part. It's just the development of new decision-making tools and analyses. So appreciate this.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone again. Yeah, this presentation it's a brief overview of the tools that we are looking and starting to develop. Understanding the work is cut out ahead of us as we learn, especially over the next 6 months, of what is needed. So I'm Molly White, Department of Water Resources, and I'll kick it off to Levi here.
Great, thanks, Molly. Levi White, Levi Johnson, Bureau of Reclamation, Central Valley Operations. Next slide, please. Starting off, I think it is, and we've hit on this, but it's worth recognizing the incredible amount of work and coordination to date that's got into HRL program implementation, demonstrated by the commitments from the HRL parties, including the projects, and of course, board staff, specifically on flow accounting, on the concepts documentation. There's been a lot of documentation, a lot of review, a lot of comments. That's going to continue, but it's worth mentioning that. And again, just making sure it's clear that that continued partnership is really the only way to ensure a successful HRL program. Specifically on this flow accounting concept, I'll note that this concept is not new. It might be challenging. And moving forward, again, leveraging existing processes, we would look to do that. We would be leveraging our existing experience in utilizing the vast experience of our operators within the system. And we would be looking at existing and new tools to help manage and track HRL flows. And we'll get into some more of those details here shortly. Specifically for this presentation, we'd like to dive into the proposed flows operations team a bit more, look at some of those tools being developed and considered, and understand these in terms of the broader commitment to transparency on the HRL program implementation. Next slide, please. We saw the slide in panel 1. Let's focus here maybe more on the when. Just putting your water operator hat on as the water year is progressing through, say, winter. We have DWR Bulletin 120s that are issued, say, around the 8th or 9th of each month.
This provides forecasted conditions and helps inform our water operations outlooks for the Central Valley Project and State Water Project. Prior to deployment decisions for HRL flow assets, the proposed flows and operations team, as we demonstrate here, would need to coordinate on the if, how, when to make that deployment clearly within the sideboards of the program, and also to review these reference conditions and potential controlling requirements or variables. And we saw a number of those requirements in the previous panels. This coordination would have to continue through spring, and we would anticipate summary reporting and review after the HRL deployment season. And then again, just highlighting the water operations management team as a possible example on how to model this. Next slide. Putting those concepts together on a general schedule here, we can see around January, initial water year type determinations are provided, and decisions on HRL flow deployment would need to be made. This would be informed by these operational forecasts and would go into this continuous planning component. Planning would extend through that flow deployment season. That's being informed by this continuous update on forecasts as we make our way to May. The deployment of these assets are expected in spring, and then those actions used to repay those volumes could potentially extend even into September. Tracking would clearly be continuous. We make note there of reference conditions and deployment. And then ideally, the required reporting would be informed by this tracking processes. Next slide, please. So I'm pulling language here directly from the POI. And again, I think everyone agrees the expectation of transparent reporting on reference conditions and HRL flows being made available to outflow is the ultimate goal. We'll look at a web portal example here that could serve as this user-friendly website to support the tracking and reporting of these assets. And again, with a focus on ensuring that water is made available and tracking to verify those HRL flows. So with that teaser on the web portal, let me hand it to the real Molly White to look at some more detail of these tools.
Next slide, please. So HRL TIMS, so HRL Transmittal and Information Management System. Since 2018, DWR has developed the Water Transfer Information Management System. And that existing system that has been widely used since 2018 is the foundation for HRL TIMS development. The current system, WTIMS, has been used by the public, transferors, transferees, and agencies to track and verify water made available through transfers, and really made available through crop idling, groundwater substitution, and reservoir releases. But we do understand there are other methods to making new water available, such as in-stream flow requirements or export reductions that would be included in this new system. Essentially, there's two modules or major components. There's a contribution module, and that's going to calculate and verify that water was made available. And then the deployment module, and that's really going to be the nuts and bolts of kind of the planning aspect to track reference flows, additive flows, including such items such as export reductions. Next slide, please. So this is a snapshot of one of the forms, if you would, just in the current WTIM system. And I really want everyone to recognize that we've started down this process to develop. We're really leveraging, just bringing up, for example, of what the current system looks like, but it would have to be really modified to address the current HRL program. So essentially, say around January or February, an agency that was participating and contributing HRL flow would go into the system and submit the general information, which would include their water right, as well as the methods that they plan on and how they would be contributing the new water for HRL program. Next slide. This is an example of the crop idling map viewer. So essentially, the agency, say, for example, if water was being made available through crop idling, that agency would enter in the specific information as it relates to that proposal. For example, including the specific fallowed parcels, as you can see here in the map. And as identified, say 1 and 2 would be the parcels that party would be proposing to fallow. The baseline then would be, say, established, just verified through historical planting and data that is reported by the agency or by DWR land use data, which is included in this back from since 2014. The verification process, if we look over to the right, would be documented and tracked in HRL TIMS. For instance, right now to verify idled acreage to support water transfers, we being DWR, do send out staff, agents, regional staff to conduct field visits to verify that actually that land has been properly fallowed. So there'll need to be that verification process as well. Next slide. So those were specific agency access. This is, say, for public access. There would be the ability for the public to get onto the system and look at the current year, the data, the source. There will be the ability to download historical data. Say over there towards the right, there'll be map graphics, sources. So say source 1, 2, and 3, really identifying what the MOU or HRL target commitment is, what is planned, and then contributions as of the date of entering into the system. There'll also be the ability to pull up graphics as shown on the bottom. You've got the solid line there, and that is the HRL flow. And then it transitions into where the dots at the bottom continues on with that reference flow, and you see that block of water that would be identified as the HRL flow. Next slide, please. And then lastly, deployment module, certainly under development, as with all of these aspects of the system. It would be, track and account for HRL flow assets. Again, coordination amongst the tributaries. As Levi, addressed the flow operations team, a lot of that information that would be shared and discussed in that forum would then also be input into the database. And this just allows for just tracking data in real time as flow assets are deployed. And then the 2 bottom examples are just graphics that we envision the system to provide, looking at the net delta outflow index. Essentially, that is a darker line just tracking the reference flow. And then, as you could see in the dark orange there, shows the deployment of the HRL flow asset. Next slide, please. And then lastly, between both State Water Project and Central Valley Project, we each have our respective websites and data and reporting that we do currently provide and update. Essentially, we have this data and we'll need to just build upon this data to improve and what is needed to, really transparency, and the ability for folks to look up and see what are our operations and what is controlling our operations, whether it be just in any given day or during a period where there is HRL flow deployment. Next slide, please. And with that, I'll kick it back over to Levi.
Thanks, Molly. Quick note on gauging, and it's worth noting that system gauge information, fairly robust, was provided recently, and that does include stations for river systems, and that I think was specifically outlined in the draft strategic plan appendix E for flow accounting. You'll note some of the primary gauges on the major rivers below rim dams and tributaries here, including some of the compliance points of interest. As part of HRL program implementation, again, this idea of leveraging existing information, we would want to leverage these existing gauges. Why is that? These gauges typically have extensive historical data that's valuable. They have they're readily available online now, and there's fairly strong funding strings and operation and maintenance of those facilities and gauging systems as well. This theme of leveraging those existing gauging systems and data points, that also applies to the stations that we currently use to manage and support meeting Delta requirements jointly as projects. Next slide, please. Transparency is key. This is a common theme I think we've seen from all the presentations this morning, including from board staff. As evidenced through our current coordinated project operations, a strong partnership with board staff is really a prerequisite to ensuring successful HRL program implementation. This includes strong coordination on identifying, verifying reference conditions, and tracking those HRL flows. We do recognize that as part of this effort, specific water rights do need to be identified to support board actions that will help ensure that these HRL flows are protected. And as part of that, the physical monitoring and measurements of diversions consistent with SB 88, the water measurement and reporting regulation, is key. And so definitely worth mentioning there. Molly, can I pass it back to you, please?
Next slide, please. All right, so a couple more slides really to wrap up, the overall sense of flow accounting. One of the things that we've been talking about is potentially looking at a water year 2025 pilot study program, whether it be tabletop. Historically, about a year or so ago, we did have a tabletop effort with the HRL parties as well as state board staff. That could certainly be an opportunity to really dive into, say, the spreadsheets, if you would, on how the projects would develop, what their own reference flows are, but the opportunities for other tributaries to participate on what those reference flows are, and really tracking that through the system to development of regulatory offsets, development of export reductions to as commitment by State Water Project and CVP. Certainly, we look to that maybe that pilot project or and the work groups as well to continue to define what the needs are for these web portal or other tools to ensure transparency. And again, Levi mentioned it, strong partnerships are needed, as well as we'll continue to refine the processes. And last slide, please. So in summary, agree, and it's been mentioned that flow accounting is complex, but it's doable. We do it every day. We're just really looking at adding new blocks of water into the system and adjusting, whether it be the regulatory requirements and whatnot, that make those offsets and this flow accounting makes it able for the projects to actually operate in a day-to-day real-time manner. We do have a plan to implement the HRL program, and a tremendous amount of work has been done. So again, we do seek feedback from the board, not necessarily, if it's this panel, obviously, but other panels as well, feedback on what, the water year 2025 pilot that we mentioned. And then again, we'll, certainly be moving forward with the next step on diving in and developing those flow accounting protocols. So with that, I'll look down the line here if there's any others here that are sitting up in the panel that would like to add anything. Okay.
Great, many thanks. Looking similarly to my colleagues here, if they have any questions or comments on this panel. Board Member McGuire.
Just a comment. Just thank you for the presentation. All three panels have been really helpful for me to get a better understanding of where things stand today. So, thank you. It's very helpful. I'm intrigued by the idea of the accounting protocol. I appreciate you thinking through functionally again. Going back to my earlier comments, like how will this work, right? And so I am intrigued by the idea of the pilot to really proof of concept, test all of these good ideas that have been, developed over the last several years to ensure that it's got, it's all there. And one of the thoughts that came to me was sort of not just like a flow operational accounting exercise, but also thinking about what will those interactions be like with the governance committee in making those strategic decisions in terms of deploying assets. Because I was looking at the schedule you have there for the operations team and how quickly, from January, they'd really have to hit the ground running in terms of making operational decisions. Well, you want input from, I would imagine, from the governance committee during that same time frame. And so just thinking through and maybe practicing and modeling, maybe, if you will, how that interaction might work, because there are a lot of folks involved, right? You've got a number of tributaries you're adding potentially to the program, in addition to the projects, which I know are challenging on their own to operate. So that was just a thought off the top of my head in terms of maybe how that pilot could really help inform a successful program.
Just confirm, yeah, absolutely. And I think, realistically, we mentioned, this type of flow operations team starting to convene in January, given all the complexities in that interface, it may realistically be earlier in the water year. And I would say certainly, our governance committee, would be doing ongoing throughout the year dialogue. And I think as you start, probably transition into that new water year in October, that you have to kind of have focus in front of you on that water year in front of you, recognizing we don't have a crystal ball, but so yeah, I think that's a great suggestion, looking for that interface between that team and governance.
Thank you, Board Member. Board Member Firestone.
Yeah, I really appreciate the thought and efforts that around the transparency and, practicality. And it seems like also just the integration with our water rights administration and regulatory needs. And so really this is more just a plug for, as the work groups are talking more around the regulatory unimpaired flows framework, there is a lot of issues flagged around gauges and real-time data and the challenges with accounting with that. And I think that what the chair mentioned around us really needing to be able to have both systems work, it'd be really helpful to bring ideas for how things that you're doing within this could be helpful for generating some of the data systems or integration with some of the data systems we need to make a in-stream flows or unimpaired flows just accounting system also work, and how those interface. So I appreciate that. I just think that's an area I'm really hopeful for the work groups to be rolling up the sleeves on and helping us. And I think it'll be really helpful if that can also translate into integration with some of these tools and gauging and sort of communication, because I think that builds confidence and also kind of a yardstick and functionality to making both systems be able to work.
Yep, yes, and then where we can see, that integration and, explore how the tools we're talking about here, even just in this panel, can help on the other approaches. Absolutely. And I think, to do that, we would need work groups, we would need input from board, y'all and board staff. Absolutely. So.
Yeah, appreciate that, man, and definitely plus it up. What comes to mind as well is even, outside of, say, regulatory flows that are developed through unimpaired flow, we have 1707 dedications that are in this watershed already. And that's where it becomes, a bit exciting to say, well, how do we just, again, improve the system writ large and know that there are already assets out there even that are supposed to be dedicated and protected through the system, but we don't. Not in the granular way that we're proposing now. So appreciate that thought. Okay, I think not seeing any further comment from the dais. Appreciate this panel. Thank you. We will go to Supervisor Wanda Williams for a comment, and then we will break for a lunch. Again, I think at this point, we're only about 15 minutes behind actually our agenda. So appreciate everyone's contributions and the conversations we've been able to have. Good to see you this afternoon, Supervisor. Thank you. There should be maybe a button at the base of the mic, just to turn on the mic.
It's on the mic itself. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, first and foremost, good afternoon, everyone. I know we're all hungry, so I'll make this short and straight to the point. But again, I want to thank you, Chair Esquivel, board members, staff, ladies and gentlemen, for an opportunity to come before you and share a few words. Again, I'm Wanda Williams, Solano County Supervisor. I do represent District 3, which encompasses Travis Air Force Base, Suisun Valley area, Suisun City, and the city of Fairfield. I understand you have been working on the Bay Delta Plan update for some time now and applaud your efforts to protect all beneficial users on this important resource. In Solano County, we have a good model to follow as well. We have been essentially doing the Healthy Rivers and Landscape program for 24 years now. The Poudre Creek watershed is a model for voluntary agreements done right. There have been proven success in bringing salmon back to the system, and it requires money, science, habitat, and flow. Implementations of the unimpaired flows or regulatory approach isn't feasible on this watershed and interferes with existing restoration work on the system. Following unimpaired flows will unseat a system with demonstrated success in favor of a theoretical one. But I'm also here on behalf of the district I represent and the county that I love. In my district alone, I have vintners and growers. I have individuals that rely on the water 100%. Suisun City, Fairfield, they're 100% reliant upon the water from Lake Berryessa. And so I'm here today humbly asking you to please take into consideration the voluntary agreement of the Healthy Rivers and Landscape proposal. I've had great opportunities to sit and meet with multiple different entities, environmental groups in my community, and just having those conversations with them, like the Solano Sierra Club or the Orderly Growth Committee as well as Camus Wineries and Solano County Farm Bureau, just individuals and different organizations that I have talked with on individually, and just to get their understanding and make sure everyone in my community understands how this will impact us. And so I come before you just on behalf of the communities that I represent, the county at large, and we have the city of Benicia, the city of Vallejo. All of those cities too depend on those that water from Lake Berryessa. So I'm just coming before you just to bring to your attention how important this water is to us, our livelihood, even our ability to continue to build homes. The governor has required and requests of us to build more housing. We need water to be able to do that. And without it, it will inhibit our ability to even provide necessary housing for individuals who are unhoused, who are looking to be housed, and anyone that are trying to make a better life for themselves. So there's a lot of requirements upon all counties, but specifically ours. And my district is really unique because not only do I have urban spaces, but I have agriculture in my community. I have vintners, I have growers, and they depend on that. It's part of their livelihood. And without it, I don't know what is going to happen, not only to them, but to the economy and our revenue in our county as well. So please take all of those things into consideration, because I understand. I sit on the dais. I understand how hard it is to make these decisions and make them for making sure that those that you serve, that you provide them with the best decisions possible. And I appreciate you and I thank you for your hard work and putting in all this time today with all the speakers later on this afternoon. And thank you for letting me come before you. But I hope and pray that my words, that the things that I've shared with you today resonate in your thought process, in your decision-making, and in your hearts. Again, thank you very much.
Thank you as well, Supervisor. I know how incredibly busy you are, and so just really appreciate you appearing here before the board and contributing to this discussion, and appreciate the acknowledgement amongst decision makers here, how we are attempting to be the best decision makers we possibly can. So just thanks. Much appreciated. Thank you.
Have a great day.
All right, that brings us to our lunch, and we'll go ahead and give ourselves, I'll give us 50-ish minutes just so we have a little more time. I know it does take time to get across the street. So let's go ahead and bring ourselves back here at 1:40, and we'll continue on. And just thank everyone for the great productive morning. When we come back, we do have a few individual commenters we'll take out of order because of some scheduling challenges, and then we will get into panel number 4, which is the Nevada Irrigation District. Thanks, everyone. See you here at 1:40, and just appreciate everyone's time. Thank you. All right, everyone. It is 1:45. I think I'm still waiting for a couple of board members, but let's go ahead and get ourselves started, given how many commenters we have and how much we still have to work through. Next, we're going to take a few individual commenters quickly out of order before we move over to panel number 4. And so would like to call up Jim Pfeiffer and Ashley Casey, who I believe will also be joined by Robert Dugan to provide quick comment. I'm sorry, what was that? Oh, yeah, I don't know if Jim, are you going to kick us off here? I think you have 2 folks here in person.
Yes, I'll kick it off. I'm virtual today. Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
We can, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Esquivel and members of the Board of Directors. I am Jim Pfeiffer, and I'm the Executive Director of the Regional Water Authority and the Sacramento Groundwater Authority here in the Greater Sacramento region. We represent over 22 water agencies with the purpose of improving water supply reliability, availability, quality, and affordability. We're also active members in the Sacramento Water Forum. You'll hear a little bit more today from my colleague, Ashley Casey, on Water Forum specific comments. As you've heard before, in the Regional Water Authorities area, we've worked hard in the past 20 years to enhance conjunctive use and have improved and increased groundwater levels within the American River region. This is the result of substantial planning, sacrifice, and funding by local water agencies, and also some contributions by the Department of Water Resources and the State Water Resources Control Board in the form of grants to make improvements in this region. We appreciate the situation that the board is in and understand the need to develop draft regulatory provisions. However, without understanding the details of those provisions, we are unclear as to what those impacts might be for our region. The workshops building up today have mentioned the need to spend the next 2 years developing these regulatory provisions. We understand it is a lot of work, and we also understand that in the face of climate change, every year that passes is a missed opportunity for added capability to cope with our shifting hydrology, and it is shifting rather quickly. In the 2 years identified, we presume, which is an optimistic timeline, we will have worked through the key issues and made significant progress towards adding regional groundwater sustainability through development of the Sacramento Regional Water Bank. We have worked to incorporate current and anticipated regulations into the bank development. However, without a clear understanding of how the draft regulatory provisions could actually be implemented, we risk significant lost time, opportunity, and capability to make real implementable change through added groundwater health. We need to understand the future of surface water. It's in order to meaningfully and positively change the future of groundwater. They're linked. They're flip sides of a coin. Further, based on the prior documents published by the board staff, there is a presumption that lost surface supplies under the draft regulatory provisions will result in increased groundwater pumping. This could be really problematic for our region and other regions. Through significant work dating back to 2018 for the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program and to 1995 dating back to the region's implementation of conjunctive use, we have extensive experience in understanding what our basin can handle. The Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program strikes a balance between providing flows to the lower American River while preserving our subbasin's health. I'll be done in just a second. Additionally, we have been actively recharging the basin and building the infrastructure needed to provide healthy outflow for the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program into our system. We are ready to provide this water and make immediate change. Thank you for the opportunity to comment, and I greatly appreciate your time today. Thank you very much.
Thank you as well, Mr. Pfeiffer. Next, I'd like to call up Ashley Casey and then Robert Dugan.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel,
And board members, I'm Ashley Casey, and I'm the interim executive director for the Sacramento Water Forum. The Sacramento Water Forum is a regional multi-interest stakeholder group that is focused on protection of the Lower American River and ensuring regional water supply reliability for the Sacramento region. The Water Forum has a great history of success planning, designing, constructing, and monitoring habitat on the Lower American River, as well as engaging in studies and data collection to inform adaptive efforts to enhance the aquatic ecosystem. Today, I want to expound on the overall value of constructed habitat and why this in concert with flow are important for the American River. In 2023, we sponsored a peer-reviewed study along with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the Bureau of Reclamation that deployed cutting-edge techniques and highlights the relative value of habitat restoration. The study, led by fisheries geneticist Scott Blankenship from Kramer Fish Sciences, compared the incidence of juvenile Chinook salmon in the American River that could be directly tied to restored versus non-restored habitat sites on the Lower American River. The work was done using heart tissue DNA collected from fall-run adult female spawner carcasses that were then matched with thin clipped DNA from the juvenile fish sampled in the spring at the rotary screw traps. This study was the first of its kind in California and provided promising results. The study found that recruitment of female adult fish in both restored and non-restored habitat generally showed no statistical difference. This is really good news. It means that the female spawners are as likely to select restored habitats as they are naturally occurring suitable spawning areas within the river. The study also showed that spawners in augmented habitat produced more offspring than per female spawners as compared to non-augmented sites. So those sites are more productive in their generations. This speaks volume to the worth of the Water Forum's habitat efforts. It shows that the habitat we are planning and constructing can be maximized to provide the best value for increasing the spatial availability of suitable habitat for in-river. It also shows that restored habitat can function as well, if not incrementally better, than non-restored habitat. We have been working with reclamation for years to manage the Lower American River for adequate flows and water temperatures. And as a result, we know that operation of reservoirs is also critical to species survival. But turning operational knobs alone will not solve all of the fish species dilemmas. Reservoir operations need to occur in concert with habitat to optimize value for fish, and providing high quality habitat like that provided on the American River will expand the ability of species to weather climate change and provide refuge for aquatic species. Thank you very much for your time today. I'm happy to provide the study I referenced if you're interested in learning more. So thank you.
Thank you. Much appreciated, Ms. Casey. Next, I'd like to call up Robert Dugan. Apologies, Mr. Dugan. I think the mic is off.
Okay.
Should be set
I
there.
get a little help. Excellent. Thank you. Appreciate that. Chair, board members, thank you for the opportunity to be here today. Robert Dugan, I'm the board chair for the Placer County Water Agency, and you all know what we do up the mountain. We collect an awful lot of the snow melt on the mountain and put it together so we can ship it in some cases all the way down to Southern California. We're partners in the American River watershed. I'm here today to encourage you to adopt the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes Pathway as the most effective means to achieve the goals of the Bay Delta Water Quality Plan. You know, it's a progressive solution that's looking at outcomes, right, and consistent with SMART. The American region has a 25-year history of collaborating, as we just heard, with the Water Forum Agreement, and it's all focused on outcomes. How do we meet all the needs and make the environment better for the environmental attributes that are important to us? We work hard to improve the ecosystem of our region from the headwaters to the mouth of the American River. Case in point, I also sit on the Regional Water Authority Board, and I sit on the Northern California Water Association Board, because we all talk to each other and we work together to try and deliver on the promise. We stand ready as an agency to augment and enhance our responsibility to include the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta, of which many of our communities are a member. This is an important new mission. We get it, and I'm here to commit to you as we recognize that a healthy American River fishery depends on a healthy Delta ecosystem. We also recognize that the path most likely to lead to sustainable results and outcomes in the Delta necessitates that cooperation of all the regions that are currently putting resources into the ground every day and in habitat every day. The Healthy Rivers and Landscapes Program, which includes early implementation of critical habitat projects on the Lower American River, has the highest likelihood of successful outcomes because it meets all the criteria of SMART, right? Specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. We're all familiar with that. Designing a program around these goals is exactly what our region has been doing with the Water Forum, so I won't go into the Water Forum any deeper other than to say the outcomes there, the proof's in the pudding, and we're trying to bring it to the benefit of the state. And we know we take our responsibility seriously to help partner with you and the other agencies to make it happen. Our purveyors have already made significant contributions to the environment through 3 separate FERC relicensing processes, through federal biological opinion processes, and the Water Forum work. While making additional water and habitat contributions to health of aquatic species isn't going to be easy, we work on it, right? It won't be easy, but we know we can reoperate our reservoirs and build and operate a groundwater bank in the region to meet this challenge. We have the support of the 2.5 million people that call our metropolitan area home. As an elected official, we all have to make sure we can serve water for all the necessary uses. All this can be achieved in a timely manner within the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes Program while respecting our existing water rights, entitlements, and with your continued partnership and oversight, no doubt. Our region has learned from the Water Forum how to implement these things and enthusiastically supports these keys to success for environmental projects. This program, the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes Program, has our enthusiastic support, and our proposal covers all water right holders in the American River watershed. We believe that an alternative blanket one-size-fits-all approach that we've been trying for years with very limited success on outcomes, I would say, doesn't meet the SMART objectives. It's time to get progressive and make it happen, right? I'm sorry, I get excited, right? Because I'm a policy volunteer. I work hard all day so I can afford to spend time on water for the last few decades, right? We know that if we try the one-size-fits-all flow-only approach, it's going to harm local ecosystems, the things we've actually been trying to protect, and it's going to have a significant economic and social impact. So we're trying to come up with the solution that helps us hit on all, and we got to do it a step at a time, and we got to do it together. You know, species like the yellow-legged frog and the hardhead minnow in the upper watershed, right, above Folsom Lake will suffer. We don't want to do that, right? We can't do this, right? We got to do this all together. So it's simply unacceptable to ignore 25 years of holistic work. And we're here committed to help you. So I want to end with a quote from the governor earlier this week, because he hit me right where I live, right? And this is all about us trying to be progressive. He was up, granted, he was talking about another project, but I think it applies here in the years of work that certainly I volunteered my time and political expertise and policy expertise to say, how do we think outside the box? He said, the world we invented is competing against us. We're consumed by process. We are paralyzed by process and litigation and NIMBYism and people frankly taking advantage of the public. And as a consequence, we fall behind. So that was from our governor this week when he was up talking about off-stream storage. And I think it applies here. Let's make it happen. Let's make something great happen that has measurable outcomes that I get to tell my kids about and my grandkids about. So thank you for your time and consideration today. I urge you to adopt the Healthy Rivers and Landscape proposal as proposed by the Public Water Agencies and the California Natural Resources Agency. Thank you for your time. Thanks for giving me the time.
Thank you for that time, Mr. Dugan. Appreciate you participating here in our discussion. All right, let's now move to our next panel, panel number 4, which will be the Nevada Irrigation District, South Sutter Water District, Yolo County Flood Control and Water Conservation District, and Sutter Bypass Butte Slough Water Users Association. We give a moment for folks to come up. And as they're doing so, we'll just note, again, I know we have more commenters than we're going to be able to get through today. And just for everyone's planning purposes, we're going to be looking to wrap today's meeting by about 6:15. And so we'll get through as many folks as we can, prioritizing those that are here in person because of the travel that you've committed to. But just wanted to make sure for planning purposes, folks know when we're looking to end this evening, and we'll do our best to get through all comments. On that note, hand it over to the panel here. Good to see you all. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Board.
Apologies, you'll have to turn on your mic there.
Thank you, Board. My name's Dustin Cooper. I'm excited to kick off this panel. I'm General Counsel for Nevada Irrigation District, and we're talking about onboarding new parties to the Healthy Rivers program. If we can go to the next, oh, do we have our slide? Yes. Okay. You may recall, Board, that representatives of these agencies were before you in April discussing their interest in the Healthy Rivers program. And I'm happy to announce that significant progress has been made since then to a point where we are ready to be officially recognized as VA participants. Next slide, please. As the board is well aware, these are very complex agreements tackling very difficult issues, and that takes time and bandwidth. And when the VAs were kickstarted a number of years ago, frankly, there was a bandwidth limitation, and the parties focused on the larger tributaries first. But the point here is that there was always an understanding from the VA participants that there would be an opportunity to onboard new parties as the process unfolded. And there before you bulleted is the various references to that understanding from the VA parties. Next slide. So this is a map of Nevada Irrigation District. If I can just orient you a little bit, the dark area is the actual service area boundaries of NID, but the larger map depicts what I would characterize as the area of influence. There's a few points that I want to make here with this slide. First of all, if I could direct you to the upper right-hand corner, there's a number of reservoirs in the high elevation country there. Those are owned and operated by NID, and they collect water from the Yuba watershed and import it into Deer Creek, Bear River, a number of other watersheds, ultimately for use within NID and to downstream parties. That NID is the senior water right holder in this region and has some arrangements with downstream junior parties, such as Yuba Water Agency, with the understanding that this importing water concept would continue as the senior water right holder. The second point I'd like to make is NID, much like the state of California, relies extensively on snowpack and faces an uncertain future with climate change and present impacts and forecasted impacts to snowpack. And consequently, NID being in this headwaters region is very concerned about an unimpaired flow concept. And I'll explain why, in addition to the other points that have been raised multiple times by other parties. But in NID's case, there are no viable alternative water supply. And NID does not overlie an aquifer, such that it could develop a groundwater program. Being in the headwaters, there is no other upstream party from which NID could purchase supplies in the event of a shortage. So unimpaired flow as a concept is very concerning to NID. Next slide, please. In my opinion, NID has one of the most, if not the most complex water distribution systems in the state of California, if not the United States. You can spend a lot of time talking about this, but I want to drill down on NID's Deer Creek system. The primary feature of the Deer Creek system is Scotts Flat Reservoir. Think of that facility as providing water to all of Nevada County, and that's over 18,000 treated water customers and over 3,300 farm gate deliveries. Next slide. So this is a table taken directly from your draft staff report. By way of introduction, both your draft staff report and the draft POI in the narrative sections of the unimpaired flow alternatives contemplate NID being subject to an unimpaired flow standard, and that unimpaired flow standard would negatively impact that historical importing of water into NID's service area. However, that is where the analysis ends. And this table shows that Scotts Flat Reservoir end of April storage does not change under an unimpaired flow standard as compared to baseline. And the reason for that is set forth in another State Water Board document that was released on your SACWAM model. But basically, to put it simply, the model hardwired Scott Flat Reservoir to not change under an unimpaired flow standard. One other point before we move to the next slide is just a reminder that your draft staff report does not include an analysis of forecasted climate change hydrology. Next slide. So we at NID used your analysis as kind of the initial step and then built from there. So this is, again, Scott's Flat Reservoir, end of April storage. However, NID has added a 55% unimpaired flow standard and climate change hydrology. Let me pause here and explain that it was fortunate NID was engaged in an existing public process called Plan for Water, where NID was assessing its water supply needs for the next 50 years and developing plans and actions to mitigate and address the effects of climate change on NID. So this model developed by NID last year incorporates the best available science, frankly, the most readily available science on climate change and forecasted hydrology. So what you see on the left is a plot of existing Scott's Flat storage. Again, it's end of April, and that is depicted by water year type. And then to the right of that is the forecasted climate change hydrology with the 55% unimpaired flow standard. Just to highlight how significant this is for NID, dead pool at Scott's Flat Reservoir is approximately 15,000 acre feet. So if you identify that and then kind of go across, you see that end of April storage at Scott's Flat is basically dead pool or less in most years except for wet years. And again, this is what would typically be your spring high point, where you're transitioning from collection of storage into release storage to support treated water customers and farms, et cetera. Next slide. So NID was actively engaged in VA discussions prior to release of your draft staff report, but analyses like I just showed created an additional sense of urgency, frankly. So we're pretty excited about our Healthy Rivers proposal. I won't go into all the detail today, but at a high level, NID's proposal includes the same three components that other Healthy River proponents contain, and that is a flow contribution, a habitat contribution, and a funding contribution. I do want to drill down briefly on something that we at NID are pretty excited about, and that is Auburn Ravine. Just recently, NID removed a dam on Auburn Ravine and opened up about 6 miles of new habitat. And I heard yesterday that we're seeing fish already into that new stretch of Auburn Ravine. And so we're going to pair that existing work with proposed new work, targeted flow to benefit the salmonids, and also fund a grant program to screen private diversions. And that grant program would be a collaborative effort with other districts, CDFW, your staff, DWR, and any other stakeholder groups that would be interested, where we would identify and prioritize those projects to then implement. And with that, I will hand it over to Hayden.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Escobar and members of the board. My name's Hayden Cornwell. I'm the General Manager of South Sutter Water District. On the screen right now is a map of the Bear River watershed. South Sutter Water District owns and operates Campfire West Reservoir, a reservoir on the Bear River watershed just upstream of the confluence of the Feather and the Bear Rivers. Campfire West Reservoir stores runoff collected in the winter months, and the district delivers that water throughout the spring and summer months to 38,000 acres of irrigated farmland in Sutter and Placer counties. Next slide, please. This graph shows an average depth of groundwater within the South Sutter Water District boundaries over a period of 70 years from 1950 to 2020. If you'll notice on the left side of the graph, throughout the 1950s, there was a steady decline in groundwater levels due to excess groundwater pumping and a lack of available surface water. The local landowners at the time noticed this and knew that additional surface waters needed to be brought into the region in order to balance the groundwater table. In 1963, Campfire West Reservoir was constructed, and so began the start of a successful conjunctive use water operation. You can see a drastic increase in the groundwater levels in the years following Campfire West construction. Throughout the graph, you can see the stability that having a constant surface water supply has brought to the region. Even in years following droughts such as 1977 or the 2012 to 2016 drought period, the groundwater table stabilizes and rebounds shortly after. I think this graph does an excellent job of showing how crucial our conjunctive use efforts have been throughout the history of the district. Next slide, please. Campfire West Reservoir holds 93,740 acre feet. We deliver 70,000 acre feet per year of surface water, on average to 38,000 acres of irrigated farmland. With that 70,000 acre feet, we're able to meet about 1/3 of the overall demand, meaning that for any given grower, they receive about 1/3 of their total water supply from the district, and the remaining 2/3 is pumped groundwater. If 55% unimpaired flow was to be enforced, South Sutter Water District would face an average surface water reduction of 11,000 acre feet per year. In critical years, the impacts are even greater, with the average reduction at 20,000 acre feet. And this would mean the district would be losing anywhere from 15 to 30% of its yearly water supply. What those impacts look like in practice for South Sutter and its growers is an increase in groundwater pumping. If surface water supplies are unavailable, our growers would have to resort to groundwater to offset that difference. Increasing groundwater pumping by 11,000 acre feet or more per year would likely lead to the underlying basin experiencing one or more undesirable results as defined by the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. Increases in groundwater pumping of that magnitude over the long term would start to diminish the groundwater supply, and we'd likely see similar results to what we saw in the area pre-1963 and pre-Campfire West Reservoir construction. Over time, as the groundwater table would get lower and lower, growers would eventually have no choice but to fallow agricultural land, the estimate for which is at least 7,000 acres, or about 18% of the current farmed acreage within the district. Those impacts would only be further compounded by the end of September storage and cold water pool management identified in the program of implementation, the scientific basis for which seems unclear. Next slide, please. South Sutter Water District's Healthy Rivers and Landscape proposal involves collaborating with Nevada Irrigation District to help facilitate their Healthy Rivers and Landscapes flow contributions, as well as working with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, the Family Water Alliance, and Nevada Irrigation District to improve fish habitat on Auburn Ravine. Our flow proposal includes 4,400 acre feet of additional water in the January through June months from the Bear River to the Feather River in above normal, below normal, and dry water year types. Our flow contribution in conjunction with Nevada Irrigation District's flow contribution accounts for 10,000 acre feet going from the Bear River to the Feather River in those aforementioned year types. We believe that South Sutter Water District's proposal is within the scope of the State Water Resources Control Board's 2023 draft staff report analysis for the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program, and is consistent with the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes Memorandum of Understanding. South Sutter Water District's proposal supports the existing conjunctive use program we have in place and helps maintain sustainability under the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. With that, I will turn it over to Kristen.
Good afternoon, Chair Escobar and board members. I'm Kristen Ziggy, General Manager of the Yolo County Flood Control and Water Conservation District. And if you can please advance to the next slide. Thank you. We are essentially an irrigation district, despite the very long name. We're located about 40 minutes west of Sacramento and cover approximately 200,000 acres in western Yolo County, as shown in the yellow polygon on this map. Our operational area extends further to the northwest and Cache Creek watershed, as we are responsible for flood and irrigation releases from Clear Lake and Indian Valley Reservoir. Reservoir releases travel approximately 65 miles before we regain control and divert water into our 160 miles of unlined canals, as you can see sort of in the neon blue on this slide. Cache Creek is considered an intermittent stream. From the Cape Dam, Cache Creek flows about 30 miles before terminating at the Cache Creek settling basin. On the next slide, I will highlight the impacts from the 55% unimpaired flow alternative. If you could please advance. Cache Creek diversions would be reduced about 60% of the time. The 2017 scientific basis report states Cache Creek does not support, anadromous fish, and given the high losses and large volumes that are required to create connectivity with the Yolo bypass, it's unclear why Cache Creek watershed is being considered. There would be a reduction by more than 50% in 15% of the years. Reduced diversions from 140,000 acre feet to 0 acre feet could occur in up to 3 years, and reduced diversions would occur in consecutive years. The short-term impact to productive ag lands would be fallowing of approximately 17,000 acres. And the additional groundwater pumping will risk non-compliance with SGMA and jeopardize the district's conjunctive use program, similar to South Sutter Water District. The long-term impact will be fallowing of 90,000 acres because of the overall reduced water budget. And another long-term impact would be to the region's environmental landscapes, as the network of sloughs and related habitat depends on the passive recharge from irrigation and drain flows. Next slide, please. Other impacts to the watershed include Indian Valley Reservoir end of September storage being reduced up to 60,000 acre feet per year, which is critical carryover storage for getting through the first dry year of a certain period. There are adverse impacts to hydropower generation as well, which is connected to our local community choice energy program, Valley Clean Energy. The scientific basis is unclear for including Indian Valley Reservoir as a cold water pool reservoir, also consistent with South Sutter Water District. And Clear Lake's end of September storage is reduced up to 33,000 acre feet per year, which is inconsistent with the court judgment that governs our releases, the Solano Decree. Additionally, the district serves approximately 20 municipal districts around Clear Lake, and there is a risk and economic impact to those municipal customers in Clear Lake communities, as they could experience up to a third reduction in diversions per year. Lastly, there's also a risk to the sustainable geothermal power generation, since the geysers rely on Clear Lake water. Next slide, please. The district believes Healthy Rivers and Landscapes provides more benefits and less impacts using best available science. We are proposing to assist in providing enhanced environmental flow contributions in Poudre Creek in collaboration with contributions from Solano County Water Agency for salmon habitat and other benefits. We've been coordinating with DWR as well as with fishery agency experts such as CDFW and UC Davis. We've also been collaborating with Yochadehi Winton Nation on their potential involvement for tribal ecological knowledge and advisement on the project. Healthy Rivers and Landscapes supports the district's conjunctive use program, which optimizes the use of surface water when it's available and saves groundwater during dry years, or for dry years, excuse me. The district has applied for 10 temporary permits for diverting excess winter water in Cache Creek for groundwater recharge. And Healthy Rivers and Landscapes would advance this innovative program for us. If you could advance to the next slide, this is an illustration of the conjunctive use program that ensures a balanced water budget. This is groundwater hydrograph showing depth to water prior to Indian Valley Reservoir being online. I feel like I'm parroting South Sutter Water District's presentation. I apologize for that. From 1940 to 1977, there was a steady decline in groundwater levels. But after operation of Indian Valley Reservoir in the 1977 drought, there was recovery and steadier groundwater levels. Next slide highlights the district's proposal for participating in Healthy Rivers and Landscapes. Thank you. The district is proposing to capture high flow diversions in our existing delivery system to contribute resulting supply to Poudre Creek for salmon. Benefits include contributing to the recovery of anadromous fishery in Poudre Creek, climate adaptation for all beneficial users, protection of groundwater supplies of rural communities, protection of groundwater dependent ecosystems in the community, preventing and reducing subsidence, and maintaining the economic and environmental benefits of agricultural and working lands. This last slide summarizes some of the proactive outreach that we have been conducting We know we have not signed on to an MOU, or we're not technically part of the party yet. But this last slide, sorry, shows the agencies that we've been collaborating with. If you could, thank you. So we have been working with Yolo County Resource Conservation District, Cache Creek Conservancy, UC Davis, Uchidehi-Winton Nation, the County of Yolo, Solano County Water Agency, of course, and then Lower Puda Creek Coordinating Committee. And we're committed to continuing to include them in our multi-benefit project moving forward. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you as well.
Thank you, Chairman Escobar, Vice Chair Diadamo, board members. My name is John Brennan. I'm here I'm replacing John Munger, our esteemed statesman for the Sutter Bypass Butte Water Users Association. The association is basically 38 kind of eclectic individual landowners that were brought together for the Phase 8 process to kind of negotiate in that process and to work on issues at Lower Butte Creek. It's primarily rice ground. There are some duck clubs in that area. The next slide, you skip to that one. This shows, I mean, I don't have the district shown on here, or you can't see it. The slide is kind of too far away, but you can see that we're basically the drain water system for all of the Feather River, the bigger Feather River water divergers, the big rice districts, so Western Canal, Bitchvale, Big West, Gridley, Butte, Sutter Extension, all drain into the Sutter Bypass. And then that drain water system is what we pump out of down in the bottom end of the bypass. That's important because, we're basically living off their drain water. We have state licenses for that drain water, but they're fairly junior in the system. For this area to continue to be farmed, I mean, we're barely hanging on now with the curtailments, and I think that's the next slide. But I just wanted to show you that most of the water that's in Butte Creek actually comes from the Feather River up above, in the whole, I think it's Lake Pillsbury and some of that Penstock area comes across and it comes down through Butte Creek. And the water comes in and out of Butte Creek over numerous structures to make it down to where we are at the bottom. Not sure where I was going with that, but we have been basically working with all of these districts over the last probably 30 years of that process to work on the structures and a flow regime or a flow management program to keep water coming over those structures to get water up into Butte Creek. Over the last 10 or 15 years, I'm sure you guys have heard Jacob here with the Nagiri project. We've been working with how do we manage those areas in the bypass for fish food and habitat benefits for the juveniles coming back down through the system. That's important in this area because we have the successful run on Butte Creek of the salmon, but this is also the area south of the Tisdale Weir. Is the first area in the main bypass system that goes underwater. So when there's a big storm, like 3 weeks ago when we had a big storm, the way the Feather River system works is the first weir that runs is the Tisdale Weir. So the Tisdale Weir actually ran and filled up this portion of the bypass, and it basically floods all the way up to the Tisdale Weir before it gets high enough to come over the Fremont Weir. So it didn't quite come over the Fremont Weir, but it did flood all this. So any winter run salmon or the first salmon to move down the system that are getting out on the floodplain, this is where they end up. Next slide. So I touched on this a little bit a minute ago. Basically, we all have post-1914 water rights. That means when there's a curtailment, we generally get curtailed. We were curtailed in 14, 15, 21, I think, 22, or no, maybe not 21, but definitely 22. And we're generally curtailed June 1st. With the unimpaired flows model, we divert about 60,000 acre feet. With the unimpaired flows model, we might have some water in June, but we'd most likely be curtailed in every year in July, August, and September. So in this area, one thing about this area that's different than my two predecessors here is the lower end of the Sutter Basin. Most of the groundwater there is saline, so there's not a lot of groundwater production. I mean, there's been actually a discussion if we actually put in wells and pump for about 50 years, we might be able to improve the groundwater quality, but it's not there yet. If we get to the next slide, this talks about, in the Healthy Rivers and Landscape term sheet, Appendix 2, that you guys have identified or somebody's identified, I guess we've identified 20,000 acres of habitat and 20,000 acres of fish food production. We comprise about 13,000 acres of area within the bypass. Like I said before, we've been part of the phase 8 process. We've been participating for all these years, and we've also signed on in support of Healthy Rivers Landscapes way back in March 29th of 2024. Next slide, please. And so our contribution, so we're more landscape than Healthy Rivers in our contribution, although we did come up with 3 things. So we would dedicate 3,000 acre feet, which is about 5% of the 60,000, which we think is proportionate to what people are doing. We could do that any years that we weren't curtailed, which are the 3 middle years I think that we're talking about. 6,000 acres of fish food production. We do that now. Like I said, we pioneered all of those studies to show what the fish food production was. 11,000 acres of floodplain habitat enhancement. Like I said, we're out there now with the Rice Commission, Paul Butner, with its Fish Out in the Fields. We've been working with CDF and CDFW on what they would allow as far as enhancements in the bypass. So we're participating in that stuff. We're excited to continue doing that. And then we also think we'd be, $39,000 doesn't look like a lot of money sitting here, but we think that's proportionate to what everybody else is doing on our 13,000 acres. And also we also participate. One thing that's happening out, when we talk about Healthy Rivers and Landscape and the river system, there's quite a bit of interest in managing Butte Creek from the bottom to the top. There's nobody more interested in knowing about what's going on in Butte Creek than us at the bottom of the system, trying to predict flows. And so there are several studies that we're working on with CDFW on monitoring flows, guaranteeing flows in the system, working on the structures. We're there working with them on Weir number 1, which is the traditional spring run kill site. I think that's finally going to get fixed. And on the Juicy Weir. So we're also participating in both the flow studies and structures being replaced in the system. And like Mr. Dugan, we're in favor of this project. Yeah.
That concludes our presentation.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Wasn't too sure if there was going to be further. Well, first and foremost, thank you. I appreciate the contributions here, the time to be before us. And want to maybe start off by touching on something that you had mentioned, and that's proportionality, both in the contributions on the habitat side and also on the flow side. And just kind of wondering how that's been sussed out when it comes to the contributions that you all are having, whether is there some analysis or work, just because it would be helpful to understand kind of even amongst the existing assets in the VA parties, kind of what that proportionality looks like across the watershed. And I imagine for your own benefit as well as you negotiate your way into this structure, would kind of like some back and forth or some understanding on how everyone's approached that.
So maybe I'll start at least for NID, the funding proportionality is really easy because there's an existing structure and NID is fitting right into that. The one maybe unique twist in NID's case is we are proposing that a portion of NID's financial contribution be kind of redirected to that private screening grant program that I mentioned. In terms of the water contribution, habitat contribution, I am not aware of a methodology, so to speak, but I will tell you that the state team representatives that have negotiated all of the other Healthy Rivers program terms are the same folks that we're talking with. So and there's considerable back and forth. The proposal that NID initially led with is not the proposal that is before you today. So there was considerable back and forth and a very active discussion about what benefits can be achieved and at what cost. So I don't know. I want to turn to my fellow panelists if there's any other input that they would like to offer.
Oh, I can take that. So yeah, we had that same question to our DWR people, right? I think I actually called it, what is our tithing to the church of the VAs, is the way I phrased it at the time. And so the Sac River settlement contractors, I think, are 100,000, or the Sac River system was 100,000 acre feet on just a little over 2 million acre feet. So we said, okay, that's about 5%. I think that's all that we put into that. And then I think we were proportionate on the financial side. I think we're certainly oversubscribed on the habitat side. I mean, we are kind of right in the middle of the bypass, right in the middle of the floodplain. So yeah.
I will just briefly add, since we're trying to be a little bit different, but we are partnering with Solano County Water Agency in the Poudre Creek watershed. We're on par with them. And then the habitat contributions funding is consistent with the rest of the VA agreements.
I would just add for South Sutter, specifically on the habitat portion, like I mentioned, you were working with Nevada Irrigation District on the screening on Auburn Ravine. So it was just kind of a collaboration with them and meeting in the middle as far as kind of cost sharing that project.
Great. I really appreciate those responses, and just getting a sense of kind of the dynamics when thinking of proportionality for buying into, if you will, the voluntary agreements generally. Just want to maybe ask as well, affirming, I guess, that these are all new contributions when it comes to the habitat, or if there is some overlap. Just wanted to understand that as well, of maybe existing contributions or efforts when it comes to the habitat assets.
In a use case, yes. They are new. The one exception is, well, it's not an exception, but the proposal, we do want to highlight that Hemp Hill Dam removal project, but we're not seeking credit, so to speak, for that. The habitat commitments are in addition to that and build upon that existing project.
Yeah, those contributions are new. I think historically we would have liked to put funding towards habitat restoration, but our ratepayers are typically paying just for us to give them the water. And so this is kind of expanding that. But again, in partnering with Solano County Water Agency, we plan to enhance what they're doing there.
I would just add that South Sutter's habitat contributions are new as well.
Yeah, I think our contributions, obviously the flow and the money are new. We've been participating in the habitat projects for the last 10 or 15 years. So I don't know, they're new to the VAs, but they're not new to the world.
That's fair. No, I appreciate that. Looking to fellow board colleagues for question and comment themselves for the panel. Board Member McGuire.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. And I know there's some different faces here, but there was an update from a similar group, I think back in April. And so just thank you for the continued work and progress on your proposals. And I guess we'll see where this leads. But for me, it does just serve as a reminder. Today is on flow accounting is really the focus. And so thinking through that process, I think it came up in the last workshop about onboarding parties or what happens if parties leave the Healthy Rivers Landscapes program and the mechanism of that. So you're coming here. If you enter into the MOU, you'd have tangible assets that each of you described that you'd be contributing to the program. So thinking through from the Healthy Rivers program broadly, what would that look like to bring those assets into this existing program we're already trying to figure out here. So I appreciate you coming here and the interest, and certainly am hopeful. But just again, as a reminder of the work that we have ahead of us. So thanks.
Thank you, Board Member Firestone.
Yeah, thanks. And I have to say this is an area I'm really struggling with, because I really appreciate that we want to bring all the assets and projects and collaboration that you all have put forward. And, ideally what we want to get to is a place where everyone can be coordinating together and building the most optimal combination of different types of assets. So I think the challenge here is that is this question of what's adequate. It sort of tees up the overall question of the structure with what's adequate and who decides what's adequate. And so it's less about you all exactly, but more just overall the structure of how we're looking at the VA. I think first of all, what I heard from staff at one of the previous workshops was we had been looking at this as a project, and it seems like if now this is a moving target, again, for good reasons, in terms of it's more like a program, and that may require us to take additional process and time to analyze that. And I'm wondering if staff could clarify that, or if we feel comfortable just sort of helping understand what that might mean for sort of timeline and our overall process here.
Yeah, thanks for the question. I think it's a good question. I think it is important for us we need to nail down the details of what the voluntary agreements are very quickly, which we're trying to do through these workshops. Some of these proposals, it's unclear to me whether they're intended to be part of the water purchase program or they're intended to be additional components of the voluntary agreement. Some I've heard in both forums. So I think we need to sort that out and figure that out. And then we need to incorporate those proposals into the analyses. And I agree with you. We need a stable project description that we're analyzing for SWRCB purposes and for the scientific basis report. We have analyzed broadly the water purchases. I think we'd like to get more clarity on those water purchases, particularly the fixed price and the other category of fixed assets, the permanent water purchases, sorry, took me a minute. Those two, so that we can analyze the accounting related measures for those and specify those in more detail, because they raise all the same questions that we talked about today. And I think we need to sort through those. We need to sort through the water right related issues associated with all of these things. Some of those were brought up today. You know, are there water rights associated with all of the flow commitments? If not, what does that mean in terms of the analysis that we have to do for the purposes of this project? So I do think it's important for us to really get all of those details nailed down so that we can start doing all of that analysis and make sure that our documentation is complete and we can move the project forward and have clarity for the public and our analytical purposes.
So it seems like, well, I'll say, I think one of the fundamental challenges, in addition to sort of the additional analysis that's needed and specificity, and, you know, we need to get through our process, but it seems like we can do that. That's solvable. It may take a little more time. But I think there's this question also of what is adequate for new parties and what is a deal that works. And so, if we are adopting something that is allowing agencies to not comply with a regulatory program and instead comply with and be part of this alternative compliance program, I'll call it, but the Healthy Rivers and Landscape. It seems like we can't just delegate that to the Healthy Rivers and Landscape program unless we have clear objectives or standards that make us feel comfortable that it's going to be equivalent or that there's going to be adequate protection. And I think, to me, this kind of underlines an area we haven't, I think, surfaced a bit in the other workshops, but we haven't, been able to address super head on, and was raised in other ones around, if we have a single objective that is that everyone's held to, and we're clear on that, then an alternative compliance program like the Healthy Rivers and Landscape Program can show that it's meeting, or that we are adopting it as meeting that. Then it's easier to say that there's the ability to go back and forth, because there's some equivalency, and that's not the way that this is being proposed right now. And so I think there's a challenge here with the framework of having different objectives, and also who makes decisions on what's adequate and when you can move from one to the other. So I just want to flag, this is an area I want to find a pathway here, but I think it calls into, and because I think we need to be able to let people collaborate and bring new assets, but I think it also highlights kind of a fundamental challenge with how we're talking about structuring the two programs together in a way that enables that. So just flagging those concerns as we're moving forward, and I think as we take the next steps here, we'll have a chance to talk more about that.
Thank you, Board Member. Vice Chair.
Those were all really good points, and I'll just plus that up and just say that I would welcome the Department of Water Resources opinion about each of these programs individually. I think one of the attractive things about what we have is just that it's a package, and so would welcome their eyes on it as well as our staff's.
Yeah, thank you both. Looking to see if there's anything further. And if not, really appreciate this discussion on the panel. Appreciate the good points from the dais. And I think we will definitely have further conversations here, but appreciate the work that's gone into this and the opportunity here to share some thought. And thank you. Look forward to the work ahead. Thank you. All right, that brings us now to our fifth panel. And would like to now call up folks from South Yuba River Citizens League and Yuba River Waterkeeper, Golden State Salmon Association, California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance, and Friends of the River. Just a flag on timing, we're running about 45 minutes behind on our schedule here, which means we'll start individual comments probably around 4 o'clock, depending on how much discussion we have here at the dais. Good afternoon. Good to see you all.
Afternoon.
Thanks. All right, get us started. Thank you, Chair Escobar. Thank you, Board, for having me. My name is Aaron Zettlerman. I'm the Executive Director for Circle, the South Yuba River Citizens League. We are also the Yuba River Waterkeeper. Today, I'm going to talk about some of the challenges that we've seen with estimating reference flows. I'm very focused on the Yuba River watershed, so that's where my examples will come from, Yuba Water Agency and a little bit of Nevada Irrigation District as well. You can go ahead and advance the slide. So talking a little bit about challenges with reference flows, time relevant flow accounting. So some of the challenges, what are the things that you all might need as a board, and then speak a little bit to the sort of unique challenges that we see in the Yuba that again, Nevada Irrigation District just started to kind of allude to. Advance the slide, please. So at sort of the heart of the issue here is that predicting some sort of an unimpaired flow model, it's not a perfect science, right? There's modeling, there's forecasts. It's not perfect, but it does provide an equitable, relatively straightforward approach to how much water should be in a river. As soon as we start adding management and operations decisions that are very unique to basins, shifting carryover storage requirements, Army Corps of Engineer requirements, things begin to get complex. And that complexity makes it harder to enforce. It makes it harder to understand what's going on. It creates confusion. And not implying anything, but within that confusion, it's easier, or there is opportunity to sort of move lines and move bars. You can go ahead and advance the slide, please. So for flow accounting to be possible and meaningful, there are a few things that if I was sitting on this board, and certainly if I was on staff and doing a lot of this work, I would want. Real-time monitoring is necessary if it's going to be possible to determine compliance. For that to be possible, the monitoring must rely on existing infrastructure like automated measures of salinity and existing stream gauges in relevant places. The annual flow plans need to include measurable flow metrics at those specific gauges. And for corrective management actions to be taken, the uncertainty bounds need to be sufficiently narrow, as do the time averaging windows for the variable in question. So as we see here in the proposal, uncertainty bands of plus or minus 15% over a month-long averaging window are just a little too large and a little too coarse for meaningful corrective management to occur. There should also be pretty simple and straightforward processes by which those annual flow plans are reviewed by the board, and if necessary, potentially even rejected by this board. I would suggest that the water board will be well served if plans are clear enough that their review can be conducted at current staffing levels and doesn't require an entirely new department. And finally, the fundamental criteria, I would say, are not, the sort of fundamental criteria are not really being met by the VAs as proposed, but it is in the best interest of everybody, this board and the water agencies, to have something that is sort of easily reviewable so that everybody who is invested in compliance can meet that goal. And advance the slide, please. So as I mentioned, I work pretty exclusively in the Yuba, and so that's going to be the focus of my watershed. In reference to the reference flows in Yuba Water Agency's proposal, I quote, YWA reference flows include two sets of flows, end quote, and they call them components A and B. The stated reason for these two different components is because they have two different types of VA flow programs, also called component A and B. It's worth noting here that despite the two different components of water and the two different accounting methods, we are talking about a single river with a single operational dam, New Bullards Bar. The two flows reference different carryover storage targets of New Bullards Bar and different water rights orders. The reference flows also refer to documents that aren't sort of directly linked, directly referenced, or excerpt specifically, including the Yuba Accord and the Water Purchase Agreement, both of which are also being renegotiated separately. What I'm getting at here is that this is complex. There's pertinent information that isn't currently readily available so that it's possible to imagine what's going on. It's also worth noting that this approach for sort of estimating flows really is only occurring on paper in all cases. These reference flows only exist as something that could have happened if something different didn't happen. And that is a significant challenge with ensuring that they are sort of both appropriate and match the reality of what would have existed. You can advance the slide, please. And I will preempt this slide with apologies. I'm not quite convinced I've got that blue box and that line in the correct place. I was making this as we were sitting here this morning. So I want to offer a slightly different and kind of ground truthed view of the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes flown as shown earlier this morning by Yuba Water Agency. So the slide that was shown this morning showed the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes flow, that 50,000 acre feet of water sitting on top of the Accord minimum flows. So that blue box there is the Accord minimum flows for the relevant months for all water year types. So the bottom of the box is the driest years at 400 CFS. The top of the box, again, I'm eyeballing here, is about 1,000 CFS for the wettest water year types for Yuba Accord. So the VA proposal is 50,000 acre feet. The max outlet capacity at Englebright Dam, owned by the Army Corps but operated by Yuba Water Agency, is about 4,200 CFS. We can see that sort of flat line around April 21st. That 50,000 acre feet over 2 months is in the neighborhood of 500 CFS. And in the slide this morning, that's where that kind of yellow line was, that Healthy Rivers and Landscapes in April and May was in the neighborhood of 2,500 CFS. However, the squiggly line at the top is the water last year, which was a pretty average year. So that's the actual water in the system during the sort of that relevant April-May release period. So anything above that squiggly line around April 21st is spill over the top of Englebright Dam. In the proposed VAs, there's an additional volume of water that they reference that is the difference between the accord minimum and the true discharge, which Yuba Water Agency refers to their release transfer flows that they can send to projects to the south up to 200,000 acre feet of water. So one of my questions here, and I think this is for you, but also Yuba Water Agency, is if the max outlet capacity is exceeded, how do we measure or know that that additional 500 on average CFS per day is being released? If it, we can sort of open the gates or close the gates at the outlets, but the discharge at the gauge at Marysville, which is the reference gauge, isn't going to change. It's just going to shift whether the water is going over the top or through one of the outlets. And so to some of the questions about, is this water new water or not, I am still confused about. All right, so that's it for the new slides. If you could advance the slide again. Thank you. So this does create a couple of challenges. Like I mentioned, how is this additional water reliably released if the majority of flows at Marysville during that reference period in most water years is actually uncontrolled spill, and they have a relatively small ability to control out flow through those two outlets? Let's see. So I will leave this with this idea that sort of Yuba Water Agency's reference flows, at least according to Appendix E, appeared to be kind of on the more complex side. But throughout the process, there are these similar challenges of where is this water coming from, especially as we think about reservoir reoperation and the difference between sort of the reference flows versus the reality flows today. Next slide, please. So the next thing that I want to talk about is complex basin hydrology, especially in the Yuba. What we're looking at is an unfortunately small map up there of inter and intra basin transfers in the Yuba River watershed. Generally speaking, that green circle is operated by Yuba Water Agency, and that purple circle is operated by Nevada Irrigation District. It's worth noting in that purple circle, there's a little bit of PG&E operation just to kind of keep us all on our toes and keep things interesting. But there's a lot of water moving between the basins. 80,000 acre feet is moving from the North Yuba into the Feather, and about 400,000 acre feet is moving from the Middle and South Yuba into the Bear River. Also worth noting, Yuba Water Agency's proposal includes reliance on, quote, forecasted uncontrolled flows from the Middle and South Yuba River, end quote, which I, again, am not quite sure how that factors in here if we've got 400,000 acre feet of water leaving those two rivers. Next slide, please. So water transfers to the Bear River are close to 400,000 acre feet, come from the Middle and South Yuba. Unimpaired flows in the Bear are between 13 and 740,000 acre feet with an average of about 320,000 acre feet. So interbasin transfers are more than the average unimpaired flow of the Bear. Out of basin transfers, mostly to the Bear watershed, but a little bit to the Feather, make up nearly 20% of the Yuba watershed's average unimpaired flow. So questions that I still have as we think about all the different proposed VAs is how is this addressed, accounted for, and compensated for in any VA, Healthy River, landscape, or staff proposal? Yuba watershed waters flowing down the Bear, is that part of reference flows for the Bear and therefore subtracted from reference flows or unimpaired flow in the Yuba? Could water from the Yuba River watershed be diverted to the Bear, potentially resulting in an increase in interbasin transfers to meet unimpaired flow requirements that are artificially raised in the Bear from Yuba water? Given the complexity in managing and moving Yuba River water, there is a risk of water getting double counted. For example, real world water counted as uncontrolled flows in one place might be counted as needing VA obligation flows or used in an entirely different basin. Final slide, please. So to summarize, these plans are incredibly complex, and I think in some ways that is reasonable because this is a complex problem. However, for all parties involved, keeping these plans simple is going to benefit everybody. Having things, the method and the process consistent across water year types is also incredibly important. And in short, I want to reemphasize something that the staff said this morning, keeping it simple, keeping it transparent. And so far from what we've seen, these VA flow proposals aren't quite there. Thank you very much. And I think my last slide is just some of the references. So skip past that.
Thank you.
I think I'm up. I think I'm up next. We have the next slide, please.
Should be coming up momentarily. While we wait, you can begin by introducing yourself, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel, board members. Barry Nelson, representing Golden State Salmon Association. Here we go. That's me. I think I've introduced all that. Next slide, please. Just mentioning that when I appeared before you recently, I highlighted a white paper that I worked on with Defenders Wildlife called Building Blocks that examined 18 blocks of water. Next slide, please. Just a reminder that one of the conclusions of that paper was that each of the 18 blocks of water we examined across the West and across the world have encountered significant implementation challenges. And the Bay Delta VA process is contemplating a block of water far more complicated than anyone ever attempted that we found. Next slide, please. So I'm not going to repeat any of the more detailed conclusions of that paper, but I would like to drill down into two specific areas. One is with regard to how reference flows are accounted. And the second is how existing flows, in many cases, those reference flows, are protected from future projects. Next slide, please. So just to review, we've heard this several times this morning. The VA flows are designed to float on top of reference flows for each river. Those reference flows are different for each river. They're determined annually. So they're not fixed for the term of the VAs. This list is the list for the Sacramento River, which as I said before, is formerly the most important salmon system south of the Columbia River. It's not right now. But the components of the reference flows there, temperature management, CVP deliveries, Wilkins slow flows, D1641, biological opinions, flood requirements. Each of those can be extremely complicated, but those are the layers of the reference flow pie, if we could. Next slide, please. I'm a child of the 1970s, so when I picture those reference flows, I picture one of my aunt's Jello molds with layers of different color going up to that thin layer of cherry-flavored VA water on the top, which sets up the next slide. And that is that nothing in the VAs lock in formally in the VAs or through the state board's authority current conditions, and that some of those current conditions are subject to change. Those reference flows could change significantly. That would significantly potentially change downstream flows and the anticipated benefits of the VAs. Next slide, please. So what could change? Demands could change. Sigma's a good example of that. There could be changes in storage or conveyance, reductions in ASA or CISA requirements, changes that move operations from the January to June period, the July to December period. Anything that moved operations across that boundary would change reference flows. TUCPs, obviously, change reference flows. The difference between forecast and actual flood releases is a potential challenge here. And then, of course, we may in the future see climate-driven anomalous hydrology. That means we'll be facing conditions we've never seen in the past and can't look at past operations as a guideline. All of these have huge implications. Next slide. For reference flows. They could all reduce those reference flows that the VAs float on top of. Even as a child, I knew that I couldn't argue to my aunt that I could go into her kitchen and scoop out the blue and the yellow and the green jello layers without touching that red layer on top and argue that I hadn't affected her jello mold. Well, that sensibility I knew as a child does not apply to the voluntary agreements. And it's not just implicit. In at least one place in the VA package, it's stated explicitly for the Tuolumne River voluntary agreement, it states clearly this reference flow will not be protected during implementation of the Tuolumne VA. That's a flashing light. So what does that mean? Next slide, please. It's important to step back and recognize the Water Board is already considering proposals for large new diversions and storage. Sigma implementation is extremely likely it already has resulted in proposals for more diversions from the Bay Delta watershed. I think most folks in this room know that ESA requirements that are being finalized as we speak, those ESA requirements may change over the next 4 years. These and other factors could dramatically reduce the anticipated benefits of the voluntary agreement approach based solely on impacts on reference flows. Next slide, please. So I'd like to turn to the second question that I raised, and that is, how would the VA and unimpaired flow approaches protect water from future diversions? That's essential for evaluating future proposals for new diversions, some of which are already before you. And the Bay Delta Plan should provide a yardstick. The Bay Delta Plan is designed to protect beneficial uses in the watershed. That plan should provide you with a yardstick for evaluating new proposals that come before you. Next slide, please. So I'm just very briefly going to run through a couple of simple examples. On my last presentation, I talked about curtailments from the perspective of a theoretical river. I'm going to try your patience. This is a very simplistic theoretical hydrograph for that same theoretical river in the Central Valley. So how does the unimpaired flow approach work with regard to protecting existing flows? This blue line is natural unimpaired flows. Next slide. That black line is existing current flows reflecting existing storage and diversion patterns, where big chunks of winter and spring flows are captured by existing operations with some significant releases during the winter. Next slide, please. Now, all of those existing flows aren't protected. Those existing flows that are protected are things like ESA and CISA and D1641 required flows. But if you're an out-migrating juvenile salmon, you want to out-migrate during that big black peak. That black peak of existing flows is not protected by D1641 or ESA or CISA or any other requirement. Next slide, please. So what the unimpaired flow approach does is to require a minimum percent of unimpaired flow to remain in the river, and that'll require, as shown in the orange shaded areas, at some times a year, additional releases will be required. At other times of year, as in the case of that black peak, no additional release would be required because existing flows would exceed that unimpaired flow requirement. Next slide, please. So this is the water that the unimpaired flow approach would protect. Of course, the CISA D1641 water is already protected. The new VA contribution, unimpaired flow contributions, the orange shaded area, they're protected. But what's also protected are existing flows above the current minimum requirements, but below that unimpaired flow percentage. Now, this approach doesn't mean that water users can't attempt to build projects to capture water when it's truly excess. Next slide, please. So the red shaded area shows where existing flows are above that unimpaired flow minimum. Now, water users could come to you and say, I'd like to build a project and capture some of that water. That water is in excess of the % of unimpaired flow requirement. This is all conceptual. Now, they'd still have to meet obligations to protect other users, have to meet obligations, broader obligations with regard to environmental protection and so forth. But they could argue that this is water that's excess to the Bay Delta plan. Next slide, please. So this is the overall landscape showing what's protected and unprotected under the unimpaired flow approach. Well, let's turn to the VA approach now. Next slide, please. First three slides here are identical. The blue line is natural unimpaired flows. Next slide. Black line is current flows. Next slide. This yellow shaded area are ESA, CISA, and D1641 required flows. This is all the same so far as the unimpaired flow approach. Next slide. The VA approach claims to add new water on top of existing flows. Now, frequently, those of us in the NGO community will debate about the adequacy of those new flows. I'm not here to talk about that issue. The fact that everyone you just heard from is saying who'd like to join the VA process is proposing to not contribute water during critically dry years. I'm not here to talk about the adequacy of those new VA flows. I'm here to talk about how the VA approach deals with protecting existing flows. Next slide, please. So the VA approach would protect these two blocks of water as, of course, the existing CISA, ESA, 1641 water, whatever those requirements are, they're protected under the VA approach. And that new water is protected. That little thin slice of new VA water, that's protected from diversion. Next slide. But depending on the year type, there's an enormous amount of existing flow above minimum requirements today that's not protected by the VA approach. And as you can see here, that means that the water that supports the outmigration of juvenile salmon is simply not protected by the VA approach at all. It's those unprotected flows, that's the only thing that produces reasonable juvenile salmon survival in the Bay Delta system. And the VA approach simply doesn't protect anything above existing regulatory minimums. Next slide, please. So this is the overall picture of what the VA, what the unimpaired flow approach protects and what it doesn't protect. And you could skip back just one slide. Just want to contrast the difference between the unimpaired flow and the VA approach. It's a dramatic difference. And of course, that'll vary depending on the river, depending on the year type. But as you can see here from a conceptual perspective, on years when we have decent salmon migration success, there's potentially a massive difference between the VA approach and the unimpaired flow approach. Next slide and the next one. Great, thank you. What that shows is that the VA approach is to float new VA water on top of existing environmental flows. But then the VA approach fails to protect those same existing flows. Not only that, but many of the same VA participants are proposing to build new diversion and storage projects, setting the stage to dramatically undermine existing flows. What this shows is that when you look across the full range of rivers in the Bay Delta system and the estuary as a whole, those claimed benefits of the VA flows are a house built on sand. Even if that new VA water is real, and I'm very skeptical that all of those water purchases that require state and federal funding, very skeptical that those purchases are real. Even if they're real, it means little if the baseline is not protected. Next slide, please. And I don't want to just say that what you're being presented with is cynical. For the last several years, there's been no one from the NGO community allowed in those rooms to ask some of these questions of the VA participants. And every project operator who appears before you strives to maximize the benefits for their project from the rules that are in place. And if the board adopts a Bay Delta plan full of these loopholes with regard to protecting existing flows, Project operators will see it as their job to reoperate their projects to take advantage of those new rules. They're good at their jobs. We've seen that with the CVPIA B2 water. We've seen that with the environmental water account. This is not a new issue. It's a more complicated version of an issue we've seen over and over again. Next slide, please. I said in our last meeting that the unimpaired flow approach to speed limits is a speed limit. Next slide. But the VA approach to a speed limit is to say that we're all required to drive 10 miles an hour slower than we had planned to drive. What my discussion today shows is that, next slide, it's also allowable under this approach to plan to drive faster every year. And next slide. It's also allowable to buy a faster car every year. That's what the VA approach suggests is an appropriate approach to environmental protection. It doesn't pass the straight face test with regard to public safety and speed limits. It's not going to work in terms of environmental protection. Next slide, please. What the board should be looking for with a flow accounting, just this one issue. Flow accounting should be clear science-based rules that apply to all water users, environmental flow requirements that are durable for the duration of the plan, a transparent approach to verifying compliance that's based on real-world river flows and not modeling exercises, a yardstick for providing a yardstick for evaluating future proposals for diversions, and an approach that incorporates the authority of the State Water Board, not control by water users. And frankly, the current VA approach doesn't pass any of these tests. Next slide, please. Just want to close with some different accounting. As you know, the 2023 and 2024 salmon seasons closed. The final numbers aren't yet in for this year's returns, but on most Central Valley rivers, spring and fall run returns are at dangerously low levels. We still don't know if we're going to have a salmon season next year or not. The ongoing impacts to families, businesses, and communities is enormous. I'm regularly on the phone with people who are trying to decide if they're going to lose their boats, lose their homes, lose their businesses because of inadequate protections of the Bay Delta. The public, the environment, the fishing community, other communities that depend on a healthy Bay Delta system deserve a credible approach to environmental protection and flow accounting. And the VAs right now are not such an approach. Thank you.
Many thanks.
If my presentation could be next, Greg Reese. Hi, I'm Greg Reese. I'll go ahead and introduce myself. Good afternoon. I'm Greg Reese, river restoration hydrologist with Friends of the River. Friends of the River protects and restores California rivers by influencing public policy and inspiring citizen action. Next slide, please. So I'm going to talk about overall problems with the VA approach, the inadequate VA approach, as we would think, and VA accounting problems, and with a focus on some problematic sources of water. Next slide, please. So previous panels on previous days covered the inadequacy of the VA as well, but I'll start off with a staff report quote I included in my presentation to you 1 year ago in December 2023 when I worked for the Bay Institute. This is still true. The VAs don't offer much water. Going outside the proposed adaptive flow range with the VAs requires a lot of complex accounting for only a 1 percentage point improvement in the percent of unimpaired delta outflow January through June, as shown in the graph of each alternative and with State Water Board 2010 shown for reference. The VAs are the answer to the wrong question. The right question is, how does each alternative translate to adequate delta outflow for estuarine species? Minimum, let's see, we keep talking about long-term operations alternative 3, which has an average 6 to 7 percentage point increase in delta outflow, like the higher end of the adaptive range shown here between 55 and 65% alternatives. And the LTO EIS shows significant ecological benefits at that outflow level. Next slide, please. So there's 3 points I want to make here. One, the VA baseline does not account for decreased flows due to diversions of flood flows without a water right. 2, VA export reductions are designed to have little or no improvement over non-VA flows, as we see in the 3-year accounting in the ITP. And 3, VA flows deployed in March affect X2 position, which is a part of excuse me, a part of calculating the baseline and could change VA requirements in subsequent months. So I'm going to read this quote from the State Water Project Incidental Take Permit because it highlights tension between accounting and reliable flow deployment. Quote, deployment of HRL delta outflow via foregone exports of unstored flows in the spring shall occur between March and June each year. Initiating deployment of foregone exports of unstored flows in April results in conditions most consistent with baseline. However, this approach has a risk of not fully deploying flows by the end of June each year. Initiating deployment of foregone exports of unstored flows in March is expected to create conditions in May different from the baseline, but results in a reduced risk of not fully deploying flows by the end of May each year. So the VA is setting up a system of accounting that is so complex that the ITP is struggling with whether to make the accounting easy or the flow deployment more reliable. Future operators will pick the easy accounting, increasing the risk that VA flows won't be fully deployed. Next slide, please. So VA identifies water sources such as reservoir reoperation and groundwater substitution that could end up reducing flows at times when more flow is needed. VA flows might not be fully released and would need to be deployed in a subsequent year. But if reservoirs spill, that water is lost. Next slide, please. So I'm going to move quickly through the next 4 slides on groundwater substitution. I won't read all the quotes supporting my points, but they're available for you to review later if you wish. So you need to support groundwater substitution with either reduced pumping or managed aquifer recharge. Wet year flows will decline under the VA, and managed aquifer recharge will lower flows even further. Wet years are the only time delta outflow is currently at the top of the adaptive range, over 60% of unimpaired flow, when the greatest ecosystem benefits occur. Next slide, please. Groundwater substitution must be modeled in a groundwater model. Next slide. I won't read all that. So in 2014, the Nature Conservancy did some modeling that shows surplus conditions are most impacted, negatively impacting bay delta flows for fish and wildlife. Stream depletion during balanced flows may impact other water rights holders. Next slide, please. And this graph shows the Nature Conservancy model scenario results in which almost 190,000 acre feet of groundwater substitution pumping in year 1 comes out of storage, that top orange color. But by the end of the simulation, stream depletion has refilled 95% of that storage, impacting water rights holders during balanced conditions, but mostly fish and wildlife during surplus conditions. Next slide, please. All right, a couple of slides on the VA, the Friant VA. Friant proposes to reduce recapture by up to 50,000 acre feet to increase delta outflow at times when it is needed for the purposes of the VA, which are healthy rivers. But per the San Joaquin settlement, Friant should not be recapturing at times when that water is needed in the delta. If that water is needed for healthy rivers, then that water is by definition already dedicated to delta outflow. You can't have it both ways. Next slide, please. And the Friant VA is composed mostly of water that is already flowing through the delta. The Appendix E examples show 90% of the VA flow in 2020 already happened without the VA, and 100% in 2022, 86% in 2024. There is little or no real increase in flow here. In fact, the year with the most restoration flows was 2010, almost 15 years ago. And this is 15 years of water that's already there. All right, next slide. So to conclude, VA water sources are unreliable, provide little and in some cases no new water. VA water sources of reservoir reoperation, groundwater substitution, and foregone export may just shift the timing of the flow between years and require complex modeling and accounting. Water Quality Control Plan VA alternative and the LTO preferred alternative provide too little water to the estuary, just a 1 percentage point increase in January to June unimpaired flow. And instead of the VA approach, the plan should incorporate beneficial provisions and prioritization of LTO Alternative 3, which prioritizes reservoir storage and has good outcomes for species and provides 7 times the VA's new delta outflow January through June. I think about 1.1 million acre feet more water. There is no other approach that is likely to protect the beneficial uses of estuarine species in the Bay Delta. Thank you.
Many thanks.
Good afternoon. Nice to see you all again. Chris Schutz, California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance, a small but powerful voice in California water politics and water policy. Let me get my slide. And you can go ahead to the next slide, please. So I like to start these with a few caveats, mostly being the fact that I haven't had a lot of time to review this. I didn't even see the Appendix E, for which the link was given in the middle of your notice down in the calendar for the different workshops. And so I've only had the benefit of a couple of weeks to look at these. Next slide, please. The major objection that I and my colleagues have with the VAs is that the small amount of water that they'd produce. And my review continues to suggest to me that the way in which the VA parties would implement and account for the purported VA outflow additions would mean in practice that the actual amounts of water added would be even less than the stated amounts. And of these different things that I've mentioned here, I think one of the most important is that compliance is not really measurable. Next slide, please. My discussion today will address the last 2 of the items shown here, accounting for enhanced tributary flows as increased delta outflow and accounting of enhanced delta outflow from export cuts or exports foregone by the state and federal water projects. I'm not discussing how the projects would, I am discussing how the projects would purportedly not divert inflows added by tributary VA flow additions to those that would otherwise occur. And I'm also going to discuss how the projects propose to contribute through their export foregone provision. That is how the projects would export water that the projects would export from the Delta under existing conditions without the VAs. Next slide, please. I had wondered for a long time how the VAs, or the regulatory path for that matter, proposed to track Delta inflows passing through the Delta. The simple answer is the VAs don't propose to do that. Instead, the VAs propose to establish new constraints to which they plan to operate. The VA parties, primarily the projects, will model or simply calculate the difference between the existing constraints and new constraints with the VAs. Then the projects will operate to the new constraints. Projects demonstrate that the HRLP inflows are not being exported by showing that existing regulations plus the regulatory offsets are being met. That's how they propose to, the scheme that they propose to show, by which they propose to show compliance. Next slide, please. As I stated in my presentation last April, the reference flows, that is the flows without the offsets, allow operators to optimize their efficiency in meeting flow constraints. In other words, it allows operators to more perfectly skate on the edge of compliance than they otherwise could. Some of the difference between the reference flows and the VA flows roll into the operational inefficiencies that occur in real life. This is notwithstanding operator skill and expertise, and notwithstanding all the averaging allowances that D1641 and the biological opinions already allow. But when you're looking at things retrospectively, the proposal is to make adjustments based on how you did, and the extra increment of operational flow, or what we might call a buffer or slop, get rolled in to the accounting for whether you made it or not. And so you get a credit if you've over-released, and part of that credit goes for water that's would have been lost operationally, and it's not really additive. Next slide, please. There are other reasons for which the purported BA flows are likely to add less water than they propose to add. And I've listed a few here. One of those is that they may count potential diversions as actual diversions, because you can't account for all the water going through the system. Next slide, please. So the Appendix E emphasizes the difference in accounting between excess and balanced conditions. And I have to say, I really haven't adequately, I won't say I ever fully think through all of these things. But I haven't adequately thought through the significance of the fact that under the VAs, the projects would not forego exports under balanced conditions other than agreeing not to export the tributaries flow additions. So if end of April rolls around and the system switches to balanced conditions as a dry year, the obligation for exports foregone at least does not continue for the rest of that year. Now it may roll into the next year, and as Mr. Reese talked about, you could lose that to spill. You could be a wet year. There are a lot of other things that could happen, and the accounting becomes extremely difficult and complex. One consequence in practice of this that comes to mind is that the projects may seek to front load their exports foregone. On the other hand, the more cynical view would be they would wait to implement their exports foregone until later in the hopes of not having to execute them. I'm not going to question the faith of the projects in doing that, but I do think that the fact that there's this caveat and there's this condition adds an important level of complexity that needs to be considered. Next slide, please. So there are different types of calculations for offsets and reference flows. There are those by volume, acre feet, or flow rate, where numeric flow values are controlling for delta flow requirements. And those would presumably be achieved by adding the VA flows to existing required delta outflows, I would assume by adding a number to NDOI. For the export to inflow ratio, exports would be limited to what the inflows would ostensibly have been by subtracting out the VA upstream inflows, if any. That kind of makes sense to me. For OMR, the VAs propose to use a numeric index that approximates changes and then to adjust the OMR volume downward based on multiplying the added inflow from the VAs by a coefficient in the index. You can see Appendix E, page 67, and maybe get a better sense of how that works than I can tell you, because I don't really fully understand this. I need someone to walk me through it and discuss how it would change, particularly under differing OMR constraint values and under differing operating conditions. If the OMR requirement is 2,000 Is it going to have the same change as if it's minus 5,000? If you have a lot of water in the system, what's the net effect going to be of the change in the equation? I don't understand that, and I think it's important to get a better technical explanation of how that would work. Next slide, please. So the offset for when salinity is controlling strikes me as the most complex. The VA proposal first is to use DSM-2 to calculate a salinity value based on how salinity would change by adding the purported increment of flow. So if the tributaries and the Sacramento River are proposing to add another 2,000 acre feet, you would run DSM-2 without that addition. You'd run it with the addition and calculate some value to which you would then operate in order to say that you were complying under the VAs. I don't understand why the new salinity requirement would or could not change with other factors, such as averaging over a 14-day period, influence of the tidal cycle, and travel time for tributary flow additions. I also don't understand how one could average this over a 14-day period without knowing the variables specific to that particular time period, including total delta inflow and outflow. Next slide. So in reviewing this slide, I realized that I should have added another quote from the incidental take permit. This is part of it that deals with, you can read, the fact that the permittee doesn't have to implement under the VAs if the following year is critical or wet. There's no ITP exports foregone requirement. But the main part of the ITP in section 8.12.1 called spring delta outflow via export curtailments read, the following shall be implemented by permittee during any water year in which state water project export reductions and flow purchases pursuant to the HRL are not identified and conductive as described in condition of approval 18.12.2, that being the VAs or the HRLP, whatever they call it. So basically what they've done here is it's an either or. The ITP requires exports foregone in April and May under the regulatory path if the VAs are not in place. And for each water year type, there's a ratio of how much water has to be bypassed. So all the water can be diverted in a critically dry year that passes Vernalis. In a dry year, it's 2-to-1. In a below normal year, it's 3-to-1. In a above normal or wet year, it's 4-to-1. And in a wet year, there's a cap. But this requirement goes away under the VAs. So I question whether it's really accurate to say that you're adding water with the exports foregone requirement when you've also got this situation where the ITP agrees to take away water and not require it when the VAs are in place. Next slide, please. There are some other issues raised in the ITP in terms of complexity. The change in water year type as spring progresses, running out of time to fully deploy the VA flows. And again, as I mentioned, the flexibility range offers different ways of allowing operators to modify their releases, and that has a number of different pieces that I think are important to figure out and to see how that would actually be deployed, and if that gives you the same result or the equivalent result as under the default releases. And I think I've mentioned the other two. Next slide, please. So in summary, you have extremely complex compliance for very little water. There are multiple documents that define compliance. I mean, so far I see the ITP, the program of implementation, potentially a separate document from the VA parties. At least that would have to get rolled in, I guess, to the program of implementation. You have compliance based on modeling flows that would have been, which are therefore not measurable. And what I said here at the bottom was it's not trackable by the board or the general public. Of course, not having had the benefit of hearing what the folks at the VA parties have come up with, I think that's not entirely true. I think that the WTIMS portal probably offers some element of transparency. As board member Firestone suggested, I think that would also be a really good thing to look at in terms of the regulatory path. I hadn't, gotten that far, but I think it's something that's probably a good path to consider and to suggest. But there's going to be an awful lot of calculation and work by operations teams that are not going to be readily available to the public, maybe of limited transparency with the board, and it's really important to assure that that problem is improved or corrected. That's what I've got. Last slide. Always like to end with a fish. Thanks very much. I was skinny once.
Thank you all. Really appreciate this panel. The critiques, I'll say, some of the points that were made during the presentations are ones that I know we all carry as board members as well. And I'll want to note as well, whether it's critiques on unimpaired flow and its approach, whether it's critiques on the voluntary agreements, we welcome these. It's really important that we have ourselves here an open mind to the fact that this is a refining process that we're all in the middle of. What I have what gives me some actual hope actually is the fact that what I continue to hear, whether it was through this panel or some of the previous panels, is a desire for a lot more detail and detail in a space of incredible complexity as this watershed is concerned. And we just note that, just kind of looking at process, you look back to 2018 when we were in this very room adopting phase one, the program implementation there. And we actually have a lot more detail now as we adopt this program of implementation than on the lower San Joaquin here on the Sacramento Delta. But the program implementation is a planning document. And when you think of the work that it directs for us all, even on the VA side, when you think of Appendix B and some of this other work is we're all kind of having expectations into the real implementation and ultimately documents that we had all agreed we'd all, that we're spelling out here that we're going to develop at some later time. But I think it's so important that we actually start to be really working on those now because they answer a lot of the questions that do come up when it comes to implementability and how we would manage this system, very complex system with these two pathways moving forward. So just a general note, I think, we kind of, our expectations have surpassed where we are somewhat in this discussion and what we're developing here and adopting in a program implementation. And I think that's actually a good thing and a sign of how folks want to get to, what is a detail in Appendix B? What's the methodology that the board is going to use to protect flows through the system? How do we maintain consistency with water rights across it? And importantly, how do we know that here all amongst us, we're in an effort that is being additive, adding water to the system, whichever way you kind of slice and dice. And I'll say when it comes to the agreement parties and what they've constructed based off of existing regulatory requirements, what's out there on FERC, D1641, ESA, everything that we've been highlighting here. I can see that the natural impulse to say, well, let's then add. Now, how do you add to that? And I think as well, all that, and account for all that complexity, because those processes and all of that work isn't going anywhere. Insofar as, those other regulatory authorities like FERC and others that are kind of part of this discussion with us. So, I can understand that sort of impulse and the complexities in the sort of accounting, which we're here been talking about this day, that introduces. And I think that that's where, again, to look at also the parallel path that we're creating on the regulatory side with unimpaired flow, and it creates a more consistent measuring stick. And since we're co-implementing these things as we discuss it, again, I think there is an opportunity that it starts to provide some of that comfort while also respecting the complexities in a system that the operators have to operate within, and not kind of see one or the other be sort of what it is that we're having to decide upon here. I'll say that what I heard a lot in common as well are concerns around here, groundwater supplementation, Sigma, consistency across all of that. And I think that it speaks to kind of where we are really in again, these complexities of this watershed, this massive watershed that we're all co-managing. But the need to get better at that accounting. And I'll just note that with the new water rights data system that we're implementing next year, I see that as a really important component of how it is that we get to a place where we can see the forest for the trees, do better at things like groundwater recharge at a time that we're also trying to say we're going to increase flows in rivers, and keep honest to that whole effort. So I just appreciate it. I'm trying my best to see what I'm hearing in common across what can seem like two different distinct paths or realities that folks are kind of looking at or trying to assess. But just thank you again. I mean, the points that you've made here, I appreciate. I think they're speaking to, again, some commonalities even in desiring additional detail as to how we would all potentially implement and move in to that. So just thanks for it. Looking to my fellow board colleagues if they have any further questions, comments. Board Member Firestone, Board Member Morgan, Dwyer.
Thanks. Just to say, I really, I think there was a lot of details of really critical issues on particular with the Delta, Mr. Schutz, and with Yuba, Mr. Zeltler, sorry. And I think those are really, my hope is, and so this kind of request both to you all and to VA parties and the public water agencies is to, utilize the work groups, but not just the work groups, like really try and meet and see if you can flesh out some of the questions that you had that I think are really good questions and see if you can get to some answers. Now, I understand there's not going to be agreement on things, but at least so that there's some real constructive dialogue on some of that so that we can narrow this, because I think it's important that we're all understanding what we're talking about. And this goes to, I think, Chair, what you were saying on, we're getting to the implementation, but that's really, if we don't get to that, we don't know what we're voting on. So I recognize there are huge processes going on around projects and other things around the same timeline. And I know there's limited capacity, but I just think this is really critical. So I hope that you all can do that. And I hope that folks will reach out directly to work through this, both in the work group space, but I think also outside of that. I mean, I think the goal here is to have some more direct dialogue. That said, I want to spend time on the issue that Mr. Nelson brought, and I think it was slides on his presentation, slides 24 and 25. I want to say that I think your visual was really, really helpful. And I really appreciate, this is so complex. And I have to say my brain hurts, there's so much expertise and complexity in this system, but I do feel like for me as a decision maker, there is a question of, are the VAs enough? Is there adequacy? Are the regulatory, the unimpaired flow levels like too impactful? There's those questions, but there's a baseline question on, are we making things better? And I have to have that. If I need certainty that anything we're adopting is making things better. And I think that your slides 24 and 25 help highlight what, I think they tee up the topic that we're going to one of the topics we're talking about on the 23rd, alternative 6A. But so without getting into all of that, or it's a preview of that, but I think for the topics that we have here today, if we can talk a little bit about, are there things we can do within the accounting or structure that help make sure that we really are making, that this will be more water that the fish will see than we currently have as things are crashing with under the VA scenario, because this is so complex. So I don't know if it's well, I don't know that we need to have them up, but I would like, I guess, two questions. One is, are there I don't know if you're also presenting on the 23rd on this, but yeah. So are there things relevant to accounting that we could do? What I heard from the VA parties was, Appendix B is trying to have a clear baseline that we're all working from and not change over the course of the VAs unless there's a transparent process to do that. And one of the questions is what that process would be. But I guess, so I would like to hear from you if there's some ideas on, what might be ways that we could address that issue within the accounting side.
A couple of, I have to say I struggle with that because the VAs face, and I've said this at our last at your last hearing that I spoke at. There's nothing wrong with voluntary agreements across the board. There's been discussion of the San Joaquin River Settlement Agreement. I was at an NRDC where we negotiated that. Most of the NGOs at this table and our other peers have participated in voluntary agreements. This is by more than an order of magnitude more complex than any voluntary agreement anyone in this room has ever attempted. So there are enormous challenges, and I have to say we struggle with to what extent we should engage in trying to improve the mechanisms in this room when the in the VA process, when our community was frozen out of the room, when the deal about new water was struck. I really struggle with how much time we're going to spend doing that. That said, you face some real challenges to try to make this work just from an overall perspective. First is, and we discovered this painfully on the San Joaquin River settlement discussions where we work with the folks at Friant, and we learned over time that they understand. We learned this with the CVPIA, we learned this with the environmental water account. The project operators are really capable. They understand the operations of their project far better than I do, far better, I suspect, than your staff does. The idea that the board is going to be able to aggressively monitor the development of these reference flows on all of the VA parties today, not to mention the folks who would like to become new VA parties. I'm very skeptical that the board will have the staff resources to actually scrutinize and reject plans that are not adequate and make sure they get done properly, and to do it fast enough to protect the environment in a real world way. I'm very skeptical of that. But that's one of those challenges. It probably means staffing up substantially in order to monitor every single one of these operating plans on every single one of these rivers. Another challenge, the board could decide to try to lock in existing flows, but existing reference flows. But what that would mean is that the board would have to adopt a backstop for all of those other requirements. For example, if CISA requirements changed, if ESA requirements changed, if new storage, conveyance, demands come online, the board would have to have some sort of a mechanism to make sure that those reference flows don't change. I'm not sure how you'd go about doing that. Each of these rivers is different. The plumbing is different. The demands are different. The environmental conditions are different. But trying to do battle on each one of those to make sure that those reference flows are first remain intact and that don't slowly erode over time. And second, that they're appropriately and accurately accounted for. Man, those are really difficult challenges.
Is there a way that, is there a way, maybe this is what alternative 6A is, so I'm trying not to have that whole discussion, but is there a way to have like a no backsliding provision or something that would
Right. I mean, yes, but that's an unimpaired flow approach that is based on actual flows in the river, as opposed to a layer of assumptions about underlying operations that are each one of them based on modeling. The VA approach gives the impression that each one of those slices of operational requirements are hardwired. That, you've got your flood requirements and you've got your deliveries and you've got your storage and demand and temperature protection and so forth. And that each one of those is hardwired in a way that means that the projects are almost on autopilot. And you can just add these additional VA flows to that. But you heard from Molly White earlier today that in some certain times a year, the projects meet every day to discuss operations, because the operations of these projects are really complex. So in order to make sure that new water is on top of that, the water board is going to have to be tracking that process every single day to make sure that that VA water is appropriately accounted for in those daily operations discussions. That's a really difficult task.
Thanks. And I guess I wanted to see if staff have any thoughts on this, but if you don't, it's fine. Okay, you don't have to.
I guess we can say we concur that it's very complex and it's something we need to think more about. And I think what the plan language is trying to lay out is that we need to document these assumptions better and have a public display. And we heard from DWR today that they are working on that. I think we need to get to that more finite level of detail to really explain what are those assumptions and can we nail them down more specifically, and where we can't, how can we be as transparent as possible and, show to the public that this is defined and the VA water is on top of this water and those kinds of things. So I think that's the further work that we have to do in working with the VA parties, is to get to that next step. And, DWR is starting on those efforts.
Well, I'll stop there. We have so many comments, so that's really helpful, but I appreciate the visual also of these slides. I think that's really helpful. And I just would welcome to, if there's a different understanding of this, and, I think this will probably come up in the next workshop on the 23rd, but I do think it's a critical issue that we all want to see more water, not less. And so look forward to getting comments and folks engaging on this. Thanks.
Thank you, Board Member Morgan.
Thank you. I'll just quickly thank you for the presentation, and again, the visuals, as Member Firestone said, they're really helpful, really, nice to just visually see and have the clear understanding of what the concerns are, and to really understand the perspective and viewpoint, and also the well thought out questions. I really do appreciate all of 4 of the presentations with all the questions and just really laying out everything. It was really helpful for me from staff's presentation to the VA partners, their presentations to yours, just to really see what is being proposed, what are the questions, how do we, perhaps what some of the talking points and discussion points would be, if there were to be basically, meetings. And, I really would like to see those move forward, and for you all to participate, so that we could really have those discussions. And again, as I commented earlier, a lot of times it is when you're working on something, it is hard to see the forest through the trees. And has been a group that's been working on this for a long time, and they have a vision. You have a lot of questions, and really like to see everyone talk through it, get answers to the questions, because I want to know the answers too. Want to have that understanding, and to clearly have something that is written to where we can, anyone who picks up a document can clearly understand it, clearly have come to the same conclusion after they read it, and then have what we're talking about today, just that accountability, where we know and we can track and we can see, okay, what does this mean? Where are we going? How can we then understand and implement whatever that is? I don't know today what that is, but whatever it is, so that we can move forward in a direction to where we can then, at the end of the day, understand what it is, and we can clearly see it, and have the same understanding of what that is. So really do thank you for all the presentations and the graphics and everything. They're really helpful.
Thank you, Board Member. Board Member McGuire.
Yes, thank you for being here. Your contributions and your participation is really, really critical to this process. And so I really appreciate you taking the time. Mr. Schutz, your caveats inclusive. There is a lot going on right now. I hope the comment period extension is a small relief valve for you. I know it's not it is what it is. And but with that comment period, and with a work group process, or whatever the next steps are, even to the extent that you meet individually with the state team, trying to figure out where you had a lot of good suggestions and thoughts and concerns that you shared today. How do we translate that into constructive, actionable improvements? And that's what I'm struggling with that too. And I just want to emphasize that the board has not made a decision, and we do have a choice to make, and we're not at that point today. We haven't made that choice. We're trying really hard to have viable choices to make and viable alternatives to select from. And that's why I think we're spending so much time and effort on the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes alternative, to make sure we really understand it, and make sure it really does have that credibility to move forward if that is the selected alternative. But we do have other options. And even those other options need development and need work still. There's a lot of questions there as well. So I don't want to say that that's baked either, because it's not. And I don't want to go into that, but I just want to emphasize that there's different paths that this process can still take. And so I just hope everyone understands, and I'm speaking from my perspective, as one board member, that's my view. At the end of the day, the promise of the voluntary agreements is that there's a chunk of water and a chunk of habitat and a governance across the watershed that will help test different scientific hypotheses to see, can we do better with these resources? So fundamental to that is that those resources are there to test. And so Mr. Reese, I appreciated your presentation, and as kind of like a wannabe modeler, it's that somebody I try to talk the talk, but I never have actually run one of these models personally. But your table 3, just we don't really have a direct comparison of the different alternatives that I just mentioned. You did a little bit of that here with table 3, your slide 3. But what stuck out to me, if this is true, and I don't have the data, but I'm going off what your chart says, which is that the VA option is roughly a 1% January through June flow increase. That's just what it says there. So if that's the case, it just becomes all that much more incredibly important to ensure that whatever that increment of flow is, if it's 1% or if it's some other percent, it's not a huge percentage. Right. So it's really about ensuring that we have tools and measures in place. So everything we've talked about so far today to help confirm that 1%, that small amount, is in fact real. And so it just goes to my earlier comments and concerns. And I think a lot of what I'm hearing today from the NGO panel. And I know there's a lot of work here ahead. I know there's documents that are still in development, but I just wanted to say that truly, like, that is what I'm hoping to understand myself, is how much can we have confidence through the different tools and mechanisms and all of this and accountability that whatever alternative is selected here is going to come to fruition. And so I just wanted to share some thoughts on that. I know it's not directly the item, but that's really what has been something I've been thinking about quite a bit today and in the recent years, and just wanted to share a little bit. But thank you for being here.
Yeah, and I just want to clarify that 1% is a 1 percentage point. So if you, and this is easy to get wrong, so I want to make it clear. If you look at the percent of unimpaired of each of those alternatives, the VA is 1% more, 1% higher than the baseline in terms of percent of unimpaired flow. So it's not that there's 1% more water, it's the change from the baseline in percent of unimpaired.
And if I could add a thought to that, I've tended to focus on critical years, both because we've gone through some critical years recently, which have been absolutely catastrophic for the environment and for our industry. And also because it's one of the places where the problems in the VAs are most obvious. Because on many Central Valley rivers, and including the 4 streams you heard from today, the 4 potential VA participants you heard from today, there'd be no new unimpaired, 0 improvements in unimpaired flows. But beyond that, when you look at all of the VA assets, no new unimpaired flows. There'd be no unimpaired flow requirement. There'd be no VA contribution on many of those streams in critical years. No temperature improvements in the VAs, and the habitat improvements that you've heard so much about are required to be inundated 2 years out of 3 on average, as modeled. Well, the years in which they're not going to be inundated, those are going to be the critically dry years overwhelmingly. So that means no water, no habitat, no temperature improvements in those critical years. It's the failures of the VA in that regard are utterly stark. But the problems aren't isolated to those critically dry years. As Greg pointed out, there's very, very little environmental water, even if that water's real, even if the water purchases happen, even if that's real, and even if the baseline doesn't erode in terms of changes to the reference flow. So there's a lot to focus on there. And I think that side-by-side comparison is absolutely critical. There's been too little of that to really compare in a rigorous way the changes in unimpaired flows between the unimpaired flow approach, the current proposal, and the VA proposal. It'd be really helpful to see more side-by-side comparisons of those three things, especially in all year types.
Thank you for that. Board member, anything further?
No, I was just going to say thank you. Thank you for the comments, but thank you also for the clarification on that. I understand what you're saying.
Thanks again to this panel and to all the previous panels as well. This has been, I know, here a very meaty day, a lot of great conversation and dialogue. Again, we'll look to the work groups to really start to drill into some of these questions and come to further common understanding as best we can. So just a huge thanks there. So I'm going to forego our break so as to, and so please folks get up, move around as you need, because again, I think we're all going to try to wrap up here at about 6:10. So it gives us about 2 hours here for commenters. So let's just get right to it. I'll do my best to get to all the commenters, as many as we can. Again, for those of you that can hold on to January 23rd, please do. We will be open for general comment then. And we did just notice an extension of the public comment period. So public comment period is now to January 10th. So folks, you know, if we're not able to get to your oral comment today, I apologize. Sorry, we don't have enough time to get through so many of the folks that have signed up. Please do come back on the 23rd. You don't have to re-sign up. And we've extended public comment to January 10th to help provide for folks to be able to provide us feedback here. All right, in the room, I believe we have a group of folks: Jim Ray, Vance Jared, Liz William, Peyton Montez. You'd like to come up? We can take you as a group here as our first commenters in the room. The other component here, I will try to prioritize folks that are here in the room for public comment. Apologize to folks on the platform. It's just, you know, folks traveled out. I think it's worth doing so. You don't necessarily have to, if you want to show up as a panel, that's fine here. You can sit there as well. You can also just do individual comment. Good to see the three of you then. And please do provide us your comments.
I guess I will start. Thank you for the opportunity to make comments on the topic today. We, the four of us, one of our speakers is online, so we'll go to her when maybe the three of us have concluded our comments. But
okay, and to confirm, you know, you'll each get 3 minutes, and then so collectively, that's what I'll peg you all at. Thank you.
Time carefully, because I think we can be brief.
Thank you.
We represent members of the Sacramento Water Forum, which is a collaborative organization here in Sacramento that focuses on the American River watershed, and have worked collaboratively since 1992, and have developed an agreement after 7 years of negotiations with environmentalists and public members and water purveyors. We represent the business interest in that organization, and what we want to emphasize to you is, and hearing today the openness to maybe a hybrid approach, the American River has gone through this process of the detailed analysis of developing a flow regime that is a balance between the environment, fisheries, and the need for diversions for people. And so we're urging you to leave that option open and allow the American River, who's done all that hard work, to be able to utilize the voluntary, because we know it will be additive to the baseline flows. So that's our principal message. But, you know, and I'll forego most of my comments just so that we can, you know, save your time. But we think the Healthy Rivers approach is a superior approach, in particular in the American River, because of all the work that's been done, and it's been implemented in cooperation voluntarily by the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation in terms of releases. And so we're here to support the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes approach, particularly to the American River. So our next speaker is Peyton Montez, and I'll let him introduce himself.
Thank you. Hello, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. I'm going to give my comments more just verbatim as they're written, just for the sake of time. But my name's Peyton Montez, and I'm here on behalf of the Associated General Contractors of California. We're an organization that is currently a participating member organization with the Sacramento Water Forum, as Jim mentioned. We represent approximately 900 contractor and associate members throughout the state, and we request this board reject the flow approach as proposed under the current draft water quality control plan and urge this body to adopt the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes approach, formerly known as the voluntary agreements. We believe at AGC that the construction industry is vital to the success and sustainability of California, its economy, environment, and standard of living. Our industry plays and will continue to play a vital role in addressing the existing housing crisis in the construction of new units, building the infrastructure necessary for the state to achieve its declared climate goals, and providing good paying jobs in the process. However, none of these objectives are viable unless there exists a readily available and steady supply of water. The flow approach, as presently outlined, would reduce the available water supply in the greater Sacramento region via Folsom Reservoir by as much as 168,000 acre feet in an average year, approximately 10% of current demand. This would have a direct negative impact on the region's economic trajectory and place an unnecessarily high burden on varying stakeholders in an already precarious situation. Through a collaborative process guided by the Sacramento Water Forum, local water purveyors in the Sacramento region have already developed a superior framework that effectively balances needed water supply in cooperation with the Bureau of Reclamation, benefits to local fisheries, and safeguards local environmental interests in the process. Additionally, the flow approach as currently written is suggested to rely more heavily on groundwater sources. And as was discussed today, groundwater sources and supplies are already spread as thin as it is. And the negative consequences of over-reliance on groundwater have been extensively documented across the Central Valley. As an alternative, the Sacramento region has been effectively managing groundwater basins through conjunctive use and pursuing the establishment of federally recognized groundwater banks, or a federally recognized groundwater bank. On behalf of the Associated General Contractors of California, please reject the flow approach in favor of the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes approach for the Bay Delta Plan. It is consequential that we do not compromise the reliability and certainty of our region's water supply and the health of the precious waterways. We appreciate your opportunity to engage on this issue and look forward to continuing conversations in the future. Thank you.
Thank you as well.
Good afternoon, everybody. Oh, is that working? Yeah, awesome. Vance Gerard with the North State Building Industry Association. We represent more than 500 member companies in the home building industry here in Northern California, primarily focused our efforts here in the 6-county Sacramento region. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the importance of balancing the environmental needs of our region with the urgent need to address the housing crisis. Both are essential to creating sustainable, thriving communities for the future. I also want to highlight that new homes are more water efficient than ever before. Builders are using advanced technologies and sustainable practices to significantly reduce water usage compared to older housing stock. But even with these innovations, a reliable water supply is critical to support economic development, create jobs, and meet the growing demand for housing, which is critical in our region. Without it, we risk stalling progress, increasing costs, and worsening the housing shortage. That's why I'm here to ask the board to support the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes approach, also known as the voluntary agreement pathway. The approach provides a balanced collaborative solution that ensures water is managed efficiently and effectively, benefiting both the environment and our communities. It's also important to underscore the critical role of the American River. A healthy river system is vital to ecological goals while also enhancing the quality of life in our neighborhoods and supporting sustainable housing growth. The VA pathway brings all stakeholders to the table to ensure that happens. The unimpaired flow method is slow, rigid, and risks holding back critical water management solutions. The VA pathway, on the other hand, offers a faster, more flexible alternative that delivers measurable benefits to both the environment and industries like housing. In short, the VA pathway represents a forward-thinking approach to water management that ensures we can meet the demand for residents while protecting our natural resources. I urge the board to support the pathway as a critical step toward addressing both our housing and environmental challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gerard. Mr. Moulton. Be invited to unmute. Still not unmuted. Should be a request that pops up.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me from the Metro Chamber?
Oh, yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Liz Williams, and I'm here today on behalf of the Sacramento Metro Chamber of Commerce, representing member businesses in our 6-county region, and as a longstanding member of the Sacramento Water Forum. We acknowledge the board is working diligently to address the intricacies of the issue before you today, and we are here to express great concern with the time delay in implementing the flow approach and ask that you reject this approach for the betterment of the Bay Delta. Alternatively, we request the board support the Healthy Rivers and Landscape approach, which will provide critical flexibility to support the unique demands of our region. The Sacramento Metro Chamber would like to press upon the importance of a reliable water supply and a healthy American river as a driving force needed to sustain the region's economy and business operations, to support agriculture, accommodate population growth, our needed workforce, protect the environment, and maintain a high quality of life. The flow approach would reduce the available water supply to the greater Sacramento region and Folsom Reservoir by as much as 168,000 acre-feet in an average year, which is roughly 10% of current demand. Local water purveyors to the Sacramento Water Forum have developed a superior flow regimen to benefit fisheries and balance the needed water supply in cooperation with the Bureau of Reclamation and local environmental interests. This pattern is already being implemented by the BOR. The Sacramento Water Forum has, in addition, improved fishery habitats throughout the lower American River through local funding and state grants. While the flow approach will take several years or longer to implement, the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes can be implemented immediately, and as you know, time is of the essence. In addition, mitigation for the flow approach is suggested to delay more on groundwater. The Sacramento region has already been effectively managing groundwater basins through conjunctive use and pursuing the establishment of a federally recognized groundwater bank. For these reasons, we ask you today to reject the flow approach and instead support the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes approach to ensure sustainability and certainty of the capital region's water supply and a healthy American river. The Sacramento Metro Chamber stands ready as a partner in this work in collaboration as a member of the Sacramento Water Forum, and we thank you for your consideration and the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you, Ms. Williams.
I'd just like to conclude.
Of course.
I think you heard from all three of the other speakers that the American River is unique, perhaps, in the fact that the flow pattern's been developed, and it's vital to, we believe, our economic health in the region, including the creation of jobs and needed housing and serving planned development. So again, we want to make sure that the American River gets this consideration through the VAs. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate all your comments. Next, I know we had John Swaggart in the room earlier. I'm not seeing him now, and I could start going to folks that had signed up here and are signed up as in person, but given that we don't have a lot of folks, it's looking like still yet here, please do just come up if you're expecting to make comment this evening, and just please introduce yourself and we can start to just try to get through folks. And again, 3 minutes or so. So thank you.
Thank you. My name is Jason Foster. We talked on December 2nd about habitat accounting and what's accounting, what's measurement, what's not. I sent some materials in. If we can wait for one moment. I'm a Californian, and that's really who I'm here representing. Gosh, 20 years ago, I was an economist delivering expert testimony on class action lawsuits and environmental damages cases. And for the last 15 years, I've been rebuilding accounting in the US banking system for international commercial banks, namely MUFG. We talked briefly about that before. So I want to talk about flow accounting. And if we go to the next slide, just real quick, I'd like to acknowledge that all the water I consumed when producing this, I took from the Tuolumne River accounting catchment via groundwater well or the SFU PUC managed infrastructure around that same accounting catchment. The materials I'm going to talk to today were generated by the parties in this room: International Financial Reporting Standards, Sustainable Accounting Standards Board, the UN System of Environmental Accounting for Water Accounting, the Australian Government Bureau of Meteorology, Water Accounting Standards Board, and the New South Wales Government Department of Planning and the Environment, and their general purpose water accounting reports. So if we can go to the next slide, flow accounting, and the next one. So today, I want to further common expectations. A lot of discussion has been around transparency and enforcement, but other components of good accounting is confidence building, trust, decision pertinent information, and comparability. So what I'd like to do is build our common expectations for this to deliver all of that. So first, I'm going to go through my initial interpretation requirements, very consistent with the first presentation we had here today. The flow accounting concepts outlined by the VA parties and my perspective on those. And then real quickly give you an intro into what another state has done halfway around the world. And then the appendix includes a bunch of examples from those as well. So I'll move quick. I only have 1 minute. Let's go to the next slide. So this was run through this morning. These are the requirements that are listed in the October 24th, everything from land use and groundwater to segmentations of VA flows by VA. We went over this list earlier, the initial group did, and that's wonderful. So if we can go to the next slide, just confirming we're on the same page. The VA strategy in the staff plan said, essentially, we're going to do what our strategy is to do, and we're going to defend it. And it turns out in the updates up till October in the accounting strategy that was published online, that is exactly what they've done. However, that doesn't meet the requirements that were on the prior page. And what they've done doesn't really align with the standards that are out there. The details around that, some details are on this page, but let's skip to the next page. So 4,600, page 4,664 of 5808 was a term sheet flow conceptual measurement approaches and high-level action plans that are not accounting protocols. We are clearly willing to do the work, but we need to get more out of it. So the next page, so to the right is a flow diagram under the UN's water accounting framework. You can see from evapotranspiration to rainfall into groundwater, soil water, surface water, flows into what municipalities and ag and industries use. The framework is established. It works. The account structures are there. If we flip to the next page, and you can study that on your own, upper right-hand corner, there are 2 rivers in Australia highlighted, the Murray River and the South, what is it called again? Give me 1 second. The South Lachlan River, I think. Southern Lachlan River catchment. Okay, going through all the UN rules, Department of Meteorology in Australia issued some general accounting framework and principles. New South Wales 12 years ago implemented across 9 river accounting accounting catchments standards for flow accounting, water accounting. If you flip to the next pages, these are the sections, and
I'm going to need to cut you off there. Sorry, apologies.
I know this is different than what other folks are talking about here today, but I do believe it will improve our capacity to build together. Thank you.
Thank you. Really do appreciate those comments. Sorry to have to cut off. Want to try to keep folks moving. So thank you. Much appreciated. Right, next commenter. Thank you. Please do introduce yourself.
Yes. Oh, all right. Good afternoon, Chairman Esquivel, Vice Chair Diadamo, and board members. My name is Pat New. I'm here today representing Pacific Gas and Electric Company. I did request an extra minute or two. I will try to speak as quickly as possible and stay within 3 minutes or plus or minus. PG&E appreciates this opportunity to provide comments on the draft Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan. Further, PG&E thanks this board for its role in updating the Bay Delta Plan and all efforts to protect beneficial uses and uses of water. Although many people are familiar with PG&E as an electric and gas utility company, many are unfamiliar with our role as a water user. PG&E owns and operates extensive networks of reservoirs, powerhouses, and conveyance facilities on 9 tributaries of the Bay Delta watershed for hydroelectric power generation. These projects are comprised of 200 water rights, 54 reservoirs, and 55 powerhouses. Altogether, PG&E facilities in the Bay Delta watershed yield 8,800 gigawatt hours of average annual generation. For context, that's enough electricity to supply about 1.5 billion households a year. In addition to power generation, PG&E also delivers in excess of 250,000 acre-feet of water annually to various agriculture, domestic, and municipal users through wholesale and retail arrangements. Our standing as a significant water user in the Bay Delta watershed has led to my appearance in front of this board today. The purpose of these comments is to provide meaningful and constructive insights on potential impacts to us as a water user as a result of the updates to the draft Bay Delta plan. We would welcome continued collaboration with this board and supporting staff going forward. With that, I would like to provide the following 4 comments. First, on the proposed use of curtailments. PG&E recommends that the Water Board develop the proposed curtailment methodology to determine water availability prior to adoption. Further, PG&E would request a historical analysis be conducted to determine the location, frequency, and extent of curtailments over recent history to provide water users an understanding of the impact that proposed curtailments would have. PG&E relies on the ability to store water during winter and spring for later use in summer and fall to meet peak grid demands. Impacts to our ability to store water will impact our ability to meet generation demand using carbon-free hydroelectric generation. Second, related to demand data for advising curtailments. PG&E requests clarification on how the Water Board intends to obtain demand data for use in water availability methodology. Any foreseen enhanced reporting requirements should be outlined in the draft Bay Delta plan. Third, specific to adaptive management. Table 6 within the draft Bay Delta plan, reservoirs subject to adaptive management, only identifies a few select rim reservoirs within the Bay Delta watershed. PG&E would urge the Water Board to consider the water supply benefits provided by all reservoirs in the state when applying adaptive management. Reservoirs higher in the watershed provide meaningful water storage and in many cases are responsible for maintaining summertime flows to lower rim reservoirs and maintaining fisheries and streams that would otherwise be dry. And finally, PG&E would request additional information be provided on the flow shaping alternative. Before closing, I would like to provide an update on PG&E as a water user relative to the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes agreements. Despite our standing as a water user, PG&E has not been involved in the initial development of the HRLA. It is our understanding we will be included as a covered entity on the American and Mokeulmne Rivers through the HRLA and are engaged in conversations with additional entities about inclusion as covered entities under the Sacramento and Feather River agreements. PG&E will provide additional and extended comments in a forthcoming letter. With that, I thank you for hearing our comments. Your time is appreciated, and I'd be happy to answer any immediate questions from board members or staff.
Thank you. Really appreciate those comments. Thanks for coming in close here within time. I know trying to cover a lot and just look forward to further discussion. So thank you. Much appreciated. Is there anyone else in the room looking to speak? Please do come up. And anyone else, please move up and we can go quicker here. So thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel, and members of the board. My name is Kevin Padway, and I'm a water resources planner with Zone 7 Water Agency. Zone 7 Water Agency is the wholesale potable water supplier to the cities of Livermore, Pleasanton, Dublin, and a portion of San Ramon. We also provide untreated water supply to approximately 3,500 acres of agriculture. The State Water Project comprises approximately 90% of Zone 7's water supply portfolio, and unimpaired flows will have significant adverse impacts to Zone 7 service area. The service area has a population in excess of 270,000 residents and an assessed property value of $343 billion and is a thriving major economy. The 55% unimpaired flow proposal is modeled to reduce Zone 7's State Water Project water supplies by 28% on average. When broken out by water year type, reductions are 26% in critical years and 47% in dry years. Again, the State Water Project is 90% of our water supply portfolio. And these are substantial reductions which will impair our ability to provide reliable and affordable water supplies to our region. It will also have unintended negative consequences. For example, the Livermore wine region, which is Zone 7's main agricultural demand, saw approximately 416,000 visitors in 2022 and generated an estimated $2.4 billion in annual economic activity. The unreliable water supplies from unimpaired flows risks the crop production of these vineyards, which would pose significant socioeconomic impacts to our community and businesses. And this is just one of the industries that we serve water to. Unimpaired flows would also create a compounding effect to the other water supply challenges Zone 7 faces. Our local groundwater basin is designated medium priority, and Zone 7 only receives on average 53% of its contractual amount from the State Water Project. To make matters worse, State Water Project deliveries are expected to decrease by an additional 23% over the next 20 years due to climate change, and that is before unimpaired flows would be factored in. Moreover, PFAS has impacted our local groundwater supplies, limiting operations and requiring significant capital investments in treatment. Zone 7 also faces water supply challenges with existing water storage projects. Zone 7 has over 100,000 acre feet stored in water banks in the Curd subbasin. However, the recent draft staff report makes recovery of these supplies and the future of in lieu water banking unpredictable in terms of SGMA compliance. Additionally, alternative 6A threatens both Sites Reservoir and the Delta Conveyance Project, which are future projects being pursued by Zone 7. In summary, Zone 7 already faces several significant water supply challenges without unimpaired flows. Instead, we ask that the state board continues to engage on the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program. The HRL contains habitat improvements, science program, adaptive management, and aligns with state goals and priorities. It is also immediately implementable. Thank you for your consideration of the HRL.
Thank you, Mr. Padway. Appreciate those comments. Thanks for sticking in. I know it's been a long day. Appreciate you providing your comment here in person with us. Thanks. Next, I'd like to call up Amber McDowell.
Hi, my name is Amber McDowell, and I'm with the Sacramento County Farm Bureau. Today, I'm representing the Farm Bureau Delta Caucus, which consists of 5 counties of Solano, Sacramento, San Joaquin, Yolo, and Contra Costa. We see that there's major issues with both the unimpaired flows and the VA agreements. So we don't specifically approve either one of them, but we would like to express our major concerns for you to keep in mind as you are developing this update to the plan. Our several key issues are salinity, water rights, beneficial uses, river levels, DWR's contract with North Delta Water Agency, HABs, and decreased reliance on the Delta. We feel that this proposal also provides too much power to the executive director, leading to potential lobbying and favoritism at the expense of other specific Delta components and users. The methodology needs to be in place and transparent with public and stakeholder input. The Delta plan is to protect water quality, flows, and water rights. This proposal plan is exclusively focused on fish, neglecting the reasonably balance of the other beneficial uses. It is the board's job to protect all beneficial uses, which includes protection of the native fishes along with public trust uses, but also for irrigation, municipal, industrial water supply, as well as wetlands and waterfowl along the flyway. The board's regulatory pathway would fail to reasonably protect other existing beneficial uses, including the beneficial use for irrigation for human food production. This would have extreme adverse impacts during droughts, on water supplies in general, the reservoir operations, on water temperatures, and on groundwater and the ability of those affected local groundwater users to work with their SGMA plans. The top concern in the Delta is salinity control, and particularly in droughts and in the South and Central Delta. We are concerned on how draining the reservoirs will cause that drawdown and provide insufficient water availability later on in the year to maintain those salinities in the late summer. We hope that you will continue to support the salinity standards in this plan and uphold them. The order of water rights needs to be protected. Senior water rights of non-VA parties will be under the unimpaired flows. So those may get overridden by junior rights that follow those VA plans and cause an out of order of rights. We are concerned with seepage and levee erosion, as well as maintenance issues relating to increased flows. It is state law to reduce reliance on the Delta, to reduce transfers out of the Delta. And again, our main key points is salinity, water rights, beneficial uses, river levels, the contract with North Delta Water Agencies, the HABs, and decreased reliance on the Delta. We hope that you will take in consideration and protecting these vital components as you develop this plan, and good luck.
Thank you for that, Ms. McDowell. Really appreciate your comments. Again, likewise, thanks for hanging on. I know it's been a long day, and so just thank you for flagging each of those issues. Look forward to that further discussion. Next, if there's anyone else here in the room that would like to comment, please.
Good afternoon, Chair Escovel, Vice Chair Diadamo, and board members. I'm Tricia Geringer with Agricultural Council of California. We represent around 15,000 farmers all throughout the state and farmer-owned businesses. We're growing, producing the nutritious, healthy California products that hopefully you're all enjoying on a regular basis. I'm here on behalf of my membership to express support for healthy rivers and landscapes, obviously known as HRL. This collaborative effort builds upon the knowledge that we've gained over many, many years on how to best manage California water and accelerate habitat restoration. HRL is the most expeditious path to improve habitat using modern science while integrating accountability through a governance structure, and incorporating a mutual commitment for additional flows. We believe this effort, HRL, provides an overall more holistic approach to build resilience for fish and habitat as opposed to an unimpaired flows regulation. And with that, we encourage your support and adoption of HRL. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for yours as well. Really appreciate the comments. Looking to the room and not seeing anyone else popping up, we can start make our way through our remote participants. Our first commenter will be Robert Chang, be followed by Robert DeLizzo, and then Regina Chicazola.
Good afternoon, Chair Escovel and members of the board. My name is Robert Chang. I'm the Assistant General Manager for the Coachella Valley Water District in Southern California. We would like to express our deep appreciation for the State Water Board's consideration of the Healthy Rivers and Landscape Program and provide our strongest support for this as the best and implementable alternative that meets the various needs of updating the Bay Delta Plan. The unimpaired flow alternative would dramatically affect water supply reliability and affordability for communities across California, and also reduce flexibility in managing temperature for native species. Many peer-reviewed scientific studies have been conducted since the current plan was implemented that offers alternatives of flow-only actions for enhancing survival of vulnerable species. We strongly urge incorporating this knowledge into the updated plan, which includes habitat creation and strategic flow releases as alternative management methods. Along with the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California, we're the only utilities that have access to both Colorado River and the State Water Project. The impacts of the unimpaired flow alternative, which would reduce the State Water Project supplies by 1/3, will result in another 32,000 acre-feet of added losses on top of the 42,000 acre-feet of losses that CVWD supply have experienced due to other restrictions. With the very real likelihood of significant reductions in the Colorado River supply for the next 20 years, the total reduction could amount over 1/6 of CVWD supplies. These are huge volumes, way too large for CVWD to conserve our way out of. In order to comply with SGMA, we would have to search for other costly replacement water, which will compound affordability problems for some customers, especially ones in disadvantaged communities. We request that State Water Board staff continue to work with public water agencies like ourselves to ensure that the HRL program is evaluated in a manner as intended. Of particular concern are alternatives 5A and 6A, which may erode the benefits of the HRL, and we look forward to working with your staff to resolve these issues. In closing, CVWD supports the HRL program as the best implementable approach to water management for Bay Delta, and thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you as well for yours. Thanks for those comments. Next, I'd like to call up Robert DeLizzo, be followed by Regina Chicazola, and then Dave Warner.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Can. Good afternoon.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair Escovel, Vice Chair Diadamo, esteemed members of the board and workshop participants. My name is Robert DeLizzo, and I'm the Resources and Scheduling Manager for the Western Area Power Administration, Sierra Nevada region. So WAPA appreciates the opportunity to speak in today's workshop on the draft updates to the Bay Delta Plan. WAPA markets hydropower produced by the Central Valley Project to over 80 power customers, including large cities, small towns, Native American tribes, rural electric cooperatives, publicly owned utilities, irrigation districts, universities, and other state and federal agencies within California. Hence, my comments today are general in nature and revolve around hydropower. We appreciate the board's effort to complete the update, and we are encouraged by the consideration of hydroelectric power generation in the decision-making process. Our previous comments to the draft staff report highlighted the importance of the timing of the displaced generation as it is related to the water year type, time of year, and assumed daily profile. Energy that is produced in the spring cannot be assumed to equitably offset the reduced production in the summer. Energy is a market-based product, and its price is contingent on the time of day, season, and availability and cost of other alternatives. Hydropower provides a critical source of cost-effective and flexible carbon-free electricity, which the power grid needs most in the summer. Over the years, the belly of the duck curve has become lower and the ramp is steeper. Usually, the natural gas resources meet the need for energy to replace renewable generation in the late afternoon and early evening, resulting in higher grid emissions. As a flexible resource, hydropower contributes greatly to balancing the grid and maintaining reliability when it is available during steep ramps and peak system demands. Power customers depend on the CBP power generation for consistent and dispatchable supply of carbon-free energy, particularly during heightened demand, which is also when the cost of energy is highest. So concisely, hydropower's societal benefits are to maintain affordable energy rates, minimize grid emissions, and help meet decarbonization goals. The operation of the CBP is heavily driven by the requirements of water, especially in the Bay Delta. Hence, WAPA is a stakeholder in the Bay Delta plan and is interested to see the value of CBP hydropower generation and the impact of grid emissions are thoroughly considered in unimpaired flow requirements. We noted that the program of implementation does not appear to provide the information needed to determine how the impacts of unimpaired flows would be mitigated or considered as they relate to hydropower. Moreover, Trinity River diversions to the Sacramento provide significant water supply and ecological benefits and offer the most efficient reduction of generation per acre foot in the CBP system, thus contributing greatly to meeting environmental goals. The tie-in between the CRD and the Sacramento River should be thoroughly considered so that a holistic analysis where benefits and risks to environmental and social justice, as well as power and water interests are all weighed together, used to make the best decision for the updates of the Bay Delta plan. With this, we look forward to the response to our comments and further technical engagement with reports. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Regina Chigazola, be followed by Dave Warner, then Martin Gothberg, and Nancy Arbuckle.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Thank you.
Sorry, because of a misunderstanding with the school. I'm in the side of the road in the car, but yeah, I just wanted to echo some of the things that were said by Golden State Salmon Association and the environmental groups earlier. I really appreciate everyone who's been speaking up for the voluntary agreements. There's nothing to do with healthy rivers within it, so I'm not going to call it that. You know, and I understand the want and need for consensus, but these processes have been going on since 2018, as far as I know. And meanwhile, we've lost about 60 to 90% of the salmon and all of the Delta smelt. And I just really think that we need to think about what balancing and really means. If you're coming from a baseline where communities of color and tribes and salmon in the ecosystem and clean water haven't been considered. And I know that, you know, the board is trying to consider them now, but in the past they have not. Then, and you're talking about compromise and balances, like we've compromised so much. We've compromised so much that we're facing an extinction crisis, that tribes don't have fish for ceremonies, that we feel like we go to these meetings and it's just banging our heads against the wall. Like you can see, people aren't showing up in the same way that they did throughout the many last years because they don't feel like anyone cares about the points of view of the people who are advocating for a healthy Delta, or, you know, to make sure that communities can have access to clean water within that Delta. Of course, I want to make sure that all of the cities have access to water, but in the end, agriculture is going to have to use less water. It doesn't even matter if, you know, the Delta plan isn't doesn't move forward and we just allow voluntary agreements that aren't going to do what we need to do, it's climate change is real. People are going to have to use less water, and ag takes the lion's share of the water. So I think we can talk about how we serve so many people, how we serve so many people and this and that, but we're coming from a place of deficiency. We're coming from a place of extinction. We're coming from a place of having toxic algae and dirty water and tons of chemicals in the water. And we need habitat, but we need flow. We need a baseline. We need regulation. It cannot only be lots and lots of meetings and agreements. And, I think people should definitely continue to meet, and if agreements can hit those hard regulations, then that's wonderful, but in the end, I just want to say that, the job of the water board is not to make everyone happy. It's to protect beneficial uses in clean water. And if the salmon go extinct on your watch, that's something that, you're going to have to tell your grandkids about, and if native people don't have access to salmon anymore and fishermen don't have boats or jobs anymore, that's something that is going to happen on your watch. And, so we can say, oh, well, the people who don't want large scale salmon extinction and toxic water are NIMBYs, but they're not. They're environmental justice communities, and they're people who actually care about the continuation of having a delta that functions in clean water. So to listen to the outrageous insults on the concerns of the people who have been not listened to for so many years and locked out of rooms by people whose bottom line is money has just really hurt me after years of being in these meetings today. And it hurts me that my son is not going to go fishing and he doesn't know what it's like. He's not going to know what it's like to have clean water, because if we don't take action now, and he won't be able to go out on fishing boats or to know his local fishermen. This is ways of life that are ending and have been ending while this process is going for thousands and thousands and thousands of people whose points of view have never been considered. And that's not NIMBYism, and that's environmental justice, and it's trying to make sure there's a future for life in the Delta. And that, there's an equal baseline for everyone. So anyway, I'm going to stop now because I don't want to go over my time, and I am very frustrated after a long day of feeling insulted, but I just want to say your job is to protect clean water. If there can be voluntary agreements that actually meet baseline flows, then great. But if not, then we shouldn't go forward with it. And that's my opinion. Not just my opinion, but that's, looking at the law and the responsibilities. Thank you. Have a good day. Bye.
You as well, Ms. Chicazola. As always, good to see you and acknowledge the frustration. And just thanks, really appreciate your voice here in this discussion and these decisions. Next, I'd like to call up Dave Warner, be followed by Martin Gothberg, then Nancy Arbuckle, and then Peter Dreckmeyer.
Can you hear me?
Can, thank you.
Oh, good, cool. Hey, I'm Dave Warner, resident in Palo Alto. Thank you for your service. You all have quite the important job. What you're doing is vital for our rivers and Delta. Thank you for all the passion you put into it. The decisions you're weighing here, as you know, will impact generations. I've been around a while. I was in high school in Orange County when the State Water Project first delivered water to Southern California in 1973. Admittedly, I was not cognizant of your board being formed in 1967, but what a great thing, up there with the Coastal Commission and with the California Air Resources Board, CARB. I'd like to draw a parallel between what you're doing and what Mary Nichols and all the wonderful people at CARB have done for our air. So many of us from my generation remember how bad the air was in Los Angeles, in the LA basin. One of my worst memories was landing at LAX in the early 90s into a thick brown haze. Today, I can't get over how much cleaner the air is in Southern California. So many days now, I can actually see the LA basin that is actually a basin surrounded by mountains. You have the same opportunity as Mary Nichols and CARB. And you and your predecessors have done so much so far, including building your 2010 foundational scientific report for the Bay Delta Plan and enacting the Bay Delta Plan in 2018 and all the work you're doing now. I hope you can bring our rivers and delta back to life, similar to what CARB has done for our air. As you're weighing your decisions, I'd like to leave you with two thoughts. We humans are remarkably resilient. As you know, drinking recycled water has caught on like fire in Southern California, not to mention other local sourcing activities such as Los Angeles's Measure W. Flora and fauna, not so much in terms of resilience. We haven't seen CDFW Tuolumne salmon escapement counts exceed 2,000, which is awfully low number, now for 20 years in a row. Prior to that, counts fluctuated wildly, but between 1952 and 2003, they averaged 10,000 a year. The flora and fauna, bears, salmon, frogs, to name a few, need your help much more than the humans. If you have to lean more one way or the other, I hope you'll lean towards the flora and the fauna. My other point is that I hope you'll follow widely accepted science when making your decisions, which might make your decisions simpler. And when the science is uncertain, your adaptive management feature is a very powerful solution. Please decide it in favor of our future generations having thriving rivers just like my kids are experiencing today with much cleaner air. Thank you.
Thank you as well. Really appreciate that, Mr. Warner. I know it's been a long day, so appreciate you hanging on and providing your comment. Next, I'd like to call up, double check, Martin Gothberg, followed by Nancy Arbuckle, Peter Dreckmeyer, and then Mark Moulton.
Hi, thank you all for your time. My name is Martin Gothberg, and I live in Santa Clara. I have some general comments about the Bay Delta Plan Phase 2. I've followed state efforts to update the plan since before 2018 when I spoke at the Merced hearing. That was the same hearing where many politicians vented their views, including one who threatened to unleash the dogs of war. Thankfully today, since 9 o'clock, as I've been listening to information that points to accountability. So maybe someone unleashed the dogs of therapy instead. That's a good thing. I'd like to see California implement the plan without unnecessary delay and allow greater unimpaired flow in our rivers, including the Tuolumne. Our salmon and many other species are at grave risk after decades of delay. VAs are incremental, complex, undermine the flows specified in the Bay Delta Plan, and are inherently slow to implement, which may run out the clock on achieving a healthy salmon-based ecosystem. I'm highly skeptical, as others are, at how effective VAs would be at achieving necessary flows for fish and wildlife. It looks like a shell game to me. I get that balancing flow for all beneficial uses of water is challenging. Yet as a consumer of food and water, I see huge inefficiencies in how we use this public trust resource. With greater unimpaired flow for rivers, the worst case is not that we will face extreme shortage of water for households in dry years. Rather, a worst case may be that all of us will be forced to quickly become more efficient in how we use water in times of drought. Lastly, I always like to remind everyone what I hope is obvious, that habitat restoration without floodplain inundation makes little difference to salmon and steelhead. Again, thank you for your time and all your work that you are doing. I echo everyone who has come before me who thanks you.
Thank you as well, Mr. Gothberg. Really appreciate those comments and for the continued participation in this process. Next, I'd like to call up Nancy Arbuckle, be followed by Peter Dreckmeyer, Mark Moulton, then Stephen Rosenblum, Tanya Soul, and David Reglin. And I do see your hand up, Mr. Reglin. You will hopefully be getting to you here relatively quickly. Ms. Arbuckle.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My goal today is not just to speak, but to be heard. My name's Nancy Arbuckle. I live in San Francisco. I read Cadillac Desert in 1986 when it came out, and I've been following California water policy ever since. Water, the most precious commodity on earth, is in California a story of waste, loss, and now extinction. I'm here to say it doesn't have to be this way. Let me remind you of three relevant facts. One, you, the State Water Board, are not beholden to the irrigation districts or the water agencies or even the governor. Two, you are not a political entity. And three, you are an independent board, a powerful regulatory body with a job to do. So why haven't you done it? Ask yourselves, have we ceded our power to the irrigation districts and their lobbyists and to the governor in his quest for higher office? And how do you reconcile yourselves to the fact that you're giving 80% of our precious water to Big Ag so they can sell subsidized agricultural products to China? The Chinese aren't dumb. They are essentially buying grossly underpriced water instead of using their own. You can use all the jargon you want today, HRLs, all that. But when it comes to California's water resources and drinking water, your mission statement says it all. 1, preserve. 2, enhance. 3, restore for the benefit of present and future generations. I ask you, are you succeeding in your purpose? The latest shiny object diverting everyone's attention are the VAs, the HR&L, whatever it's being called today. These are simply an excuse for inaction, a pretend policy, and a diversionary tactic. It's long past time for you to act in alignment with your mission. I'm asking you to do your job, and I will spell it out as others have done. Update the water quality control plan for the Bay Delta, finish what you started. Adopt a program of implementation that significantly increases unimpaired flow requirements. Monitor and enforce compliance. Thank you very much.
Thank you as well. Much appreciated, Ms. Arbuckle. Next, I'd like to call up Peter Dreckmeyer, be followed by Mark Moulton, Stephen Rosenblum, Tanya Soul, and then David Regland.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel. Long day. And thank you all board members and staff. Peter Dreckmeyer, I'm the Policy Director for Tuolumne River Trust. I want to acknowledge that you have inherited a big challenge, to say the least, in part because previous boards weren't willing to make hard decisions. I hope this board will break that cycle and not just kick the can down the road, because we really are running out of time. I attended my first Bay Delta Plan hearing in 2013, 12 years ago. So water diverters have had 12 years, and actually a lot more time than that, to demonstrate they can implement real solutions for restoring ecosystems. Yet conditions have continued to get worse. Salmon fishing has been closed for the past 2 seasons, and we're waiting to see what will happen this year. It's imperative that the diverters be invested in real solutions and not just checking things off a list. The Bay Delta Plan, with biological goals and adaptive management, is the right approach. We face a tragedy of the commons of immense proportion. For decades, water diverters have taken what they could get away with, exceeding the carrying capacities of our waterways, and ecosystems have paid the price. And the natural resource debt will be passed on to future generations. Earth's biosphere is our ultimate infrastructure. The fact that it's in such dire straits doesn't bode well for the future of our species. The other species we're trying to protect and restore are the canaries in the coal mine. We owe it to future generations to give them a fighting chance. We'll soon have a president who wants to drill, 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 and irrigate, irrigate, irrigate. There will be minimal checks and balances. Republican senators are feeling hard-pressed to reject even the worst of the least qualified nominees for cabinet member positions. To elect a somewhat decent majority leader, Republican senators needed to have a secret ballot so that Trump wouldn't know who to punish. I encourage you to ask yourselves, how would you vote on the Bay Delta Plan versus voluntary agreements if there were no risk of repercussions from the governor? Please base your decisions on facts and science and vote your conscience. I encourage you to make your top immediate priority being to flesh out the program of implementation for the Bay Delta Plan. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you as well, Mr. Dreckmeyer. Next, I'd like to call up Mark Moulton, then Stephen Rosenblum, Tanya Soul, David Regland, Christopher Kroll, and then Stephen White. And I'll just note, I don't believe Debbie Mackey is on the platform. Okay, Mr. Moulton may have dropped off. Next, then we'll go to Stephen Rosenblum, followed by Tanya Soul and David Regland.
Good evening, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. It's been a long day, and I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'd like to echo some comments that people have said today. Under state and federal law, the board must set water quality standards and a program of implementation that protects the Bay Delta and the fish and wildlife it supports. Agriculture uses 80% of the water in our state, but only produces 10% of the state's GDP. The use of our scarce water by agriculture needs to be carefully evaluated to be sure that it's being used in the best way for all Californians. It's not possible to argue that reasonable protection is being achieved when native fish and wildlife populations are crashing, and the salmon fishery has been closed 3 times in the last 15 years, and toxic algae blooms threaten the health of humans and pets in the Delta. Reduced flows are really the culprit. They result in lethal water temperatures which facilitate those blooms and interfere with fish migrations. Best available science shows that population viability of native fish and the health of their ecosystems is strongly linked to the amount and timing of fresh water flow. The voluntary agreements can help with the habitat, but in the absence of sufficient flow, they do not do the job, and that science has demonstrated. If the board does not accept the Bay Delta plan with sufficient flows, it would delay the attainment of the salmon fish and doubling objective to 2050. And it also excludes the tribal environmental justice and Delta interests from the table. The board should adopt a program of implementation that requires all water users to meet flow requirements that achieve salmon doubling, native fish viability, and other water quality objectives by dramatically increasing flows to and through the Delta to San Francisco Bay. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you as well. Much appreciated. Thank you for your time. I know, as you said, it's been a long day. Next, I'd like to call up Tanya Soul, followed by David Reglan, Christopher Kroll, Stephen White, and then Antonio Alfaro and Aaron Fukuda.
Hello, I am Tanya Soleil from the San Francisco Bay Area. I am sorry that unlike in the past, I am unable to be in Sacramento to make my comments in person. Nonetheless, I am calling in because I strongly believe that the voluntary agreements will not, I repeat, will not be sufficient to protect California's ecosystem water needs. Because as I found out when I started attending these meetings, fresh water is not just necessary for humans, but also flora and fauna, basically entire ecosystems. Back then, I was actually annoyed at the focus on fish. I just could not understand it. I didn't really care about fish. But with a little bit of further education, I found out that bears need to eat not only berries, but also fish. Today, I understand how critical fish are for ecosystem health. For most of us, in addition to our own water needs, we acknowledge and want to ensure fresh water for our favorite flowers and animals. But we forget that a healthy ecosystem is a very delicately balanced system and impacts the flora and fauna that are not on our favorites list can be as profound as on those that we do care about. And as Peter Dreckmeyer from the Tuolumne Trust just mentioned, a final thought in today's post-election environment is I really would hope that you, the board members, would vote in accordance with what should be done to ensure a healthy California ecosystem for all of our children and grandchildren, and not on what is politically expedient for individuals' short-term careers. I hope you vote to support a strong Bay Delta estuary and plan, and not water down voluntary agreements. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Soleil. Appreciate your comments. Next, I'd like to call up David Reglan, be followed by Christopher Kroll, Stephen White, and Antonio Alfaro, and Aaron Fukuda. Mr. Reglan.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
I see video's not working, but that's all right.
We can view you as well, actually. So your camera is on.
Thank you. All right. My name's David Ragland. I'm a civil engineer and land surveyor. Lived in California since I was 1 year old to where I'm 58 now. I think of my life as being lived on rivers. I lived on the Yuba as a child in Marysville and Yuba City. I worked in Yosemite National Park where I lived right on the Tuolumne River, and I still live in the Tuolumne drainage. And I fish and I swim in and I float the Tuolumne and the Merced and the Stanislaus rivers many times a year, every year. Growing up, my brother was a commercial salmon fisherman, and when that work became unavailable to him because the habitat decline caused it to be infeasible, his life took a terrible turn. It was a thing he knew how to do, and he could not, it was no longer available, and it was gone to him. I watched these rivers change over the years. We used to be able to harvest wild fish, substantial numbers of them in the Feather and the Yuba. That's not appropriate anymore because of how difficult it is. But I want to point out that there are hundreds and hundreds of people, thousands of people who live in poor neighborhoods on these rivers. And I was lucky because my neighborhood was on the Feather River, and I could walk out to the Feather River and I could catch a salmon and I could see an otter. Now, there are whole regions of this state where the irrigation districts have completely dried the rivers. And if I lived on the banks of the Fresno River or on the banks of the Kings or Kern down in the valley, I don't know what I would have done. Down in the valley, of course, where they don't flow to their terminuses anymore. I don't know what I would have done. And it's a whole different transformative thing for people, for neighborhoods, for tribes to have healthy rivers versus stagnant, interconnected, or not interconnected ponds, or just dry washes. It's a whole different life. I've been working on these meetings and been an advisor to Tuolumne River Trust for a long time. I've attended a number of their events. I was there when your predecessors, including Felicia Marcus, said we were going ahead with a portion of unimpaired process. Now, the Tuolumne River water, it falls on my house and it drains to the Tuolumne River. And what I see that happens downstream is amazing. In June, for instance, sometimes the two major irrigation districts, Turlock and Modesto, they leave less than 10% in there, close to 5% sometimes. In that
Mr. Eglin, I apologize. Just want to try to make sure we're being respectful of folks' time. I know we have to try to get through additional folks, so just kind of seeing if you can try to wrap it.
More words. The voluntary agreements won't work. We need people to catch and help us use water, but they stand to directly profit by destroying rivers, and it just doesn't work to put them in charge. We have to have the unimpaired model, not the VA model. Thank you very much.
Thank you as well, Mr. Eglin. Next, I'd like to call up Christopher Kroll, be followed by Stephen White, Antonio Alfaro, and then Aaron Fukuda. And I'll note, we have about 15 commenters that I'm counting now. There may be a couple of folks out there unaccounted, but I'm hopeful we can get through in the next hour everyone's comments that's on the virtual platform. We just kind of keep the time, which includes me letting the next speaker speak. Mr. Kroll.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you taking my testimony today, and I realize you've had a long day, so I'll try to be very quick. I'm a resident of Berkeley at the bottom of the Bay Estuary, the Bay Delta system. I'm very concerned about the health of this system. And based on my experience, my career experience in government, as someone said earlier, you all are a regulatory agency. Voluntary agreements is not part of being a regulatory agency. That's politics. That is not what should be pursued by a regulatory agency, which needs to protect the resources for which you have been charged. So I urge you to not proceed with any support of any kind of voluntary agreement. This process requires regulation, which is what the state board and the regional boards that work under you will need to then implement and oversee. So please do not agree to voluntary agreements which have no place in a regulated system, which is, as you all know, you've talked about the complexity. There is no place for voluntary agreements in this system. Number two, the science is also very clear. We know what needs to happen. The system is collapsing. Climate change is only making it worse. We all know that at least 65% of the freshwater flow needs to make it through the system. This is not rocket science. Everybody knows this. This is what you need to do. This is what I strongly urge you to make a finding. Big Ag, as someone said earlier, has to adjust to the 21st century realities of reduced water. It's not going to be like we're going to choose Big Ag and let the estuary completely Bay Delta system die. That cannot be the attitude of the state board. Big Ag has to adjust, and the freshwater flows need to stay at what science has told us, at least 65%. And finally, well, actually, that is my final point. We are in a day and age of massive environmental change and ecological collapse. You all have the keys to saving the Bay Delta system, and I really strongly urge you to do that now and to do that as soon as possible. And I thank you for your participation in this process, but the way forward is very clear. No voluntary agreements, and at least 65% flow has to make it from the top to the bottom, or we're going to lose the Bay Delta, the largest estuary on the West Coast. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you as well for yours, Mr. Kroll. Appreciate your comments and participation here. Next, I'd like to call up Stephen White, be followed by Antonio Alfaro, Aaron Fukuda, then Amy Stroud, Carolyn Chang, and Kelsey Oshiro.
Can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Well, I did have a PowerPoint presentation, but
it is up. We can see it, yes.
Well, I can't. Interesting. Okay. Well, I guess I don't need it. First of all, I'd like to say that I start out by opposing the voluntary agreements. They are totally insufficient to deal with the recovery of the Delta and basically maintain a freshwater system in the state. They don't maintain the flows at anywhere near reasonable levels. This is seen in a number of diagrams that they present, and they're presented in the State Water Board's reports. Table G3A11 and G3A10 show that you get about 1 to 1.5% extra with the VAs. And at other times, in other water years, you actually see less, up to 11 or 14% less water. So they don't really provide much water, even at the best of times. The reason that increased flows are needed, and I'd say at the minimum, the 55% uninhibited or unimpaired flow, is you need to present this water not just for the salmon, although that's important, and the smelt, that's important, but there's so many fish that are endangered, sturgeon, steelhead, and then other species, mollusks, birds, water birds, mammals that live in the Delta. It's an ecosystem, and they all require a healthy system, and that system needs water, period. The water is also needed to stop the water intrusion, the saltwater intrusion, and that's going to get worse as sea level rises and climate change gets worse. There's no way you can reduce flows into the Delta. You need the increased flows to get rid of the nutrients that are flowing off into the Delta from agriculture and urban runoff and so on. No way will that happen if you reduce or even maintain the current levels of flow. You're just going to create more problems. There's no way that the VAs say that they're presenting all the making all this money available for purchasing water when really it's a $2.9 billion bill to the taxpayers to pay for that program. So they give a little money, we give a whole lot. They get a sweet deal and we get a destroyed delta. We cannot continue with this program. It has to go to at least 55% unimpaired flows and use the adaptive program as a way to massage around that number. Thank you very much.
Thank you as well. Appreciate you hanging on here and providing your comments here. Thank you, Mr. White. Next, I'd like to call up Aaron Fukuda, to be followed by Amy Stroud, Carolyn Chang, and then Kelsey Osiro. I apologize. I had skipped over Antonio Alfaro. Antonio Alfaro will go first, then Aaron. Apologies, Mr. Fukuda.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Chair Esquivel, members of the board, Antonio Alfaro with the Santa Clara Valley Water District, also known as Valley Water. We thank you for the workshop and for the opportunity to speak today. Valley Water is the regional water supply and groundwater sustainability agency for the 2 million people in Santa Clara County. Approximately half of our supplies come through the Delta, which is why we have serious concerns about the cumulative impacts of implementing unimpaired flows. Even though we have been working towards reduced reliance for many years, our region already has among the lowest per capita water use in the state, with our 10-year average being 69 gallons per capita per day, and we have adopted long-term conservation goals to further reduce our water usage. Even without any additional cuts to water supply that may result from the Bay Delta Plan, and even with the implementation of additional planned water conservation, we still project significant water shortages during drought years that would impact our business and communities and potentially result in land subsidence. We estimate that a need to invest of at least $4 billion in supply and storage projects over the next decade to ensure a reliable water supply in the face of climate change. Implementation of water supply reductions proposed by the Bay Delta Plan updates from both the unimpaired flow approach and the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program will reduce the availability of transfer supplies and make it more difficult to utilize conjunctive use groundwater banking to offset shortages. However, we believe the impacts under the Healthy River and Landscapes program can be manageable and justified by real environmental benefits if the plan is adopted and implemented as envisioned. Santa Clara County's diverse communities have been very supportive of ecosystem protections, and we are looking for solutions that balance water supply reliability with a holistic approach to species protections. We believe that the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program provides that balance. At the same time, we agree that a workable regulatory pathway is needed as an alternative and support further development of the required compliance framework. We appreciate the board's efforts to continue to refine the plan of implementation to create an effective dual pathway. Thank you for your time.
Thank you as well, Mr. Alfaro. Next, I'd like to call up Aaron Fukuda. Mr. Fukuda, thanks. I know it's been a long day.
It has. My speech says good afternoon, but I think I should change it to good evening. And happy holidays.
That's right.
To all of you and to the people that are on this call. My name is Aaron Fukuda. I'm the General Manager of the Tulare Irrigation District and the Interim General Manager of Mokeulmne GSA. So my comments here are provided kind of with the context of both of those in mind. And I want to thank you. I've watched this hearing on the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan and heard the differing viewpoints. And as you're weighing through these, it's an impressive feat to see how we're discussing this, evaluating things, and there will be a decision in the future. And I know you're weighing the options between what I call the two bookends. You know, in the state of California, we are a fragile network of people, industry, communities, and the environment. And I believe you're spending the time to evaluate how we're going to put this all together. My small sector of the world revolves the Tulare area, which is really a vibrant agricultural community. And a lot of it is disadvantaged from an economic standpoint. And we're not directly connected to the Delta, but like many other areas of the state, we're connected through the network of water supply systems, specifically the Central Valley Project or the State Water Project. And so we are tied to the Delta and the impacts that happen in the Delta, whether they be positive or negative. you look at one bookend we're discussing today would be, and I don't think anyone would argue with me that the unimpaired flows represents one extreme and the healthy rivers is a flexible alternative on the other extreme, and there's some variation in the middle, and you're contemplating those bookends. I think that when we look at the unimpaired flows from a Tulare Irrigation District, Mid-Cahuilla Groundwater Sustainability Agency, we're also looking, when we see those flows that are dedicated, while they bring environmental benefits within the Delta, we often see that our environmental benefits in our region get sacrificed, and the socioeconomic disaster we're left with is a knob that we can't undo sometimes. Under Sigma, we won't have a turn back situation. And so we're worried a little bit about that it traipses through our area. And I know you're evaluating that, and it's clear that that is a concern you're worried about. So I wish that you continue to look at those significant impacts and at the bookends. And I hope that you recognize that in the unimpaired flow situation, many of us will be looking at our GSPs and realizing that sustainability won't be an option for us. And most GSAs would either have to rewrite their GSPs, face probation, or begin to see some of those undesirable results. So please take that into consideration. I know you are. Look forward to future discussions, and all these members that are here presented to you today. It's a great discussion, and I look forward to it. Have a great holiday. See you next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fukuda. Really appreciate those points around the interconnectivity of the system that we're trying to manage here. Do appreciate the considerations there. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Amy Stroud, followed by Carol Chang. Oh, yeah, Amy Stroud, Carol Chang, Kelsey Oshiro, and then Victoria Lord.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the State Water Resources Control Board, for letting me speak. I'm calling in from Los Altos Hills. I work seasonally with Friends of the River. I'm also on the board of directors of PARC, which stands for Protect the American River Canyon. Today, I am before you as a fifth-generation California girl, representing only my own feelings and perspectives. I love rivers. Flowing with the river, following her current as it peaks over waves and meanders around boulders, soothes my soul. It is where my community gathers, and paid for my MBA while I worked as a professional river guide. My curriculum vitae says I've experienced 27 rivers. Each one of those rivers is unique in habitat, smell, and rapids, but what they all have in common is a river needs water. I've watched these proceedings on November 20th, 22nd, and December 3rd. I've heard conflicting versions of the best available science, the various ways beneficial uses are interpreted, and the many current and proposed mitigation projects. What I know in my heart is that rivers have important jobs to do. They transport sediment, nutrients, organic material, and native fish. I've seen how healthy river flows support plant and animal communities, abundant insect life, and a wide variety of waterfowl. Plus, if California rivers can get there, they support this country's most diverse and protective ecosystem, the battle-scarred Delta estuary. 1.5 centuries of controlled, diverted, and exploited river flows has worked against these natural river processes, depleting California of the magic and beauty of her healthy ecosystems. Mitigation seems simple. Let fresh water flow, flood, and move in our natural river channels. And I say that with respect for the complexities of regenerating ecosystems on the knife edge of extinction. FOR volunteer river guides and myself provide river trips for tribal members. I feel humbled by how much we have learned about rivers from them. Their knowledge and respect comes from successful environmental stewardship from the beginning of time. The fact that the VAs excluded this knowledge from their best available science is appalling to me. I heard a representative for the VA say, "We all want the same thing." I assume he meant a desired outcome of healthy California rivers and Delta estuary. While that might be true, the purpose of water diverters and the purpose by law of the State Water Resources Control Board are not the same, and the methods of achieving the desired outcome are vastly different. In summary, this California girl is asking the State Water Resources Control Board to reject the VAs and follow a plan that serves your purpose. a plan you can control and regulate and includes the best available science. Thank you for listening to me and to everyone.
Thank you, Ismail. Ms. Stroud, really appreciate hanging on here. I know it's been a long day and providing comment. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Carolyn Chang, be followed by Kelsey Oshiro, then Victoria Lort, and then Glenn Spain.
Okay. Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Good evening. Good to see
Great.
you.
Yeah, good evening. Yeah, thanks for having me. And thanks for your patience and taking all of our comments. Yeah, I just want to add my voice to those who have already spoke in terms of urging you to adopt a program of implementation for the Bay Delta plan that has flow requirements that are sufficient to support healthy ecosystems throughout the Bay Delta, as well as to reject the voluntary agreements, as I don't believe at this point in time that they would achieve the flow necessary to have healthy ecosystems. I guess just to share a little bit about myself, I have lived in California, here in the Bay Area for my whole life. I'm in Contra Costa County, just slightly west of the Delta. I'm also, a young person that's also, incredibly concerned about my future and generations coming after me, what kind of world we're inheriting and will go into with climate change and, ecological collapse, since Spanish colonization and now accelerating even more. I think many people here have spoken to those concerns. And so just urging you, to follow your obligation, as the State Water Board to, protect our communities and ecosystems that we all depend on for our livelihood, for our health. Having strong ecosystems, strong species really just makes us so much more resilient to, face these challenges. So we really need to ensure that ecosystem health is protected, and that is and water quality, which is, the obligation of the State Water Board. So encouraging, like others have said, making sure that there's flows, 60% or more through freshwater flows through the Bay Delta system. That's really necessary for, communities and ecosystems there to thrive that really have been, neglected and suffering from, ecological and economic impacts due to this kind of collapsing ecosystem. So just wanted to say that, and then going with a plan that includes tribal environmental justice and Delta interests instead of VAs, which have excluded them. So just want to say that, and then lastly, I also work for the Sierra Club in the San Francisco Bay Area, which represents the Delta as well as other Bay Area counties. And we also work closely with Sierra Club California, which has adopted the same policy and stance regarding the Delta flows, and they represent, all of California and members across California, which as well. So just saying, just wanting to say, we've also, carefully considered this policy and our stance as well, and how that would affect, all of our members and communities across California. And we believe that adopting a Bay Delta plan, which has, these increased freshwater flows, would be the best approach, not only, speaking for myself, representing the Bay Area and the Delta areas of the Sierra Club, but also all of our members across California as well. So thanks for hearing my comment.
Thank you so much, Carolyn. Appreciate those comments and your voice and being part of today's discussion. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Kelsey Oshiro, be followed by Victoria Lort, Glenn Spain, Stephen Schramm, and then Eric Holthouse. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. My name is Kelsey Oshiro. I'm a water resources engineer at the Alameda County Water District, or ACWD. I'm pleased to be sharing our comments today. ACWD is a retail water provider serving over 344,000 people and a variety of businesses and industries in the cities of Fremont, New York, and Union City in the southern region of the San Francisco Bay Area. ACWD supports the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program as the best pathway for updating the Bay Delta Plan, and appreciates the board's thoughtful consideration of this program. ACWD is also concerned about the impacts of the unimpaired flow approach, which could significantly affect the water supply reliability for our community. Our review of the impacts of the unimpaired flow approach on HCWD state water project supplies, which makes up 40% of our water portfolio, shows effects not only on mean water delivery, but also shows reductions in supply availability over the full range of possible hydrologic conditions from very wet to very dry scenarios. This is of significant concern because HCWD's water portfolio management relies on the ability to store water during wet years for use during dry years. And we rely on cooperation with other state water project agencies to conduct groundwater banking in Kern County and for other water management activities. These identified reductions in state water project availability across the full range of hydrologic conditions can't simply be absorbed or made up from other sources and can be expected to result in significant negative impacts for a region's water supply reliability, despite our substantial and ongoing investments in water use efficiency and conservation to drive down local water demand. Our service area is also relying on San Francisco's Hetch Hetchy regional water system for about 20% of our portfolio. So the effects of the unimpaired flows implementation on both of these water systems would have a compounding impact on 60% of our supplies and put additional pressure on our local Nalcone groundwater basin, which makes up the balance of our water portfolio and must be carefully managed to prevent saltwater intrusion into our local aquifer system from the San Francisco Bay. We appreciate State Board staff's extensive work on this important Bay Delta Plan update and respectfully request that staff continue working with public water agencies to ensure that the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program is evaluated as proposed by the participating entities and to address concerns on provisions that would diminish the program's benefits. HCWD is also committed to science and encourages the implementation of a science program that is climate responsive, adaptive, and informative for management decisions. In closing, HCWD is supportive of the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program as it aligns with state goals, priorities, and plans, balances all beneficial uses, and makes significant strides toward water resilience as we face current and future climate challenges. We are optimistic that the program provides a clear path forward for the significant Bay Delta Plan update. Thank you.
Thank you as well. Next, I'd like to call Victoria Lort, be followed by Glenn Spain, Stephen Schramm, Eric Colthouse, and then take Maggie after that. Lort should be invited to unmute.
There we go. Great. Can you hear and see me okay?
We can. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us this evening.
Yes, thank you so much. I also changed my comments from good afternoon to good evening, but appreciate the opportunity to provide comments. Thank you, Chair Esquivel and esteemed members of the State Water Resources Control Board. I too have provided comments at a few of these different hearings, but my name is Victoria Lord. I'm the Director of Public Affairs and Conservation at Desert Water Agency, or DWA. DWA is a state water contractor and a groundwater sustainability agency, and we're entrusted with the vital task of supplying drinking and recycled water to the Palm Springs area. Located in the Coachella Valley Desert, we invest heavily in long-term sustainability planning and innovative conservation programs. We commend the State Water Board for considering the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program, commonly known as the voluntary agreements, as the foundation for updating the Bay Delta Plan. This program is a significant step forward in addressing California's water challenges while promoting a balanced, science-based approach to water management. As you may know, DWA does not have a direct link to the California Aqueduct, and instead we exchange our state water project water for Colorado River water, which is essential for recharging our local groundwater basins. Unfortunately, the reliability of these critical water supplies has decreased, forcing us to seek alternative solutions to secure our region's water security. DWA has concerns about the potential impacts of the unimpaired flow approach, which could dramatically affect water supply reliability and affordability across California. For DWA, this could mean substantial additional costs to treat non-Delta supplies, hindering our ability to maintain affordability, support housing, and serve underserved communities. Desert Water Agency respectfully requests that the State Water Board staff continue to collaborate with public water agencies to ensure that the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program is evaluated as proposed by participating entities. Desert Water Agency is also fully committed to leveraging adaptive management and science-based practices to inform decision-making. The Water Quality Control Plan update offers an invaluable opportunity to establish a science program that is climate responsive, grounded in best management practices, and capable of guiding future decisions. Continuing the status quo will not achieve these goals. Through the voluntary agreements, each acre-foot of water delivered to enhance local sustainability will also fund habitat preservation, scientific research, and water purchase initiatives, creating a symbiotic relationship between water supply reliability and ecological restoration. For these reasons, Desert Water Agency unequivocally supports the Healthy Rivers and Landscape programs. It aligns with California's state goals, balances all beneficial uses of water, and provides a path forward for water resilience in the face of climate change. Thank you again for the opportunity to provide comments today.
Thank you as well. Really appreciate it, Ms. Lort. Good to see you. Next, I'd like to call up Glenn Spain, be followed by Stephen Schramm, then Eric Holthaus.
Okay, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
I gotta adjust here. My name is Glenn Spain. As you probably know, I am the Northwest Regional Director and General Legal Counsel for Pacific Coast Federation of Fishermen's Associations. That pictured back of me is one of many ports that our members fish in, and they're working on our 5th generation of family fishing operations. Many of them have sustained their livelihoods through salmon, but there are no salmon. There's no salmon this year. There's no salmon last year. There may not be any salmon next year in our fishery. There are too few of them surviving in the system, even to get out of the river system into the ocean to provide a fishery. That's where we are. I want to hit 4 high points here in the interest of time. One is that this system is grossly overappropriated. I think you all know that. I refer you to the only scientific peer-reviewed study of the water rights system that's been done to date, UC Davis, 2014, Grantham and Veers, and it's been disastrous. The goal must be recovery, not just checking off a box saying we've got minimum belly scraping flows, we meet the ESA needs. As you all should know, the ESA requires only the smallest amount of water to maintain the very existence to prevent extinction. It's not recovery. The recovery effort here is enormous and the opportunity is enormous. Investing in watersheds, investing in salmon is an investment, not a cost. The cost of doing nothing is very high, but the investment return for moving forward with unimpaired flows and VAs in some combination is very, very large. The potential is $5.7 billion in economic returns if we had a restored fishery, supporting over 94,000 jobs, mostly in California. The other problem is that there is, and I was hearing a lot of, okay, us versus them. It's much more complex than that. The VAs and the unimpaired flows are not opposed. They're not an either-or choice. What the unimpaired flow systems do is provide a goal. And once the goals are met on biological basis for recovery benefits, then the VAs come into being as viable ways to minimize the impacts and maximize the progress toward those goals. So it's a false dichotomy to think that they're opposed. And the final is that we need to have an enforceable situation. We are in favor of 1707 in-stream water rights. And I want to close with 2 things here. 2 quotable quotes, one from board member Firestone. The goal is more water that the fish will see, not more water in a model, but that the fish actually use. And Mr. Schutz and Mr. Rees, I think, characterize the VAs very well. Very little water with a very complex process, quote unquote. I'd like to see the healthy rivers and landscapes actually be about healthy rivers and landscapes and not about dodging the requirement that we all know must be imposed sometime soon to put enough water in the system to protect our resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Spain. We appreciate your comments. Thanks for being here, sticking through and participating.
Thank
next
you.
up-
I admire all of your persistence.
Thank you for that. And likewise. So good to see you. Next, I'd like to call up Stephen Schramm, followed by Eric Holthouse, Maggie, then Carol Ruth, Lynn McBride, and then Mariah Lauritsen. And Mr. Schramm, you should be invited to unmute and or come on camera, if so wish. All right, it doesn't look like Mr. Schramm is, there he is.
Yep, sorry about that.
Okay.
Yeah, my name's Steve Schramm from Petaluma, California. I'm a retired molecular biologist, current small business owner, and been an avid recreational angler all my life. I'm here to request that the State Water Board adopt an updated Bay Delta plan based on the unimpaired flow approach to most closely mimic natural flows through the Central Valley rivers and through the Delta. I noticed in listening today that the voluntary agreement has been rebranded as the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes. But I did look up the meaning of the word voluntary, and it means to choose by free will. I think anybody that's read the classics or the Bible knows what a double-edged sword free will is. I don't drive a car in the state of California by free will. I got to have a license and follow measurable rules. Same thing for my auto insurance. It's not by choice, by free will. It's mandated by the state. Normally, I would be very permissive as an individual, kind of soft-hearted and easygoing. But I think for salmon in the state of California, it's clutch. It's, the final countdown, the 2-minute warning, bottom of the ninth with 2 strikes. We need to have something that's mandated with an approach that includes necessary and enforceable temperature protections. A couple of anecdotes about salmon in the last 2 years. One, there's been no salmon fishing recreationally. I know there's been habitat restoration on the American River, but when there's no flow and salmon smolt have to be trucked down to the bay, and now they're returning to the creeks that they've never been in before because they lack imprinting, and they're probably going to die there without spawning successfully because these are intermittent creeks that aren't going to have enough flow. That there's a problem with the system. The other thing I would say is there's a great 12,000 square foot tackle shop up in Rohnert Park, California. I go in there now, and in the last 2 years, they've lost 40% of their revenue because salmon season's been closed. I think about if my income was reduced by 40%, what a devastating effect that would be on me and my family. It's tough to see this place going down the drain. It's been 2 years. It looks like it's going to be 3 years, and I'm not sure that they're going to be around. And that's one of the last big independent tackle shops in Northern California. The other thing I would say is during the 4th of July weekend this year, we tried to get together with family and take the kids out to the river. And one of the things that the park ranger said when we were trying to make a camping reservation was, be aware we may have an algal bloom. That tells me that, voluntary agreements and the supervised decay of salmon populations that we've had in California for the last 100 years, it's just not working. It's time to, really put the pedal to the metal and follow the unimpaired flow. The last thing I would say is when I moved to the North Bay 25 years ago, I went to a NOAA discussion of salmonid populations on the West Coast. And it was much like today. There were a lot of discussion and presentations by recreational anglers, commercial anglers, government officials, biologists, interested business entities. But at the end of the comment section, the most powerful comment that I heard was by an elderly woman who said that she lived on the river all her life. And during the Depression, when the government couldn't do anything for the people, that there were so many salmon in the river that a man was able to walk out knee deep, throw his arms through the gills of a salmon and feed his family. I think the unimpaired flow model is the way to go, both scientifically
Thank you,
and
Mr. Schramm.
ecologically, and that it's also a moral obligation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schramm. Appreciate those comments. Next, I'd like to call up Carol Ruth, be followed by Maggie, then Lynn McBride, Mariah Lortzen, and Joan Rosa Pepe.
Hello, this is Carol Ruth. Thank you very much for hearing my comments tonight and also for all the hard work you're putting into this project. The State Water Board's update on the Water Quality Control Plan for the Bay Delta is one of the best opportunities we have to save the San Francisco Bay Delta estuary and the fish and the wildlife that it supports. It's imperative that the board set water quality protocols in the plan that will both protect beneficial uses of water as well as provide a method of implementation that will guarantee that those objectives are achieved. Last month, I paddled down the Tuolumne River with other members of the Tuolumne River Trust during the fall salmon migration period. We saw several good habitat restoration projects providing gravel spawning areas that have been created there recently. However, what we did not see the day that we were there were salmon, not one. And contrast that sharply with a family rafting trip that my family took in the 90s down the Trinity River when there were so many salmon underneath our rafts, we couldn't begin to count them all. So the solution is simple. We must start to provide enough water to keep the river at the cooler temperatures needed for spawning. Otherwise, our fish will continue to decline and the salmon fishery season will be closed permanently. The voluntary agreements that are being considered do not meet the challenge. They would maintain or even worsen the unsustainable status quo and delay attainment of the salmon doubling objective until 2050. And they would be free of meaningful oversight by the board for the next 8 years or more. I asked the board to consider adopting a program of implementation that requires all water users to meet the flow requirements that achieve salmon doubling and native fish viability by dramatically increasing flows to and through the Delta to the San Francisco Bay. I respectfully ask the board to reject the Newsom administration's proposed voluntary agreements. It is time to address and correct this urgent problem now. Thank you very much.
Thank you as well, Ms. Ruth. Really appreciate you sticking with us here and providing your comment and being part of this discussion. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Maggie, be followed by Eric Holthouse, Lynn McBride, Mariah Loritzen, John Rosa Pepe, and then Wesley Chung. And that's who I currently have at my list. I see Thomas, your hand is up. You'll go after Wesley. If there's anyone else that's anticipating to speak and I didn't call your name, do just raise your hand on the platform and we'll incorporate you into the lineup. So Maggie, who'll be followed by Eric Holthouse.
Oh, hi. I'm Maggie. I think my video is not working from my computer so well. I want to appreciate the board so much for staying so late and for providing so much information. And also to all the people who have commented. Are you able to hear me okay?
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you.
Oh, great. Sorry. I want to appreciate all the people who have provided commentary before me. They're so articulate and have expressed so many of my concerns much better than I can. From what I've learned in this discussion, I understand that the board's assignment is to preserve, enhance, and restore the Bay Delta for future generations. And I want to throw in my hat to the support for increasing the flows to protect wildlife, to restore salmon habitat, and also for the very important migratory flyway for birds that reside in the area year-round, as well as those that are passing through. If we let our ecosystems collapse, we're done. And there's so much more to be said, but I just would like to encourage the board to reject the proposed voluntary agreements and to adopt the implementation that requires all water users to meet flow standards that achieve salmon habitat, native fish viability, and the water quality objectives. Thank you so much. I appreciate what you're doing.
Thank you as well, Maggie. I appreciate you hanging on in a long day here and providing your comment. It's appreciated. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Eric Holdhouse, be followed by Lynn McBride, Mariah Luritsen, and then John Rosapepe. Okay, yeah, apologies, Mr. Holdhouse, if we weren't able to get to you this evening. Then next, let's move to Lynn McBride, be followed by Mariah Luritsen.
Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Lynn McBride, and I want to thank members of the board for the opportunity to speak during today's workshop. I serve as executive director of the California Dairy Campaign, a grassroots organization of family dairy farmers that began more than 30 years ago. CDC is a member organization of the California Farmers Union, a state chapter of the National Farmers Union, representing more than 230,000 family farmers nationwide, established more than 120 years ago. I'm here today to support the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal. This initiative aims to enhance the protection of water resources for native fish species while improving water supply reliability and providing regulatory certainty for communities across the state. In contrast, according to the analysis conducted by the Water Board staff, adopting the proposed unimpaired flow objectives would lead to severe reductions in water supply across every region of California that depends on water from the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta watershed. The analysis indicates that reductions of over 1.3 million acre-feet during dry years and 1.1 million acre-feet during below normal water years could occur. Even in above normal water years, some areas of California are expected to see a reduction of nearly 800,000 acre-feet in surface water supplies. The water supply reductions are intolerable, with an additional 260,000 acres expected to be fallowed in the San Joaquin Valley during dry years, on top of the 700,000 acres already required by the California's Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. These water availability reductions will reduce crop values exceeding $1.3 billion in the San Joaquin Valley alone and over $2.7 billion statewide. The economic impact will be significant, especially for regions reliant on irrigated agriculture. In the 2023 rain season that ended in California, over 25 million acre-feet of water passed through the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta, and 18 million acre-feet went out to the ocean. If that water had been stored, it would have offered enough supplemental supply to withstand several years of drought. Instead of adopting regulations like the unimpaired flows proposal and imposing fees, fines, and other regulations that will fallow farm ground, the priority for all state leaders should be to capture all available water in times when water is readily available. The family farmers we represent in California are genuinely alarmed about the potential economic repercussions of further water cutbacks on their farms and communities' future. Now that more information is available about the likely cost of these regulations and programs, farmers understand they will be forced out of business if further water reductions move forward. Farming is the economic backbone of communities throughout the Central Valley, so the negative economic and social ripple effects of further water supply reductions will be vast and irreversible. The looming prospect of landfalling throughout the San Joaquin Valley highlights the urgent need for innovative strategies to mitigate adverse ecological effects while also seizing economic opportunities. The Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal would achieve these goals by ensuring greater water supply security and providing flexibility for farmers. These efforts can significantly support agriculture, benefiting both present and future generations. Thank you so much again for the opportunity to speak today.
And thank you for speaking, Ms. McBride. Appreciate it. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Mariah Lauritsen, be followed by Joan Rosa Pepe, then Wesley Chong, and then we will get to Thomas and BWF.
Thank you. I'm Mariah Lauritsen with the GSSA. I wanted to comment on behalf of salmon and the fishing community. In achieving a goal, there are always leading and lagging factors. Leading factors can be the temperature and water flows in our rivers. Lagging factors can be the crashing salmon populations, as well as canceling the commercial fishing seasons for 2 years in a row. We are experiencing both negative leading and lagging factors in the goal of 1, having a viable fishing industry, and 2, preventing the extinction of salmon runs. Even for hatcheries, Coleman had to borrow salmon eggs from East Bay mud. The impact of the collapse of salmon is felt by community members every day. Imagine having your livelihood just get canceled for 2 years in a row. The current state of salmon and the fishing industry demands to be addressed with urgency. As such, I ask you to act with urgency in creating an environment where salmon can thrive. The best available science shows that the viability of native fish populations and the health of the ecosystem is strongly linked to the amount and timing of freshwater flow. I appreciated Member McGuire speaking in terms of viability of different options today. The fishing industry needs the support from the Water Board to be and have viability. I also appreciate Member Firestone and emphasizing the need for fish to see more water. It is a need, otherwise we won't have fish. Please consider unimpaired flows to ensure the viability of native fish populations. And please move quickly to ensure the revival of salmon populations, both to help the fish and also help our communities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you as well. Next, I'd like to call up John Rosa Pepe, be followed by Wesley Chong, and then Thomas, Daniel, and BWF. If there's anyone else besides those 4 individuals that are looking to comment and haven't had an opportunity to, please just raise your hand on the platform. Mr. Rosa Pepe.
Yes, my name is John Rose Pepe. I'm speaking on behalf of myself, not my work thing popped up. So I'm speaking on behalf of myself. I was lucky to grow up fishing with my parents and my grandparents. I was a fisheries biologist, later did some commercial fishing. I swim, canoe, raft in rivers. I came late to the Bay Delta area, didn't get here till 1988. And in the short time, I've watched salmon basically disappear, as people have talked about. 2 fishing seasons not available. Algal blooms. What we need from the board is our large-scale increases in flow to San Francisco Bay, ideally on the scale of 60 to 70%. To ensure viable native fish populations, provide suitable temperatures for spawning and rearing, and prevent toxic algal blooms. I've watched today people switch from talking about voluntary agreements to rebranding to healthy rivers. This is greenwashing. Where you have all the nice buzzwords, holistic, sustainability, symbiotic. But fish need water, and these voluntary agreements don't do that. They ignore the best available science. They let water users off the hook for providing meaningful flow increases to protect the Bay Delta or for paying fully for habitat restoration projects. These voluntary agreements would also delay attainment of the salmon doubling objective to 2050. They've excluded tribal, environmental justice, and Delta interests from the table. And they would be free of meaningful oversight by the board for 8 years or more. We've already seen algal blooms, salmon, and we can't wait another 8 years. The board should adopt a program of implementation that requires all water users to meet flow requirements that achieve salmon doubling, native fish viability, and other water quality objectives by dramatically increasing flows to and through the Delta to San Francisco Bay. And the board needs to reject the nuisance administrative proposed voluntary agreements, not healthy rivers, and any other proposals that would not achieve the narrative and numeric water quality objectives developed by the board that would require up to 65% of unimpaired flow. In closing, I'd like to thank the board for giving me an opportunity to talk tonight and staying with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you as well. Appreciate that, Mr. Rosa Pepe. Next, I'd like to call up Wesley Chung, be followed by Thomas Daniel, BWF, and then Jeffrey Hook. And I believe Mr. Hook will be our last commenter.
Hello. My name is Wesley Chung. I'm speaking on behalf of myself as a concerned citizen of California. And I'm urging the board today to support a Bay Delta plan that is based on the best available science and not the VAs, which were agreed upon by agribusinesses and cities that have been using more water to grow their population and discretionary economic activities since the start of the destruction of the environment since settler colonialism, which is not how we balance the needs of present day and future generations and other species that we share our planet with. So it's disingenuous to say that we're balancing environment and economic activities when the environment has always been one of the last things that we care about through our actions, and unimpaired flows would be restorative justice for the tribes, wildlife like the salmon and other species that we have been killing for hundreds of years. So thank you for the opportunity to speak.
And thank you for speaking and participating in this proceeding, Mr. Chung. Much appreciated. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Thomas Daniel, then BWF, and then Jeffrey Hook. And please, again, if you're on the platform intent to speak and did not have a chance to do so, please raise your hand and we can add you here to the end of the queue.
Hi, actually, this is Mary Butterwick. I'm plugged in on Tom's computer, so that's why.
Okay, we appreciate that clarification. We'll connect you to the name that we have as well here. So thank you. Good evening.
I'm a resident of San Francisco, and I'm here this evening because the Sacramento River and Bay Delta are in ecological crisis due mainly to inadequate flow releases. Native fish and wildlife populations are crashing, some to the brink of extinction. Salmon populations are in severe decline, so much so that the commercial fishing season has been closed 3 times in the last 15 years and will likely be closed again next year. Toxic algal blooms in the Delta have continued to get worse. These dire conditions all indicate that the reasonable protection of beneficial uses is not being achieved here. The best available science shows that health of the ecosystem is strongly linked to the amount and time of freshwater flow. Currently, over 50% of the runoff that would naturally flow to San Francisco Bay is diverted before it reaches the Delta or is exported directly from the Delta by the giant state and federal water projects. According to the State Water Board's 2010 Flow Criteria Report, 75% of unimpaired flow would be needed to protect the Bay Delta ecosystem. Clearly, substantial increases of freshwater flows to San Francisco Bay are needed to ensure viable native fish populations, provide suitable temperatures for spawning and rearing, prevent toxic algal blooms, support sustainable fisheries, and protect tribal beneficial uses. The voluntary agreements prepared by water users and the Newsom administration cannot achieve the objectives of the Bay Delta Plan because they would produce very little new water. Instead, these VAs rely heavily on non-flow measures such as habitat restoration and invasive predator management. However, in the absence of sufficient flows, these non-flow measures will not work. I am concerned that the VAs would maintain or even worsen the unsustainable status quo. This is not the direction we need to be taking here. It appears that these VAs are essentially a delay tactic by water agencies to avoid the difficult decisions regarding the reasonable use of water in an over-appropriated system. I urge the board to reject the Newsom administration's proposed VAs and any other proposals that would not achieve the narrative and numeric water quality objectives developed by the board that would require up to 65% of unimpaired flow. Thank you very much.
Thank you as well, Ms. Butterwick. Next, I'd like to call up, we just have the initials here, BWF, and then Jeffrey Hook.
In order to have a healthy San Francisco Bay Delta estuary, this board must reject the Newsom administration's proposed voluntary agreements. I am Barbara Folger. I apologize for my initials on my square. I'm a 54-year San Francisco resident, and I've seen what reduced flows have done to the San Francisco Bay Delta. Signs are more frequently being posted saying not to eat the fish caught in the bay or even swim in the bay. We need more fresh water in the bay. Salmon was once a fish I could enjoy without worrying about its demise. The salmon season has been closed 3 times in the last 15 years, as many other people have said. Salmon need cool water, as many of the speakers have pointed out. Less water will not provide that. These problems and many, many more are all the result of less water flowing into the San Francisco Bay from both the Sacramento and San Joaquin rivers and their tributaries. 65% unimpaired flow is necessary to keep this ecosystem healthy. There is just no other way. The voluntary agreements ignore the best available science, according to both the state and federal agencies. I implore you to take these reports seriously. The creation of the disastrous tunnel to Southern California would take even more away from our estuary forever. The tunnel is planned to go through Staten Island and disturb the roosting areas of the greater sandhill cranes and other migratory birds. Staten Island was set aside as a preserve for the cranes in 2001 when the Nature Conservancy purchased the island. TNC says it is quote-unquote critical habitat. There are multiple species of birds who would be affected by the years and years of construction. If you have not been to this island at dawn or dusk when the birds rise from or return to their nighttime roost, I would be very happy to take you there myself. It's a life-changing experience and one that you would take away from future generations by your actions if you reduce the unimpaired flow below 65%. The VAs will not make things better. Thank you very much for giving me this time.
And thank you for that time and sticking through. I know a long day, Ms. Folger. Thank you. Your comments are very much appreciated. And now our last commenter, as I understand here, and please do raise your hand if it's otherwise, Jeffrey Hook.
Hello, can you hear me?
Can, thank you.
Okay. First of all, I want to thank you for running this meeting with the immense patience and respect that you've shown everyone throughout this workshop. I'm really impressed, and thank you very much for that. My name is Jeffrey Hook. I'm an amateur ecologist. I live in Palo Alto, and I want to offer a kind of 50,000-foot ecological perspective, because if I'm in the position of setting policy, I always want to start from the really fundamental principles that have to do with a finite Earth, carrying capacity, thermodynamics, humans' desire for for unsustainable growth, and these kinds of things. Because if you fail to address fundamental principles, you end up making a mess that just compounds with every year. So a previous speaker, and this is now hours ago, said to keep it simple and transparent. So here are some simple and transparent facts from the perspective of an ecologist. 1, 8.5 billion people on the planet is unprecedented, and a mountain of evidence indicates this level is unsustainable, especially at anything like the lifestyle of the average person in the US. 50 years ago, there were half as many of us. 100 years ago, there were a quarter as many. Fact number 2, California's population has followed this global trend. Currently 39 million, 50 years ago, about half at 21 million. 100 years ago, we were only about 3 million. Fact number 3, historically, an estimated 5.5 million salmon returned to California's rivers. Since the 1950s, less than 500,000 fish on average are counted. The increase in population and the decrease in salmon are causally linked. Fact number 4, the desire to protect salmon is not just motivated by aesthetics or empathy for the fish. When salmon swim upstream from the ocean to their spawning grounds and die, they bring nitrogen, phosphorus, and other nutrients to the land. They are, in fact, a giant nutrient train that works for free. The nutrients benefit the plants and animals in the watershed. When the watershed is healthy, it benefits the agricultural and municipal water systems that draw from it. Humans need nature to work for us. We are delusional to pretend otherwise. Next fact, salmon need the 65% unimpaired streamflow standard in the Bay Delta plan. Next fact, salmon need cold water. Building artificial sandbars in shallow, low-flow riverbeds results in water that's too hot. Put a salmon in a hot tub, it will die. Next fact, California is a semi-desert, yet we grow 20% of the nation's rice. Rice needs 5 acre-feet per acre per year. By contrast, quinoa needs 5/6 of an acre-foot. By converting the state's 500,000 acres of rice to quinoa, we could net 2 million acre-feet per year. For reference, the entire flow of the Feather River is about 7 million acre-feet. Next fact, it's common sense to reduce the human footprint, both our numbers and the resource demand per person. This is not at all irrational, any more than the desire of an overweight person to lose weight. It is delusional to pursue a strategy of continuous growth in a finite system. This is not rocket science. The sooner we act to reduce our human footprint to further long-term common good, the more satisfied we and future generations will be. And then I want to note that every speaker who spoke in favor of the VA or HRL is advocating for a narrow interest, a narrow constituency, even if it's for several 100,000 people. They're asking for growth that has been unsustainable for a long, long time and is nothing short of ludicrous now. Whereas every speaker—
Thank you, Mr. Hook.
Okay. All right, thank you.
If you want to finish your point, but do want to be able to keep time here, so thank you.
I just have one more sentence.
Okay, that works. Thank you.
Yeah, every speaker who has spoken in favor of the Bay Delta Plan has advocated for long-term common good. I think that dichotomy is really palpable. Thank you so much for, again, your patience. I know this is difficult decision and not everyone's going to be satisfied with the outcome.
Thank you for that, Mr. Hook. Much appreciated. I appreciate your comments here and contributing to the discussion and dialogue. And that brings us, I believe, to our final commenter. And so, or to the end of comments, that is. And so just first and foremost, thank you, everyone. You know, that is not easy to make sure we're continuing to give the greatest amount of attention we can, especially as the day grows later, but we are, and we're here listening, and just appreciate everyone getting through, being able to provide comment and having really fruitful discussions. I mean, this has now been the fourth of what are 5 days of workshops, and can look at each day and reflect on just what I feel is incredible progress to be at least unpacking and having the sort of discussions in public that we are really needing if this board is to have comfort in moving forward in either of these paths. And so just thanks to all the panelists, thanks to everyone that's contributed to today's discussion. Look to the dais if there's any burning things that folks want to point out. I do want to end with noting that our next workshop date will be January 23rd, and that we, again, have extended the public comment period for general written comments to January 10th. So hopefully that provides folks a little more space and ability to give us their best feedback and best contribute to this, yes, difficult, complex, but the most important work we can be doing here in the state right now. And so just appreciate everyone's contributions to today's discussion, appreciate the tone and tenor, and I look forward to what will be a lot more unpacking of a lot more complex issues in this space. And so we will see everyone here then next in this workshop series on January 23rd. Until then, have a good holiday, have an amazing new year. Thank you, everyone, and we're adjourned until the 23rd for this workshop. Really appreciate it.